Preface. The present study developed in the course of preparing a collection, which Lund's Longbaum needed, of all the epigraphical evidence relating to the sanctuary of Demeter and Kore at Eleusis. As I started editing texts and writing commentaries, however, it soon became clear that many problems connected with the priesthoods could be treated more conveniently in a separate study than in the commentaries on individual inscriptions. The proper scope of the separate study naturally appeared to be all Eleusinian priesthoods and sacred offices, since some problems relating to the priesthoods, such as the chronology of individual incumbents, required a fairly close examination of the individuals. It seemed desirable to build the entire study around such an examination. This held out the further advantage of allowing documents concerning an individual incumbent to be treated as part of an examination of all information about him, and the opportunity of discussing all information about him with a view to making every possible inference concerning his priesthood and cult. Tims. The scheme I have adopted is a prosopographical account, in chronological order, of all the known incumbents of each priesthood, with an emphasis on certain aspects: qualifications for a priesthood or sacred office, manner of selection, length of incumbency, official functions and duties, rank or importance relative to other priesthoods for sacred offices in the cult, social position, participation in civic life and in other festivals or cults, and religious dress. The evidence, literary, epigraphical, and archaeological, not connected with specific priests or priestesses, has been interspersed chronologically, among them with dates as headings, but there are occasional departures from this procedure, where it was more useful to discuss in one place all the evidence on a given topic, e.g. religious dress. Although a continuous history of the sacred officials would naturally be more desirable than this piecemeal account of the evidence, there is unfortunately not enough evidence to compose one. Often there are gaps of well over a century even between the facts, frequently meager, which are available. On the other hand, the reader who wishes to see what evidence is available for an individual priest or priestess or for a priesthood at a particular period should be able to do so fairly easily. And in those few cases where the evidence cannot be found chronologically, the table of contents and the indices can be consulted. The previous most extensive treatments of these sacred officials were by P. Foucard, Les Mystères de l'Ensis Paris, 1914, and J. Tupfer, Alische Genealogie Berlin, 1889. Tupfer used all the then known epigraphical and literary testimonia. Foucard did a general study of the priesthoods, but in regard to individual priests limited himself to certain periods. Since their studies, information has increased as new inscriptions have been discovered in the course of excavations at Eleusis and in the Athenian Agora, where the Eluesinian has been partially excavated. And much that is new has been gained through restudy of inscriptions known to Tupfer and Forart, especially with the publication of the Attic inscriptions in the second edition of Inscription as Gracite. In addition, some results of my own study and inspection. In 19,671,970, of all the inscriptions now located at Eleusis, as well as many now in Athens, have been incorporated here. Advantage has also been taken of the discovery within the past 70 years of vase paintings and sculptures depicting or allegedly depicting sacred officials of the mysteries. Previously, inferences about the official's appearance have usually been derived from non-Attic works of art, with the ever-present danger that these might refer not to the mysteries at Eleusis, but to other mystery cults of the Greco-Roman world. And at least one new Attic monument reveals that this has indeed been the case. Because of this difficulty, and because of the great number of these non-Attic works of art, a study of them cannot be made here, but it is hoped that results of the present treatment of the Attic material will serve a basis for more accurate interpretation of the non-Attic works. As, in keeping with the primarily epigraphical origin of this study, I have attempted to mention all epigraphical references, including the insignificant, to the priesthoods and their incumbents, but I have not thought it worthwhile to include insignificant literary references. Further limitation of the literary sources is discussed in the introduction. It should also be noted that I have not tried to treat as such the very which were involved in supplying sacred officials, but I hope that the evidence made available concerning the priesthoods and members of the yarn will be a help to anyone undertaking such a study. The Latinized form of Greek names, except for Kore and Kerikes and the names of dames, is used throughout. I have anglicized Dodoxos as Daduch and raised Dodorius Els as Hearth-initiate. I would like to express here my gratitude to James H. Oliver, who introduced me to the study of Eleusinian inscriptions. While I was at Athens and Eleusis examining inscriptions, he generously responded to my many requests for advice, and provided much further help and advice during the writing of a preliminary version of this as a dissertation for the Johns Hopkins University. With Engene Vanderpoel I have had voluble discussions on many Eleusinian topics and inscriptions, and I cannot thank him enough for his assistance in countless matters both practical and scholarly. I have also profited much Freund discussions on various matters with Jacqueline Collins Clinton, Sterling Dow, Gunther Klaffenbach, Benjamin D. Merritt, Michael C. Stokes, Leslie L. Threat, and Jolu S. Trail. John H. Young's meticulous reading of the dissertation led to many improvements. I would also like to thank Colin N. Edenusson for allowing me to quote sections of an inscription he is about to publish. The German Archaeological Institute at Comé for photographs of statins in the Palazzo dei Conservatori, and the British Museum, the Agora excavations in Athens, and the Epigraphical Museum in Athens for their courteous help when I examined inscriptions in their collections. My study of the inscriptions at Athens and Elensis was made possible by fellowships of the American School of Classical Studies and the Johns Hopkins University. Research at Eleusis in the summer of 1969 was financed in part by a grant from the American Philosophical Society. Cornell University granted funds for the typing of the manuscript, and I am very grateful for the patience and care of my typist, Beverly Myers. I am especially indebted to the Greek Archaeological Society for permitting me to study the inscriptions at Eleusis. The manuscript was completed in June 1971. Since then only minor alterations have been made. KC Introduction. Membership in either of the gene of the Eumolpidae or the Heracles was a prerequisite for eligibility to most of the important priesthoods of the Eluesinian mysteries. The Hierophant was taken from the Eumolpidae, the Daduch, sacred herald, and altar priest were from the Heracles, and the Exegetes were from the Eumolpidae. These two gene also controlled the administration of the sanctuary. The Deme of Eleusis apparently had no jurisdiction over it, even though it was within the territory of the Deme. None of the extant decrees passed by the Deme were erected within the sanctuary, and there is no other evidence indicating that the Deme had any authority over the sanctuary. But there is some evidence implying just the opposite. When in 403 the 30 established at Elensis a separate state, the status of the sanctuary in relation to the governments of Athens and the 30 is described by Aristotle as follows: Rho 3 lepa elva se du corp. Kas sai elualis word ra adresa. Just as before, in accordance with ancestral custom, the Heracles and Eumolpidae were to be in charge of the sanctuary. In inscriptions, when a question of sanctuary administration involves the Athenian state, the representatives of the interests of the sanctuary are always the Eumolpidae, and Heracles, the Deme of Eleusis, is never concealed. Thus, whatever the relation of the town of Eleusis to the sanctuary of Demeter and Kore may originally have been, by the 1st century it seems to have become mainly the identical one of location. It is noteworthy, too, that the Eluesinian Daduch occurs only once among all the preserved names of priests and fathers of priestesses, which indicates that the priests and fathers of priestesses were most of them not direct descendants in the male line of those living at Eleusis at the end of the 6th century, when they received their demotes. Accordingly, the term Eleusinian priests as used in this study will mean priests who had functions in the sanctuary of Demeter and Kore at Eleusis. The adjective Eleusmion will not imply any connection with the Dame of Elensis. The terms priest and sacred official also need some explanation. The latter term is meant to include persons who had religion's functions in the cult but were probably never called lapes or pen, such as the roles Adorius and the Ioi. It is also convenient to use it to designate people who were regarded as Ps in some periods but may not always have been, such as the Exegetes. Excluded from this study, therefore, are state-appointed officials of the sanctuary and its festivals, with the exception of the Hearth-initiate, the secret of the mysteries, and Christian writers. Since the present study is intended to be introductory to a corpus of Eleusinian inscriptions, and the focus of this study is primarily on the sacred officials and not on the cult as a whole, it would be somewhat out of place and premature to attempt to discuss the highly controversial evidence concerning the secret content of the mysteries, the one part of the cult to which the inscriptions naturally very rarely pertain. The situation is both simplified and complicated by the lack that most of our evidence for the secret content comes from Christian writers, simplified to some extent. Because often enough these writers refer to the Sycrius without specifying which priesthood was involved. Complicated because often we cannot be sure whether the mysteries they had in mind were those of the Athenian Elensis. There was a suburb of Alexandria called Eleusis, and it has long been suspected that there was a mystery cult there. Nilsson was the first to gather adequate evidence, and much good sense would result by following Malonis's suggestions that at least some of the statements of Christian writers on the mysteries refer only to the Alexandrian Eleusis, decisive proof that there was a mystery cult there, and that it was at least superficially modeled after the Athenian cult one belief can be found in a statement of Porphyry which to my knowledge has always been understood
by modern scholars as referring to the Athenian coulis, και δεν τους κατελευσίνα μυστηρίου άρι μακ νεροκατησές εικόνα που δημιουργού ανακαινίζεται. Δαδούχος δεν εσ τεν γλίο βαλ ντίζι χουκιου chwi, και lepus no viepol.
This sinuation, rather strange for an agricultural cult such as Diui in Attica, one might offhand ascribe to late syncretism. However, it is clear that the fragment of Porphyry's Hepi Horror cited by Eusebius, of which the above sentence on Eleusis forms a small part, is a discussion of Egyptian cults, and is so introduced by Eusebius.
Τη δε τεν Αιγυπτίων πάλι τι ατάη συνέχιν σύμβολα.
The reference must be to the mystery cult at the Alexandrian Eleusis. The beginning of this Alexandrian cult probably dates back to the time of Ptolemy I, who, according to Tacitus, consulted Timotheus, the exegete of the Eumolpidae, concerning a dream he had.
Ptolemaeos hominet miraculo exitus sacerdotibus. Aegyptiorum, quibus mostaliente legie, nocturnos visus aperit, atque ili pontiet externorum parum gnaris. Timotheum Atheniensing egenti Eumolpidarum, quem ucencistit carimoniarum Eluesinian scriveat, quae non illa superstitiu, cudasing, interrogat. Timotheus quae sitis qui in pontum measent, cognoscit urbem Eluesinopen, nec procul templum veter terracolas fama lovis ditis namc, et muliebrem Ephesians agistere quam pleric.
Proserpinam vocent. The natural interpretation of this passage is that Timotheus had been summoned by Ptolemy some time previous to this dream as an antistes covermoniarum, and was still in Alexandria when Ptolemy hind the dream. It is also natural to assume that the ceremoniae for which Lie gave exegesis were those of the newly established, or about to be established, mystery cult in a suburb of Alexandria at any rate, in view of the statement of Lorfery and the evidence cited by Nilsson. There was a mystery cult there, and at least in some externals it was very similar to the Athenian cult. However, the present study is not the place to continue the discussion, which has been well advanced by Malonis's studies. Eliot W. Lish of the statements of the Christian writers are applicable to Alexandria and Winch to Auwica. Hieronymy. For the convenience of the reader, this unusual custom will be described here. Hieronymy applied to 5 priests, the Hierophant, Daduch, sacred herald, altar priest and Pyrophoros, and to one group of priestesses, the Hierophantids. It involved the replacement of their name with the title of their praesaliud. For example, according to the rule of Hieronymy, the Hierophant's name took the from, tongeris, patronymic, demotic. If he was a Roman citizen, this form could be preceded by his praenomen and gentilicium, for example, tuipos, alpha tau. Particular case. All these elements of a Hieronymus name need not be present, but his original Greek name is never present. Having been replaced by the title of his priesthood in die instance given, the custom was in force from the time the priest was installed until he died. After his death, his original name could again be used. This custom was not in use throughout the entire history of the cult, and did not begin at the same time for all the priesthoods which eventually adopted it. In the case of the Hierophant, it evidently began to be rigorously observed sometime between 148 BC and the last quarter of the 2nd century C, after which time all the evidence shows that it was being observed, there being no evidence to the contrary. In the case of the Daduch, Hieronymy was evidently not observed before the beginning of the 1st century after Christ, and there is no positive evidence for its observance until the Wetzeler lists of the middle of the 2nd century. The sacred herald did not become Hieronymus until sometime between 110-20 and 166 AD. Hieronymy for the altar priest is first attested for L. Menenius, altar priest, of Thoricos, who served from 121 to 124 to 191 or 192 AD, but no evidence concerning his title is available before 168/9. The altar priest was not Hieronymus at the end of the 1st century BC. The first evidence for Hieronymy for the Pyrophoros comes from the end of the 2nd century. He was not Hieronymus at the end of the 1st century BC. The first securely datable inscription for altaronym, Os Hierophantid, is from the end of the 1st century AD. In the case of the Hierophant, Hieronymy did occur in at least one instance, considerably before the time when it began to be observed strictly. At least one inscription shows that the practice was in use around the end of the 4th century C. This leads me to believe, with Foucault, that originally it may have been a mark of respect given to the Hierophant, at first not required and not officially observed, but eventually it became established as a custom and as an official rule. In the case of the Hierophant, as has been stated above, strict official observance of Hieronymy began in the 3rd or 4th quarter of the 2nd century BC. Eventually it became a crime to reveal the real name of a Hieronymus priest. 80. That by Luem's time a scene such as the following
could he described κατευθές, εντυγχάνω δαδούχων, τε καύκαρο παύτικα το σέλους ερωτοποιείς δυνίας, στράτη άλλη. Τούπτερ, τεν, έγκλημα επάγοντας τη γνώμαζεν ατόες, καθά έτα εοέδες. Θηκέξ ουπεροσιώθησαν, ενόντι μητέες η καχαοκέτη ονομαστή. Εσεν Hieronymy ήδη γεγεννημένη.
First Hierophant I. Until shortly before the end of the 4th century AD, there is no attested transgression of the ancestral custom which dictated that the Hierophant was to be taken only from the genos of the Eumolpidae. 1. Zawopos, Pseudo-Lysias, against Andicides 54. Topfer, 1889, p. 55. Fonkart, 1914, p. 187, pa. 6182. Around the beginning of the 5th century before Christ, Zacharias, the earliest known Hierophant, was the great-grandfather of an unknown Eumolpid, who delivered a speech against Andicides in 400. Thus he would have been living around the beginning of the 5th century. He was married, but neither his great-grandson nor son Diocles, who is mentioned in the great-grandson's speech as having once given advice to a court hearing a case of Acebeda, were Hierophants. Although it is not known whether Zacharias was still married or a widower when he became Hierophant, it is at least evident that a man who had married was not thereby disqualified. Beginning of 5th century. Around the time of Zacharias, perhaps even during his term of office, 2 sets of regulations were set up within or near the Eluesinian in Athens. One concerning perquisites of priesthoods of the mysteries, and the other concerning sacrifices at festivals whose names are lost. The former is conjectured to date from c. 500 and 10-500, and the latter 500-480. Both datings are based on letter forms, and on the fact of Boustrophedon writing. Only the earlier of the two definitely mentions Eleusinian priesthoods, but in a context which is obscure because of the fragmentary state of the inscription. Reiki air. We can assume that the other Eleusinian priests, including the Hierophant, were mentioned in the missing part. The special significance of these 2 inscriptions lies in the fact that they are the first in a series of known measures regulating the perquisites of these priests. The fees of the Hierophant and the other Eleusinian priests, all members of aristocratic gene, were at this time not left to the whim of the individual priests but were regulated by law. c. 460 billion c. The perquisites were again regulated around 460, as part of a major piece of legislation published on 4 sides of a stele which was set up in the city Eluesinian. According to this law, the perquisites were to be paid at the mysteries to each priest by each initiate. Although only the amount paid by each initiate to the priestess of Demeter is actually preserved in the main body of the law, the priestess is clearly the last in a list of priests and the amounts they are to receive. I present here a new text of the relevant part of this inscription, face C, which I inspected in the summers of 1969 and 1970, and some IL commentary? Commentary, lines 5-8, Sokolowski, supplement, 3 correctly rejected merits hapuroids, line 6, the Hierophant. Seems clear from this inscription and others of the 5th century, were a body of officials appointed by the state whose duties were mainly financial and administrative, and thus did not belong in service to culti. Proprement dit, their remuneration would have come from the state, not from the initiates. However, his own restoration, Hierophantids, is also unsatisfactory. There was never in the history of the cults more than one sacred herald. Moreover, the article, which is used before all the other names of priesthoods in this inscription, should be expected before Hierophantids as well, since the perquisites of the other principal priests of the cult are stated at the end of the inscription. Lines 47-50, in a different hand. Presumably the only priests mentioned here before the priestess of Demeter are the Hierophant and Daduch, yet a satisfactory restoration is difficult to find. The restoration alpha p omicron lambda alpha nu kappa alpha to omicron lambda epsilon xi alpha sigma iotanu, 1 to omicron live sigma alpha arhonu to epsilon, lambda alpha mu beta alpha nu to omega he Judy, is doubtful because of the imperative, which is not used in this inscription, and the position of the Hierophant following the Daduch. NAPD Rutro Hexer LA was apparently first restored by Zihan, Sa Eorle Kirchhoff. Line 9 Hugkar Merit, line 11 or Merit, line 15 he Merit. Line 20, If Horo Aeolus Merit. There is no interpanate here as far as I can see, and the point on the stone where the NN is supposed to be is completely broken away.
Line 21 Kepsar Merit lines 223 VRF Merit, rare and roll over Sokowoski. Lines 13-4 Re Latroem Jores Pe Evas Pre Minen Ametiet, Thelion Dikafer Rego Mezestes Menalaka.
Ja Sokolovsky. It is quite possible that young people other than the Exegetes Ferias could not be initiated, but there is nothing, as far as I know, which proves it. Merit's restoration seems to be a guess also. Line 25, Oa Wurio a Oriusqui Hiller. Line 26 XS Sokolowski, Res L. Wilhelm. I could not see the interpunct which Merit reported that he saw before Kepicus. Line 27, I could read no letter before Aries. Line 28, Ina Lajos Mary. Riso Clinton. Line 29, Exidor Carpine. Cromer, lines 30-1 Hoaxon Sokolowski, Elvis Russ Hoff and Kronert. Wilhelm, Hekaro, or Ba Merit dis Kepison Kirsch, Merit Hesperia 14 1945, p. 71 objects to Kruner's restoration on the ground that it is Larbarus Greek. If he has Ra de Kepison in mind, and decides probably would not agree, he quotes a man saying, Etia, Pirho tau omicronu munu shieta omeganu tau on the mysteries, 116th whatever the restoration. The sense must be that any member of either genus was entitled to conduct myesis. It was completely up to him whether he did so or not, the gemos having no voice in the matter. Otherwise Andocides, a member of the Caracaes but not warily beloved of his genus at the time, probably would not have conducted the myesis which he mentioned in On the Mysteries, 132. This consideration does not favor Daxlo A&E according to Meisterhans Schweizer Grammatik der Wischen in Schriften, p. 178-6, in place of X, does not occur in Attic inscriptions until the middle of the 3rd century. Lines 32 to 4, res and raps merit Hesperia 14, 1945, p. 77, res as merit Ibid, 15 1946 p. 253, C. Sokolovsky Jeffa, merit, Lex Jos Stikolovsky. Merit does not say what made him change his mind. The upper tip of an oblique stroke which I could see at the beginning of line 33 offers only K or 10th no solution. Bin 1 favor res autopsies in connection with the new reading in line 34 see below. LSJ does not report any examples in 8th prose of Ali or 8 meaning to be in charge of or in control of as merit, and Sokolovsky seemed to have in mind for their use of the middle infinitives here. Line 34 hours owes merit. When the light was striking the stone at a certain angle, the second letter of this word appeared clearly as 0. I could not make out any certain traces of the next two letters. This reading eliminates the somewhat superfluous phrase, Hosar Bonora, in favor of Hoar or Hor Devi, or find worthy of some consideration the restoration mix Jolai M, that is, authorization was made here for borrowing money from the fund of Demeter and Kore, just as it had tween done from the fund of Athena. It is interesting that here, as in SEG, and 24, lines 12 to 13, a change in the administration of the treasury of Demeter and Kore is described in terms of an already existing arrangement in the administration of the treasury of Athena on the Acropolis. Line 37, 6 Rokor Hiller and Merit, Hapo Sokolovsky. Merit was right to retain Hiller's reading. There is no vertical stroke at the left of the stenches of the dotted tan, but there is an upper horizontal stroke barely visible. Lines 38 to 40, Rai Luar 0 Exerdu top Merit. Sokolovsky suggests Kor. The stone shows that the mu of 2 can also be interpreted as eta or epsilon perhaps then I rho. Upio. The second letter in line 40 could also be a sigma, so perhaps e ripi eel, I, though the restoration eludes us. The passage probably refers to the special care taken by the state or the gene to EPSILON9SURE, the initiation of orphans. Line 48 Merit 1945, Epasvi Merit 1946, Sokolovsky. I am inclined to favor but certainty is impossible. Line 41, Rus Merit. The vertical stroke of the third letter of this word lies at the left of the stotius. And so is probably not iota. Perhaps the restoration is gra, that is, the orphan's sacrifice altogether, the costs of which were borne by the gene or the state. The regular initiates, the mistai, sacrifice individually and bear the cost themselves. Line 42 Hero Merit 1945, Heroes Exols Meriti 1946 Har. Sokolovsky. Sokolovsky's conjecture is the most appealing, but Posaris Liad be substituted to Ressa, on the basis of G. 11, 1673, line 62 Polyuara Bora. Saw. Merit's restoration 1946 however cannot be excluded, for it is known that the Eumolpidae had the task of inscribing the initiates see below p. 26. Line 43, Kirchhoff Phoenos. Sokolovsky, 18 points out that era is, Sokolovsky up T, p, just as frequent as few but he does not note any difficulty in having and buopes in the same sentence for the same agent. Anyway, his interpretation of the whole sentence does not really require oinos in place of us. Line 446 Leonardo's Pad Hiller, Ray or R. Roberts Ardner, RS ROHP Kronert. The iota of res is at the present time completely illegible. It seems to me that the alki outside the sanctuary is meant in light of the practice of prohibiting the imris from entering the sanctuary c. Milonus, Elauses, pp. 224-226. Two Ikai were connected with the cult of Demeter and Koreu Eleusis, one within the sanctuary in front of the telesterion, and the other in front of the main gate, now the greater Propylaea. The latter is probably the one mentioned by Pseudo-Demosthenes in Agutnus Noera 116, Ris expes de ali Eliris. The courtyard in front of the sanctuary does in fact have an exapu. List to 45 of Avuero Kirchhoff, Pupero Sokolovsky. See note on line 43. The final sigma first appears in Hiller's text. I could not see it. Line 47, Adder Foucault. Hiller and Merit read the Omicron of R, which I could not. For the restoration WPAWA see below P77.
In 48 need not be a mistake for Joy Brol. So Merit, but could he rather shorten form? O teton, thesin tetriou, Demos o Atheneon for o Demos iten.
Trave Pabiazian. Merit's study removed the support for OA which was formerly found in line. In addition, lack of space seems to render it impossible here. The inscription on face C had its right margin at the very edge of the stone, as Merit's drawings of fragments and show. Since the Omicron of Rice lies almost directly under the Omicron of Risorios, the lacuna at the end of line 48 is equivalent to 8 Snickerton spaces. But line 48 is non-Stachydon. 5 of its letters correspond approximately to 4 Stoichydon letters, so we may calculate the lacuna at the end of line 45 to be not longer than about 10 letters, which precludes lane 49, Rora Adeho Rapizian. By a calculation of the length of the lasima at the end as in line 48, it is clear that notior is too long, und, So the correct restoration must be Rorofod Sapa. Line 50, Roy Juar Hiller. The row is, beyond the break it does not appear in any text before Hiller's. It is quite possible that phase C had more lines, informing us that the appended priests like the priestess were to receive 1 obol apiece at both the greater and lesser mysteries. Discussion. If at Dulape in line 7 to 8 is correct, the priest who preceded the priestess of Demeter collected at least 1/2 obol daily from each initiate at the mysteries. If we reckon 9 or 10 days to the greater and at least 1 day to the lesser mysteries, at least 5 obols were requested from each initiate for just this priest. Though only 2 separate fees are listed in this inscription, it looks as if they are listed in decreasing amounts. Since all the major priests are listed except the Hierophant and Daduch, the latter most possibly preceded the priestess and were granted greater amounts, of which the amount for the priest just discussed is 1. Whatever the original purpose of these collections, according to this law they were apparently not intended to be pocketed by the recipients but to go to the treasury of Demeter and Kore Iepd Rosfewar, except for 1,600 obols to be spent by the priestess on expenses as she had done in the past. These expenses were presumably connected with the festival, while the money that went to the treasury of the goddesses was used for general expenses of the sanctuary. This inscription makes known that the priests of the cult were not responsible for carrying out the initiating the ages, but that this was rather a duty of any adult member of the Hereches and Eumolpidae who wished to perform it lunes 20 to 31. This fact has led to the abandonment of the notion, once held, that wines was originally a term that applied to the whole process of experiencing the mysteries, from the presentation of oneself as a candidate to the witnessing of the secret rites in the telesterion. Now it is clear that aims originally had a restricted meaning. It was the preliminary instruction given to the initiate at any time of the year by any member of the Eumolpidae or the Hereches, whereas the ceremony which took place in the sanctuary at Elasis was the reller, performed once a year by the priest's aims was the first step, Rekers the final one, first Ein Weihung and then Weihe. The Hierophant therefore had no part in the abjures as Hierophant, though it is not inconceivable that he initiated people as a Eumolpid. 430 feet or 420 feet, there is a very disputed piece of evidence IG, I-77, which seems to indicate that the Hierophant was already included among the Asitoi at this time. This inscription, variously dated to the 43 Os and 42 OHs, lists the people who were given Hermes in the Prytaneum.
The first group mentioned has been traditionally restored as follows: the Redira Y, Exipritani proton mentuis in the Erevsitos theon Karapon.
M. Ostwald has more recently restored Porov U to Hippocantus Verovo Jara Rai. He rejects the traditional restoration on the grounds that in the preserved part of the inscription movable, nu never occurs except in oxa, a formulaic term, thus royus is quite improbable, and that in the Asitoi list of the Roman period, which is the only other time we are informed about the priestly members of this group, not all the Eluesinian priests are listed, and those that are listed do not remain the same, except the Hierophant, the only one who always appears. However, Ostwald's Restauration does not receive further support from the fact that the Hippocares was, in classical times, the only member of the Eluesinian priesthood who was a priest and a magistrate at the same time. His reference for this, Foucard 1914, p. 178, reads, La charge du Hierophant était à la fois un sacerdoce et une magistrature, dox is pains, comme le dit une inscription. But Foucard does not identify the inscription. It is 1G 2 1235, a decree of the Eumolpidae and the Hereches, dated around 2487 see below, honoring a Hierophant for, among other things, Sa ire rochi epsilon iota tau epsilon ru mega sigma nueta, epsilon sigmachita munu omega nuga makapalam dia tato omikronu, alpha epsilon tonu tapet. Thus the Hierophant certainly was not considered a magistrate of the state in this inscription, but at most an officer of the G, like Diaxors Aryur in the same inscription line 24. And it is indeed perfectly conceivable that the Eumolpidae and Hereches used this phrase to mean even less than that, namely, in his priestly office or in the term of his priesthood. Furthermore, we know so little about AP 72 1951 pp 24-32. This is not a strong argument against rain. Use of movable NU can be very erratic. FL threat HSCP 74 1970 1348 OP CIT P32 JJ Martha 1881 pp 8-10 believed without a doubt that priesthoosts in general were city magistracies on the basis of Plato lens. Aristotle Politics 1299. At Elasis the Hierophant and Daduch were certainly in charge of the sanctuary administration. But by the end of the 5th century the financial power of the sanctuary was in the hands of the Eplater and the Athenian state. The state, though it probably would normally make advice from the Hierophant and Daduchi, legislated in matters of the sanctuary which affected its own interest, such as the availability of the sanctuary, its loss and finance, and its political value as a cultural highlight of Athens, but there is no evidence that it ever touched in any significant way the basic religious matters of the sanctuary. In a sense, the priesthoods were doyle, in that they did have some power within the sanctuary, and they were responsible to the state in some matters, e.g., they underwent an audit, we below, p. 46, but the fact that they were not appointed by the state and their power did not emanate lem the state liardly allows to regard them as city magistracies, nor do Plato and Aristotle regard them as such. To Plato, Locke, Cit, it is suggested that the relationship between the aesitoi of this period and those of the Roman period that it is difficult to have confidence in either Ostwald's restoration or the traditional one, especially since there is good reason to believe that the latter aesitoi were not fed in the Prytaneum where the former were fed, but in the Tholos, 421 BC. In this year a decree, IG 1281, was passed concerning the reconstruction of a bridge over the Catos, which probably had been destroyed during the war, and without which the sacred way was virtually impassable. It is to be built hos as ralupa sporuhehupe gelatara, and of such a width hive hunksa terras, dedwas logur di irivahupa. It is striking that the priestesses seem to have a principal role in the sacred procession, i.e. carrying the hiera. There is no mention of the Hierophant here in connection with the most sacred objects of the cult. The inscription divides the procession into two groups, as hugpeas and rois loot the marchers. The priestesses carry the herd whereas the marchers follow after the hiera debit irl raluepa. However, one cannot be sure whether the Hierophant was considered as belonging to the latter group, or whether he marched at a point in the procession all read of the priestesses, 6.5 or 5.4, if the legislation of ca. 460, discussed above, could be called democratic in protecting the mistus, the private citizen, from being financially exploited by aristocratic priests. The next testimony concerning the Hierophant, from the year 6.5 or 5.4, reflects to Wenkavos, priests and priestesses be in charge of sanctuaries just as there are officials to take care of other subdivisions of the city and country, and that they should be appointed by the date except the serum irir, which should be left alone.
Aristotle, Locke, Cit states lan lealium fpm jalem vonia wake, αρχές πολλών των επιστάτε η πολιτική κοινωνία δείτε. Αμπέρ, 20 πάντες, είτε τους αλληνούν, ούτε τους κλιματούς άρχοντας αντίου. Στο λέπας πάεμ. A few lines later be defines a magistracy. De res apxd hard rairat des vole. Βασιλεί αρθεί το περί πριν και κρίνει και επιτάξει. Και μάλιστα τούτο nike in hope.
The discus of these lines in W. L. Newman, The Politics of Aristotle, Oxford, 1902, 4 pp. 255 to 256.1, can hardly weigh that commanding is the malfunction of an Eleusinian priest.
At any rate, the problem of whether or not an office can be called an ex to one Ilonias Aristotle, για να διαφέρει τος μέκν της χρήσης όδεν.
C.S. Dow, Priors, Hesperia, Peopleon, 1937, pp. 22 to 24. The conciliar year of the first secretary is dated to by McGregor, AP 59, 1938, 147 to 162. The period after the cessation of hostilities in 421 would be the most reasonable time for this decree calling for construction within a war zone. C.J. Travlod K. Kuruwaitz, Borea, 1937, pp. 25 to 41. For the procession see below, pp. 35 to 36, for the preses, PN pp. 88 to 89. Far a recent discussion of the date, see R. Meigs and D. Lewis, A Selection of Gronk Historical Inscriptions, Clord, 1969, pp. 222 to 223, with bibliography. The date is not of critical, some extent the Athenian imperialism of this period. It is a singraph dealing principally with the collection of the Aropshi y Sapro war de war. It orders that the announcement of the request to send the Aparche to the Eleusinian goddesses be promulgated first to the Athenians, then to their allies, and finally, with perhaps a slight touch of humor, to all Greek cities, not commanding but encouraging them. The proceeds from the sparsh were to lie used for a great sacrifice and dedications to the two goddesses, i.e. for adorning the sanctuary.
It is striking how minor a role the Hierophant had in all this wherever they kaf. Μια Pyrophantes και διδαυλούχος μυστηρίους, επάρχεσθε της βέλωνας τε καρπό, κάτε τε πάτρια καύτεν μαντίαν τε χει δέλπο, αϊπαρέιτς ράσλος ρο καρπό ηρώξ απρό, το σεπαράτον δημάρχου κατά τάξη δέμου δέκαστον, και το πάρετεν πόλεων κάτε τεν πόλην διεκάση του καταθέντων, εν.
Ro exario ex savoir thirst to bucks. All the other details are to be taken care of. Hi, the hieropoi and the bull. The hikropoloi are to be the ones who actually receive the grain, arrange for its storage and sale, and from its proceeds perform the sacrifice, probably at the end of the festival of the mysteries. Even the announcement of the Hierophant and Daduch is not very important. The crucial announcement to the cities is to be made by the bull through its heralds, so that by comparison the priest's announcement at the mysteries appears somewhat pro forma, merely lending religious and ancestral legitimacy to an enterprise calculated to enhance the glory of Athens as the cradle of civilization, the home of Demeter and Triptolemus, A great deal of grain is expected. An architect is commissioned to build 3 new storerooms Troy. A great sacrifice is to be made from the proceeds of
grain, and the money left over is to be used for dedications. Learing the aposterion dpt carpites. Aparches en nethethe. Pelenon ten aparchomenon, the body of
the decree. Theon closes with a promise of fruitfulness and abundance to those who do not wrong the Athenians, either their city or their 2 goddesses. This is not a newly invented enterprise, for it is done Sara Ravarpa Salrir Pariarter by Aelp, only the scale is new and, naturally, some of the resulting details. What we are witnessing here is the remaking of an old local custom, to some extent also observed by foreigners, into an institution of such a grand scale that state personnel, the Hieropoios, are required to handle the main administrative burdens, and consequently overshadow here the traditional administrators of the sanctuary, the Hierophant and the Daduch. Before this transformation, the procedure concerning the Apartia was probably as follows. Each year at the mysteries, the Hierophant and the Daduch Anpiomicroniotasigmout that in Parshi should be given to the TW goddesses. It was then given the following June at harvest time, stored for the summer in Aros, and taken out at the time of the mysteries, just before the fall sowing. Originally there was in all probability no sacrifice as described in this decree, since it is not performed by an Eluesinian priest. For this reason the Eumolpidae must now give exegesis for it. There, exegesis, among other things, would specify the date of the sacrifice, which was left unmentioned in the decree. Even though the state could not arbitrarily institute a sacrifice at the mysteries without the sanction of the Eumolpidae, it did manage to have it performed by its own appointers, and not by the Hierophant and Daduch. 415 BC. At this time the Eleusinian mysteries were involved in one of the most tragic misfortunes of Athens, the condemnation of Alcibiades on a charge of impiety against the goddesses of the mysteries.
According to Plutarch, the following impeachment was made against him: Thessalos Kimonos Lakiadis Alkiviadis Klinius Kamvonidis Isigilen Edike en pertet thet bome. Μονον τε μυστήρια και δεικνύνατε τόσα το ετέρουσεν. Τεοκείτε αυτό. Έχοντας τόλεν ο άμπερντι Hierophantidis έχων. Δεικνύεται δερά και ονομάζοντα ατεν μεκ Hierophantidin πολιτήμων δε μήχου. Ή και δε Θεόδωρου Αγγαία, τους διάλους εταίρους μίστας προσαγορεύοντα κάχε πόπτας παρά τε νόμιμα κάφετε καθεστικότα, χόπτε, ευμολπίδων και κηρύκων.
Kai te lepturi bes. He was thereupon condemned by default, and it was further decreed that all priests and priestess 6e, all the Eleusinian ones, were to curse him. Theano, to lead priestess of Demeter and Kore, however, refused, saying that she was a praying priestess and not a cursing priestess. Andicides was similarly cursed at this time in the
following manner: lepea, sai lepisarares carpavaro, presos peran και τακτικίδης Ανάστασης. Κατά το νόμιμον το παλαιόν κάφο αριού.
2. Belupos Plutarch, Alcibiades, 33. Topfer, 1889, p. 55. Foucar, 1914, p. 187. Peso A, 6827, in office in 415 and 408. 7 years later, when the Athenians changed their minds and decreed the return of Alcibiades, Theanor did not have to indo a curse.
The others did. Εψίησαν το διητής άρας αποστάσεστε πάλιν ευμολπίδας καχκήρικας. Ον μπι πικήσαντο το δήμου προστάξαντος. Ο Diodorus the Hierophant tried to save face, εφοσιουμένον δε τον άλλον Θεοδωρωστό, Δεροσάντης, αλ.
Epsilon p epsilon philam da omega kappa alpha tau farhoa sigma muitanu alpha epsilon tau kappa alpha lambdanu omicron upsilon deltanu muatedeltanu ali rock. It seems, in effect, in pronouncing the curse, he, like the other priests, acted as though he were an organ of the state, the cursing organ, and if the state on another occasion declared the curse to be null and void, he as official execrator so rescinded it. Of all the priests, apparently only Theodorus was clever enough to have hedged his original curse in such a way as to make it clear that it was dependent primarily on the will of the state and not his own. Thus, he personally could appear to take no responsibility for the inanity of cursing someone and then having to take it back. It is interesting that apparently one of the priests was so revolted by Alcibiades' alleged impiety as to utter a pully cure against line completely on his own. The ability to do so might have been, like a papal interdiet, a source of considerable political power. But this was not done. From early times, Iabea was a crime that was under the jurisdiction of the state courts. This a curse by a priest could appear ridiculous if the man were subsequently found innocent in court. If a Hierophant or some ollier priest of the mysteries were really concerned about an act of impiety against the goddesses, the most efficacious course of action would be to initiate a suit of action in court, or to provide testimony and support for such a suit. On the other hand, if priests were convinced that a man was in fact innocent of impiety despite the verdict of the court, they apparently could refuse a command of the state to curse him. The case of Theano clearly shows they could do this however strong public indignation against the condemned knight be, but Theodorus complied and made the curse. His later rescinding of it even though the Eumolpidae and Characes were opposed to Alcibiades' return, and his attempt at saving CE showed that he was careful to remain on the side of public opinion, an Aeneid probably rarely, found in Hierophantids when Athens was firmly under the control of the aristocrat epsilon mu epsilon to alpha. 3. Absence. Pseudo-Demosthenes against Neacra, 116 Plutarch Pelopidi 10, on the sign of Socrales 596 E, Nepos Pelopidas, 3 Topapher 1889 pp. 55-56. PA 2447. Foucart, 1914 p. 188, in office in 379. 2 episodes have come down to us concerning Archias. The first relates to the year 379, when Pelopidas and his companions were just about to make a mu-suspected coup d'état against the oligarchs and Spartan garrison Thebes. One of the oligarchs, completely drunk, dismissed a messenger from Athens. With the words oisos els alpor ta rovini, the accepted letter which the messenger was carrying was from the oligarch's old friend, Archons the Hierophant, and contained an advance warning of the forthcoming coup. A short time later it took place and the bibulous oligarch was killed. The starting point of Pelopidas's operation was Deopari. From there the younger men among the exiles were sent ahead to take over Thebes while the rest remained behind until they received news of success. The proximity of this gathering place to Eleusis may have facilitated the Hierophants Disphor and Sparans, Asaeus on the estate of Apollocovery of the plot. The other episode relates to the time that Archias was convicted of impiety.
The conviction and some details of his crime are mentioned by the accuser of Naftiaxion Dac Kikene en Thymithine. Εκ Ενδρές Αθηναίος, ότι αρχίαντεν Hierophantιν γενόμενον. Εξελεγθέντα όντε δικαστηρίγες σεβόντα καθήνοντα πάρετε μέτρια της θυσίας, καλέσατε έμεις, κι άλλα σε κατηγορήθη αυτού, κι ότι συνόπετε έτεροι αλόης σέπτετες εσχάρας εν τα άγλε ελευσίνη προσαγούς ιντερίων θύσεων, η νομή μου ούτως, εν ταύτε, τα αμερωθήτες. Οδ, εκείνη ούσης της θυσίας, αλ Caesarias, the Hierophant, therefore, probably did not have the
right to perform a sacrifice at the Haloa apparently. Only the priestess of Demeter and Kore had this right. After recounting this incident, the accuser of Nevera proceeds to stress the importance and prestige of this man. He was a Eumolpid, of noble ancestry and very wealthy, having performed several liturgies for the city, but nothing could save him, neither list, wealth nor his prestige nor the entreaties of his relatives and friends. 373 to 371. Around 373 to 371 an unnamed Hierophant repaid a loan of 44 minutes which he had made by mortgaging a home in the city to Euctemon. Upon repayment of the loan by the Hierophant, Euctemon returned to him the house, of which he Euctemon had the use while the mortgage was in effect. The date is Rizona, Bly close to the time of Archias's incumbency to regard him as the Hierophant in question though certainly is not possible. Before middle of 4th century BC. The Hierophant is mentioned in 2 fragmentary inscriptions dated roughly to before the middle of the 4th century, but no information about the Hierophant emerges in either case. Doris, 9, H. Deals and W. Schubart. Didymi de Demosthene Commenta Tubner, 1904. Kernel 13, lines 41-58, and Kernel 14, lines 35-49. Tupfer, 1889 p. 55. PA 8969. Foucart, 1914, p. 188, in office from shortly before 353 to at least 350-49. Lacratides is mentioned as the current Hierophant in the following passage of a speech made about 353 about to set off to Corinth with the Athenian army. Apollodorus, lest anything happened to him, made his will and provided his sister with a dowry and gave her to marry Tau-omicron Tau-nunu. Yanadi, the natural interpretation of the phrase, tau tanu epsilon omicronu tau gamma epsilon numi omega mint. Lacratides had just recently become Hierophant. The passage refers to the betrothal of Lacratides and the sister of Apollo. Off to fight against Corinth therefore around 394, Doris, which took place just before Apollodorus went. We assume that in 394 Lacratides was about 30 years old, the age at which Greek men were likely to then be would be close to 70 at the time. He was appointed Hierophant shortly before 353. Statements of Philochorus and Androtion cited in a papyrus of Didymus's commentary on Demosthenes reveal that he was still serving as Hierophant in 350. Concerning the Lepa Pius was issued LG, i.e. 204. 349. He was therefore in office when in 352 the decree, and participated in its implementation. The following events seem to have led up to this decree. Cultivators of the land adjoining the Hiera Orgas, land sacred to the Eluesinian goddesses, had been gradually in the course of time, and now the encroachment had, encroaching upon it, the boundaries having disappeared, gone so far that there was cause for special action. A decree was passed calling for the demos to choose 10 men to form a committee which would determine the boundaries of the Orgus, and for the Hierophant, the Daduch, the Heracles, the Eumolpidae, and any other Athenian who wished to be present during the deliberation of the committee. The oracle at Delphi was to determine a related question: should the land now encroached upon be rented to its present cultivacars in order to pay for the construction of the porch of the Telesterion and the repair of the sanctuary? Or should the occupants be removed and the land left uncultivated? Towards the end of the decree it is stated that the Hierophant and the Priestess of Demeter are to sacrifice an aperipior to Demeter and Kore, for which the treasurer of the demos is to give them 30 drachmae. The decree does not inform us of Apollo's judgment in this matter, but fortunately the papyrus of Didymus does. Apollo decided that the land should be left uncultivated. Later, apparently, the Megarians who had encroached on the land disputes the location of the boundaries and were unwilling to pay rent, so that in the year 350 to put an end to this, the Athenians marched on Megara. In the face of the Athenian army, the Megarians yielded, on condition that the Hierophant and the Daduchi determine the boundaries.
Όβεξ καιρό. Μεγαρής Χριστός γενέστε, την Hierophantin λακρατής, όλην κάχτεν εδουχον Hieroklidin, και ως είναι poor, ran.
We are not told whether the boundaries determined by the two priests differed from those set by the committee appointed by the demos. Unless the demos was overly zealous, they probably did not, since it is hardly likely that the Hierophant and the Daduch would deprive the goddesses of any of their rightful land. This may have been a face-saving compromise on the part of the Megarians rather than an actual concession by the Athenians, it being easier for the Megarians to accept a settlement decided by the sacred representatives of Demeter and Kore than one decided by a committee representing the Athenian state. This is another instance of an administrative function of the Hierophant, whereby he acts primarily as guardian of the property of the two goddesses. The decree makes it clear that both the Eumolpidae and the Heracles have to be consulted in this administrative matter, and that the Hierophant and Daduch are the spokesmen for these gene. Thus, as in the administrative matters in the decree of 416 fifths concerning the Aparchi IG 176, here also, the Hierophant, the representative of the Eumolpidae, is joined lay the Daduch, the representative of the Heracles. Yet in sacrificing the Chorasterion, the Hierophant's associate is not the Daduch but the Priestess of Demeter. Possibly to be identified with this Hierophant is the Asperslanos, who dedicated a statue base, dated to the 4th century, probably in the Eluesinian in Athens. 5. Tepohen Tesenero Ilavulis. 1G 1188. Foncart, 1914 p. 188. In office around the middle of the 4th century. He is honored by the Dame of Eleusis in a decree dated by its lettering to about the middle of the 4th century. Since the exact middle of the century is occupied by Lacratides, we cannot be sure whether this Hierophant was before or after him. I have been able to read more of Elis inscription, so that an almost completely restored text can be presented here together with commentary and a photo. Commentary. My own restorations are lines 10, 11 except UA 12 except, 13 to 15, 16 beginning, 20, Dias 21, 22 beginning, 23 to 28, 29 beginning, 31 Aripan 33 beginning. The rest are by Skias or Kirchner, and are listed in the apparatus of LG, 1188 line, perhaps Elias Favos as Elamiros, Elias Evil OS is mentioned in LG, 11, 1672, lines 56 and 58 329 eighths, and Tedfe Elevrines, first restored. Here by Kirchner, appears on a 4th century grave tromument for his wife, IG, 11 6054 dated to 365 to 349. Lines 10 to 12 CFIG, 112, 275, lines 5 to 7, Elvi.
Κύρια τζα ψηφίσματα όσα Αθηναίοι ψηφίσαν το πεζί. Then line 19 fills the space and extends slightly to
the right. It does not occupy two spaces but is followed by a blank space. Line 20, Lysanes and a blank space, rather than. Trujillos seems necessary here because Fruleus is too long for the lacuna in line 26. Line 21, Rho Lep Palamowitz. Line 22, Kirchner's Amalur, strange in an Eluesinian decree, was a result of his incorrect reading of the end of line 21. Lines 22 to 24, the Eleusinians regularly had their demarchos announce honors conferred by them at their Dionysia. CFIG 11th 1193, lines 15 to 16, Aroas or Paluas restoration of a blank space scenes. Unavoidable here. Line 30, perhaps Ui Ra Ra R. Nor, which occurs with a different sense in Hesperia 8 1939, p. 178.
Lines 12 αρνητικός 13. Line 31. Αναγράψε.
Fire the space letter than Gamerhophep Saloniota. Line 33, Dinans Rin Angeli skins. There are no examples of decrees of the Dini of Eleusis set up in their agora. There are examples for their theater, FIG, 11 1185 fine 8. Also possible here is Eor cf. 1g, 11-1186, line 32. Discussion. The motivation expressed by the decree for honoring Hierocleides is nothing more than the standard formulae that Hierocleides was a benefactor of the deme. It is not said exactly how he benefited it. If he performed well his duties as Hierophant, he could be regarded as responsible to some extent for a large attendance at the mysteries, and therefore for bringing considerable economic benefit to the deme, which had to provide the material needs of the participants, and of course the preparations for the mysteries would go smoothly if he had good relations with the deme and its officials. Apparently this Hierophant, who was previously honored by the deme on several occasions, lines 10 to 12, had excellent relations. Psi. Below pp. 28-29. Fig. 1, 112, 1188, 1 Fig. 1. Drachma Cilicia was a dispensation from paying tax to the deme on property owned within its territory by people who were registered in other demas. We cannot infer from this whether or not Hierocleides actually owned property at Eleusis. Though it would not be unreasonable to assume that he did, the dispensation would in any case be available to himself or his descendants if they chose to do so. That he was wealthy may be inferred from the fact that Tisantemus of Patania, donor of a gold crown to Athena before 334 to 331, was most likely his son. This cannot also be inferred with certainty about his father, probably the Tisaminus of Paeania, who was treasurer of Athena in 4-3. Though treasurers of Athena were once taken only from the Pentahosio Medimnoi, the wealthiest class in Athens, the practice had probably become obsolete by this time. 6. Geros.
G. 11, 1544, line 35. Foucault. 1914 pp. 188 αρνητικός 189. Ζώων του Hierophantου γενομένου is the entire preserved testimony for this Hierophant.
It is contained in an inventory of the sanctuary drawn up by the Epistata from Eleusis in the year 32, at the close of their term of office 1336, 5 to 333 2. In Atti prosopography only Biaros or Motoros seem to be possible. Because of the fragmentary state of the inscription, nothing is known about this Hierophant, beyond the fact that he was in office at some time in the period the inscription covered, i.e. 336, 5 to 333 2. How long before or after this period his incumbency extended is unknown. The participle u imply assumption of office during this period. 9-8. May. Surprisingly, no mention is made of the Hierophant in the very extensive account of the sanctuary issued by the Epistatae in 329-8. A house of the Priestess is mentioned several times, lines 17, 74, 305, as well as the house of the Daduch, line 305, the houses of the Priestesses, line 293, and the house of the Kerykes, lines 24 to 25. The designations sacred houses, lines 70, 86, 94, 293, and the sacred house, lines 73, and the sacred house. These were dwellings of priests or priestesses, as one entry, line 127, clearly shows the sacred house where the priestess lives. And since the houses are included in this account of the expenditures for the sanctuary, they were undoubtedly located in the sanctuary itself. Thus the priestess of Demeter and Kore, the Daduch, and the priestesses lived within the sanctuary, but we leave no certain information about where the Hierophant lived, except for the fact that the Hierophant Hierocleides could have owned property outside the sanctuary, for which he was granted ateleia by the deme. In this same document, an intriguing object, Rophekion, the seat, is mentioned in line 145 without any defining characteristic. Tanu piota sigmaka pi epsilon epsilon sigma alpha nutau iota tau.
Aliu, και κολλήσαντι tos polis tres. And as Harisiov, it appears to have been so well known that it did not need definition.
The word faction is attested only here according to LSJ.S, but the use of the cognate verb baxi generally indicates ceremonial sitting. I suspect that faxios is a chair of office or throne, and is to be identified with the leopard's povos. The Hierophant was apparently the only Eluesinian priest to have a throne, part of one from the Roman period, was excavated and published by J. Travlos. If this interpretation of faction is correct, it is evidence that the custom of the iote psilon rumicron phi alpha nu tau iota kappa theta hun omicron was in use for over 700 years, to the very end of the cult. It is also reasonable to assume that it probably was in use for a long time before this account of 329-8, perhaps from the very beginnings of the cult. In this account it is also stated that from the yearly harvest of the Rarian field 61 medimo of barley were given to the priests and priestesses in each of the 4 years covered by the account, but it is not stated how this was divided among them. Certain amount of Rarian grain was also allotted to them as a group for the triateric and pentateucharic celebrations of the Eluesinia. 330 to 320. An unnamed Hierophant appears in an inscription of this period 330 to 320, at the head of a group of Neon, selected by him to perform some functions connected with the cult of Pluto in Athens. The Hierophant chose the following men to make up the couch for Phaedo and to decorate the table according to the oracle of the god. Thereupon follows a list of 10 distinguished Athenians. This and 3 other similarly worded inscriptions are the only testimonia for the custom. In one it is stated that all the chosen men were married. Pluto is of course intimately connected with the cult of Demeter and Kore at Eleusis, and this ceremony in Athens, because of the involvement of the Hierophant, must have been related to the Eluesinian cult in some way. The finding place of these 4 inscriptions, the Acropolis and its slopes, has led scholars to connect them with a sanctuary of the Erinyes near there. According to Pausanias, a statue of Pluto was situated in a sanctuary of the cult was not officially authorized by the state. His Erinyes beneath the Areopagus, ca. 370-322. From a speech of Hyperides whose title is not known, the statement is preserved, "I have the daughter neither of a Hierophant nor of a Daduch." This is another indication that some Hierophants were married, but of course it does not tell us whether they were still married or were widowers at the time they were serving as Hierophant. 7. Elpur, Diogenes Laertius, Aristotle 5 ed., Long Athenaeus, 15th 696, 697 billions, Index Librorum, Hesychiae, 189 ed., I during Aristotle in the biographical tradition, p. 88. Pa. 5972, Foucault, 1914, p. 189, in office in 323, during the outburst of anti-Macedonian feeling which occurred very shortly after the death of Alexander in 323, Eurymedon, the Hierophant, sought to bring Aristotle to trial on a charge of impiety. The incident is briefly described by Diogenes Laertius as follows: Aristotle withdrew to Chalcis because Eurymedon the Hierophant, or Demophilus, as Favorimius says in his Varia Historia, brought a charge of euspeia against him for having composed a bimn to the above-mentioned Hermias as well as the epigram for his statue at Delphi. He then quotes the entire hymn and epigram. However, a speaker in Athenaeus who relates that Demophilus filed the suit at the urging of Eurymedon gives more information about the charge. The poem composed by the learned Aristotle in honor of Hermias of Atarneus is not a pecan, as Lamophilus's, who was suborned by Eurymedon, alleged in his suit of imprety against the philosopher, charging him with commission of an impiety by singing a paean to Hermias every day at the common meals. The speaker then attempts to prove that Aristotle's poem is actually a scholion, and having completed his proof adds, moreover, Aristotle says in his defense against impiety, "If it is not a forgery, if I had intended to sacrifice to Hermias as an immortal, I would not have built a monument for him as for a mortal, nor would I have given his body funeral rites if I had intended to regard him as the possessor of an immortal nature." From these accounts of the charge and an alleged defense we can infer the precise charge of impiety brought against Aristotle, worshipping in public a god whose accusers evidently attempted to prove this by calling his poem a hymn or a paean, genres which in the classical period were reserved exclusively for the gods, and attempted to prove that the worship was public by referring to his singing of the poem at the common meals, and to his erecting a statue in Delphi. But Aristotle died at least before any sentence could be carried out, and perhaps even before a trial could take place. Diogenes composed the following epigram concerning the whole episode.
Πριμέδον πότε μέλεν Αριστοτέλινες Εβίας. Γράψαστε. Διούς μέσιλος εν πρόσολος. Έλπιεν εικόνα τους πέμεινε τούτε κούστη. Εν αρανικής συκοφάσεις εδίκους.
Demophilus, in addition to his close cooperation with the Hierophant in this case, had at least one other connection with the sanctuary at Eleusis. He was chairman of the Hieropoios of the Bull who functioned there in 329-814, but nothing specifically related to the Eleusinian cult appears to have prompted this attack on Aristotle. The impetus is probably to be attributed to the intense anti-Macedonian feeling at the times. In fact, Demophilus's implacable anti-Macedonianism is abundantly clear from his role as one of the accusers of Phocion, for which he was later put to death when the city repented. However, it is not impossible that Eurymedon, the Hierophant, was using this anti-Macedonian feeling against Aristotle for other more personal reasons, having found in the philosopher an attitude toward the mysteries not as unquestionably reverent as his own. The next Hierophant is said to have certainly felt this way towards a philosopher. 8. Elpusins, Diogenes Laertius, 11-101 ed. Long, Topfer, 1889, p. 56. pa. 5064. Foucault, 1914, p. 189. In office during the regime of Demetrius of Phaleron, 317-307. Euryclides could not tolerate philosophical jokes on the mysteries, so the story is told by Diogenes 335 quarters, but we cannot exclude the possibility that Laertius, once Theodorus the atheist philosopher, sat down next to Euryclides the Hierophant and said, "Tell me, Euryclides, Clades, who are those who commit impiety against the mysteries, whoever reveal the mysteries in the UN-initiated, was the answer. To this Theodorus replied, then you too are impious, since you reveal them to the uninitiated. Only Demetrians of Phaleron was able, according to one account, to save Theodorus from being brought. This Menesiarchus was a brother of the Hierophant. Menesiarchus was the Hierophant. The date of his Belutic year would agree well with what we know of the age of the Hierophants up to now. As a member of the Butalmastarchus had to be over 30 years, so that around the end of the 4th century he would have been at least 60 years old, ca 330 to 270. Hierophant is mentioned twice in the little that. Before the Areopagus, according to another, he was remains of a sacred calendar issued ca. 332, condemned to death and drank hemlock. 9. Patras Napanu, IP, 1934, 1700 line p. 56 pa, office around the end.
Maxos. 1G, 146e, 7221. Topfier, 1889 Foucard, 1914 p. 189.
Inn of the 4th century. Around the end of the 4th century, another inscription was set up of the type concerned with services performed in the cult of Pluto by the Hierophant and a group of eminent Athenians. It begins, Lepopers novepo lepels inscribed the full, lowing men chosen by him to make up the couch for Pluto and to decorate the table according to the
oracle of the god. Hierophantinus Riadu Perivaidin. Heraklis Theodoros Phalirea. 11 more names in the accusative.
Strangely, the Hierophant appears at the head of the list of his chum men as though he had chosen himself. Also, it may indicate that in this instance Latu contributed like the others to the expense of this rite, whereas normally the Hierophant would just officiate. This is the first clear instance of hieronymy, though it certainly does not mark the beginning of strict hieronymy, because there are several Hierophants following him who use their full name. In this case we may know the Hierophant's full name, Menesiarchus son of Nefrades of Peridoidae, is recorded as a Miniler of the Bull Inn, Company 270 by an unknown authority. The Hierophant and Sacred Herald are entitled to receive 1.5 drachmas for breakfast on the 5th day of Pyonoption, when they announce the beginning of the festival of the Proerosa. This announcement they made, it seems, in Athens. The Hierophant was probably regarded as the announcer, the Sacred Herald the pronouncer, and since the Hierophant was responsible for the announcement papuses of this festival, he must have had a considerable role in the celebration of the festival itself, which took place the next day in Eleusis. It had something to do with the ritual plowing of the Rarian field. Other than this, no information about the ministers of the festival is preserved. The calendar also reveals that the Hierophant and the priestesses from Eleusis went as a sacerdotal delegation from the Eluesinian sanctuary to the Pyonopsia, the festival of Pythian Apollo, which took place in Athens on the 7th of Pyonoption, and that they brought certain gillis to be sacrificed by the priest of Apollo, and themselves offered liquid offerings and cakes of ground barley, ca 300 billion c. A speech entitled Diadicasia of the Priestess of Demeter against the Hierophant, delivered around the end of the 4th century and falsely attributed to Dinarchus, is another testimony of the struggle for sacral power which went on at this period between the priestess and the Hierophant.
Only 2 words are preserved. Disulis aporthaptu.
The former was the name of a native of Eleusis, the husband of Balbo, who entertained Demeter. Thus arguments based on mythology were apparently used. Oro is defined as a purple woolen cloth with which they wipe the statues of gods. Foucari conjectures that this may refer to the priestess's right of taking care of certain statues.
A case would have come before. The Basileus. 10. Χαιρέτος προγήτου Ελευσίνιος 10, 11 1235, Τόπφερ 1889 pp. 56 σε 57.
Pa. 15,209, Foucart 1914 p. 189. In office around 248-7, he is honored with a myrtle crown in a decree of the Gene of the Eumolpidae and the Charikes, sometime around 248-7. The inscription refers also to the fact that a myrtle crown is normally worn by the Hierophant, line 15. Nevertheless, the Gene honor limb with one, just as they do in all other preserved cases where they honor one Ione, no matter what his office. The reasons stated for honoring Cretius are that 1. In word and deed he is doing everything he can for Dacier welfare, and 2. For those who are abroad as Spondiphoroi he kindly continues to copy the announcement, and 3. He demonstrates a blameless and becoming behavior in his priestly office. The first and third reasons offer no concrete information, but the second is interesting. He continuously copied the announcement. The announcement of the mysteries, for the Spondiphoroi who had to promulgate it abroad. It is certainly not a question here of exact copies the Hierophant was not a scribe, but of copies varying according to the city and the circumstances in which the announcement was to be made, therefore copies that had to be prepared by a knowledgeable person. These announcements were undoubtedly rhetorical pieces of propaganda. probably not unlike the propaganda concerning Athens in SIG 704e, which had the purpose of encouraging attendance at the mysteries. The Hierophant, to bet sure of success in this regard, had to know something about his unseen audience, their traditions, their great deeds, their special relationship to Athens and the mysteries. Above all, he could not afford to commit any faux pas, such as an inappropriate reference to some past or present point of contention between the two cities. This decree testifies to Cheireus's success, and because of it the celebrations will have been well attended, and the prestige of the gene enhanced. A large attendance also brought another benefit to the gem. The Spondophoroi solicited Theoroi, in addition to initiates from the cities they visited. The greater their success in this regard, the more Thoroi and initiates would make sacrifices at the mysteries. Proceeds from a portion of the sacrifices were distributed among the Eumolpidae and probably also the Cherices. 3rd century BC, a 3rd century dedication honoring a Hierophant, Instagram 2, 2944, probably a statue buse, is inscribed on its front and 2 sides. The back is not preserved. It has on its front the following inscription within a myrtle crown. Sigma tau gamma lambda nueta, poca, rolira, per, kapal phaeota epsilon sigma epsilon alpha, capiota, s, euro is xx. Corresponding to this crown there is another myrtle crown on the right face of the stone, and another on the left face, within each of which respectively is written Arius's royura a and kopike ipovara ra. Beneath the myrtle crown on the front there is an olive crown. Corresponding to it is an olive crown on the left face on the same level, and undoubtedly there was originally another corresponding olive crown on the right face. Beneath the olive crown on the left face there is another olive crown, and again undoubtedly similar crowns erigi. Nally corresponded to it on the front, and on the right face there are traces of the one on the front. In nor of the olive crowns is the name of the dedicator preserved, but since, so far as we know, the Eumolpidae and Cherices granted only myrtle crowns when honoring someone with a crown, the olive crowns ought to signify honors from another source, probably from civic corporations who will have honored the Hierophant for having served with distinction in some civic office or offices. 1 Snelly office seems to lament Chond in line 4, Jara. He held it before he was Hierophant, or at least before the time of this dedication, since Lipan Rara indicates that he was currently Hierophant, while Jari is most likely the end of an aorist participle. The meaning Omicron tau gamma nueta tau alpha p epsilon rho tau omega theta epsilon has been unclear. Foncart, when he first published the inscription, assumed that it meant the Eumolpidae and Cherices acting together. Later, he decided that it could not be they since they are mentioned on the left and right sides of the inscription, but it should be rather the other gene which supplied priests and priestesses for the mysteries. The former meaning, however, seems to me to be the correct one. If the latter had been intended, it would most likely have been expressed by the phrase tau lambda lambda alpha gamma nueta tau p epsilon rho tau omicron pe, for the Eumolpidae and the Cherices were certainly YGRD real ra fe, and it would have been confusing if ra repi ra fed were to be understood as a separate body from them. Moreover, LGIP 1235 shows that on occasion the Eumolpidae and Cherices did act in very close concert. Line 3, Rusier ris ri kappa kapanu, alphiota mu omicron lambda piota delta. Tau mu iota omicron, tau alpha gamma nueta tau p epsilon rho tau omega nu theta epsilon could well signify the same sort of cooperation, with the crowns on the 2 sides signifying that each genos also independently decreed lieurs for this Hierophant. Furthermore, there is a passage referring to the Eumolpidae and Cherices, where tau gamma nu epsilon iota tau p epsilon rho tau theta epsilon can be read with high probability, if we restore Ias Ra in LG.
Way, 1236, line 12, so as to read, Yesevode esti genite berkten eno mekal. The sense and the space are both satisfied.
Since it is clear from the sentence that the object of Eridora's else has to be the Cherices and the Eumolpidae, it is conceivable that an occasion might arise where this phrase had a wider significance, encompassing the other gene of the mysteries in addition to the Eumolpidae and the Cherices. But in default of any evidence for it, there is no reason to assume that this was the case in IG, IP 2944. Append 11-1G, 2, 1045 Seg, 2, 104, PA 1881. In office from 183 halves to at least the 16th of Pion option, 148, a decree honoring this Hierophant and providing much information concerning his activities in office was issued in 148. Since the text needs to be examined in detail in connection with a discussion of this priest, and I have been able to make some new readings after inspecting the stone, a new version with a pleotograph. Commentary. The following commentary deals with points where my text differs from that of Merit and Hubba. Line 8, Apap Mariut. For the use of an RAP in connection with a genus C below P56, Merit restored lepoparon in the lacuna at the end of the line, but there are other possibilities. Egi line 9, 7 PRA Merit.
Line 10, lepovarne Merit.
The trace at the end of the line seems to conform to X letter than T line 11 Krillin Merit. I am hesitant about this restoration. If the letter after Elal were a part of the horizontal stroke ought to be visible, but the area is uninscribed. Merit, line 12, Erju Merit. Line 13, Aparian Ira X Merit citing SEG 1106, lines 52 to 56, an inscription from Ceos, where Sarayar means entrance fee, offered the attractive conjecture that Dyer are the initiation fees which are described though not named in 1G16. But we should probably look for some other verbs in place of kripar, because it is clear from 1.6.1.6 that other priests were involved in the collection, and anyway, the collection by itself would not be the sort of thing that would prompt special praise. It is more likely that the operation to be restored here is the registering of the mediation fees. A trace of the first letter of the verb is visible. Ut is a vertical stroke and shows that the letter cannot be an epsilu. Thin. The correct restoration is probably kapal fatu alpha gamarho phi epsiloniota sigma alpha pir hokatha theta, omicroniota, epsilonxi alpha taugam or whole fapsi epsilonu sigma alpha pir ho alpha theta or pace. Impic support for this can be found in an inventory of 408 sevenths, 17G, 1, 313, lines 161 to 162, where 3 1/2 drachmas are listed as paid to the Eumolpidae for Garbia e Risperas Karai Oa. It was an aminal responsibility of the Eumolpidae to record the names of the initiates, and the inscription under discussion probably refers to the same task, except that the emphasis is on the fees, not the eumes. Perhaps the fees were marked next to the mumes. At any rate, Aristocles faithfully directed the Eumolpidae in this Tondeandur AMD. In addition, he had apophism passed calling for the collection of the entrance fees, the slies, to be inscribed on stone, his innovation being perhaps the stone instead of the usual synidia. Line 14, El Merit. The Gamana Muetanu, nu epsilon finuiota sigma epsilonu is unparalleled. Gamana Muetanu never occurs in conjunction with paneer traces on the stone at the end of this line solve the problem. E. Vanderpool, kindly checked them for me and found K, and my own later observation was the same. Thus a verger is probably the correct restoration. The phrase tu parif arail tuos is well attested. Since then is clear, Aristocles made a declaration or report before the bull concerning the sacrifices which he had restored. He had first taken personal action to restore a neglected custom, and then had the government take legal action to assure its observance in the future. He could not propose a decree as he did in regard to the Eloniwit because at this time he was not a member of the bull, but he spoke before it and managed to persuade it to pass a decree. Line 21, Pepsilon rho meriti, pio takaper hoyo taxi epsilon nu alpha per humicron sigma delta omega nu merit and hubba, a janadri tod. The phrase kai pretpa, as restored by merit and hubba, must refer to Aristocles' persuasion of the bull. J and L. Robert point out that this meaning for Ernpir is unique and very doubtful. E. Vanderpool at my request kindly checked this word on the stone and found E or I at a later time noticed the same traces.
Verb irupur is attested for a situation similar to this. LG. 11, 1012, lines 12 αρνητικός 23% 11 εκατομμύρια. Reads Porodav, πισάμενος προς την βουλήν του εμφανίζει την βουλή. Κααδίαιτα αυτά παρακάλε την βούλεν επικυρώσει haften there. In this instance Diognetus reported that
his synods wished to erect a statue and asked the bull to ratify a decree permitting this. In our case the Hierophant Aristocles decided to restore a series of sacrifices and then made an appearance before the bull concerning them and Line 19, Aris Merit and Hubi, Al requested the bull to pass a decree to support this Protor Maris and Hubal, Psi Proto 1, and L. Cobert. The latter object to IV1 agree that it is unnecessary, especially since space does not really demand it. Line 15 is of the same length. Line 15 we merit and hubby. Line 10, Orgy merit and hubly. Line 20, your veganos merit and hubba. J and L. Robert also point out that the phrase restoration, IP we would accordingly mean here, had a decree ratified, as Yaida Tehea usually does not mean inscribe the decree but have the decree inscribed. Lines 23 to 3, restorations of the Lacuni are by J and L. Robert and have been accepted by Merit and Huba. Line 24, Joy AFB Merit. There was a warpose in Ye at the Eluesinia LG 2nd 1672, lines 259 to 260, at the Dionysia in the theater at Eleusis Instagram, 1235, lines 260 at the discussion. That the decree was issued by the Eumolpidae can safely be inferred from lines 5 to 6. The meeting place line 3 is an enigma IG, 11, 1045, see appendix to 2nd. May be a fragment of another copy of this decree. It too honors a Hieroplani Aristocles, in all probability the same person. Aristocles is the first Hierophant whose year of appointment is known with certainty. He was appointed in the archonship of Hermogenes, 183 halves line 7. The decree honoring him was passed in the archonship of Exegetes, whose year merit now believes to be 148 sevenths, though 152 firsts is also possible. Therefore Aristocles served as Hierophant for at least 35 or 31 years. If he had been about 60 years old when he was appointed, the age of some of the earlier Hierophants at the time of their appointment, would have been around 95 years old at the time of this honorary decree. In 3-2, the year of his appointment, he participated with many other Athenians in making contributions for some unspecified purpose, i.g., IP 2334, lines 50 to 52. He gave an unknown amount on behalf of himself and 10 drachmas on behalf of his son Eucles, and on behalf of his brother Ammonomachus of Hali. He has no title in this list, so it may be as Merit observed, that he was appointed Hierophant later that year. Ammonomachus was probably too young to contribute on his own behalf. Nay, he was probably less than 30 years old. If Aristocles was 60 years old, there would have been more than a 30-year difference between them. Thus, to assume that Aristocles was 60 years old when he was appointed Hierophant requires the further assumption that he and Lus' brother were most likely not born of the sign Mother. This is not an unreasonable assumption because Ammonomachus was adopted by Eucles of Hali, probably not long before 183 halves c. below, which may have been prompted by the fact that his aging father Leuid recently died. Ammonomachus could therefore have been born of a second or subsequent wife of his father late in his father's life. Consequently, an age of 60 years for Aristocles at the time of his assumption of office can neither be denied nor affirmed with certainty, but since affirmation makes Aristocles a nonagenarian at the time was honored and requires his brother to have been born of a second or subsequent wife of his father, probability tends to favor, and a simple hypothesis demands, a younger age in his 35 or 31 years of service before the present decree in his honor. He did much to restore the cult he was in charge of. His reforms are testimony of his dedication and energy. Line 15 apparently indicates that at one time he was a member of the bull while Hierophant. During his tenure as Hierophant a decree was passed, 164 c. honoring a demarch of Eleusis, where it is mentioned that the procession of the Calamea was conducted by the demarch the Hierophant, and the priestess as the Hierophant therefore had a substantial role also in this little-known agrarian festival of Eleusis.
12. Αμυνόμαχος εκλέους αηλής. 16. 111. 2332. Line 52 3469 above. P. 24. Lines 34. PA 739. Foucart, 1910. Pector.
In office in the second half of the 2nd century, sometime after the 16th of Pionoption, 148, probably succeeding Aristocles his brother. He was the brother of Aristocles but Bisdemaist Hali, which reveals that he was adopted by some member of that dem, as Kirchner Pa, 1881, noted before the name of his adoptive father was known. He was the proposer of the decree edited above honoring his brother where his adoptive father's name is given as Eucles. Sometime after this he himself was appointed Hierophant, according to a dedication. E.g., 3469, which reads Tau Eta BMs. Merit presents the following prosopography for this man from our present text the decree for Aristocles. It is clear that the adoptive father was Eucles, possibly a descendant of Eucles, son of Euclides of Italy, of the 4th century PA $715. The father of our present uncles is doubtless to be identified as that kappa kappa lambda omicron epsilon z epsilon lambda omicron epsilon. Alpha lambda lambda iota kappa wilo was Phila, in 258 sevenths NC in the archonship of Antiphon. Hesperius 7 1938 number 20, line 53. His son would then have been of mature years when he adopted young Ammonomachus early in the 2nd century. The family tie thus indicated between Eucles and Aristocles is also manifest in the fact that Aristocles named his own son Eucles IG. If 961, line 21, 2003. Ammonomachus would then have been around 50 years old or even older when proposed the decree honoring his brother, and so probably over 50 when he succeeded his brother as Hierophant. 9-8. A decree of 129 814 mentions that the Hierophant and the Daduch Kai Oiera Rar force took part in the procession in honor of Apollo at the Thargelia. 13. Mavlins och Kubarawis, LG, 11 3500 and 12 2452 lines, 4859, BC Isacon 15 1891, p. 261, PA 9902, Foucart 1914, p. 190, in office in the last quarter of the 2nd century. A list of distinguished Athenians IG, 2nd 2452, was set up for some unknown purpose in the last quarter of the 2nd century towards the end of it.
3 Hierophants were included. They are Hierophantis Theodimiki Dathynekos line 48, Hierophantidis εστρόφου πυραϊκής line 53. Hierophantidis Meneclidou Κυδαθηνικούς line 39.
It is odd indeed to see three hierophants together on the same stone, but one is they are inscribed by different hands. Like the other names in this inscription, they did not originally appear there at the same time. The list was begun around 125 C, and was supplemented from time to time probably until the beginning of the 1st century. So we may assume that each Hierophant was recorded at some time during his period of office, and that this is a record of 3 successive Hierophants. They or their fellow citizens practiced hieronymy. The original names of the 1st and 3rd are known. There was a family from Kudathenaion, in which the names of father and son alternated between Meneclides and Theophemites through the second half of the 2nd and the early part of the 1st century before Christ. The 1st and 3rd Hierophants were undoubtedly father and son in this terly, Meneclides and Theophemus. They did not hold office in direct succession. Hierophant son of Eustrophus of Piraeus came between them. It is not immediately apparent which Meneclides son of Theophemus of Kudathenaion is honored as Hierophant in the dedication. 11. 3512. There are 3 possibilities. The Meneclides of this list, LG. 11, 2452. Line 48, who was Hierophant in the last quarter of the 2nd century, and hypothetical Meneclides whose acne would have been in the 1st. Parallel with 2 grams, 11, 1013, line 48, A.L. Akarari. The cards are requested in this decree coming weights and measures to mete out punishments to those custodians of the measures at Eleusis who were found guilty of certain infractions at the panegyris. This they have duties very similar to the Epimlus of the Mysteries, or the Taxardal O. These see Hesperia 104-105 number 20. And are profilly the same type of official. Think that it is unlikely that officials who were specifically in charge of keeping order at the Mysteries would have been repasted to keep order also at the Thargils without some specific mentius of this extension of duty. At last something more definite in respect to designation de opera retros fuers. The Cientex psalm intuit to call for sacred officials. The phrase may be deliberately indefini. Perhaps the question of which Eluesinian sacred officials would take part was not decided at the time, but was left to the discretion of the gene in charge of the Eluesinian alt. For the Stima CEPA 9902, quarter of the 1st century PA 9901, and the Meneclides son of Theophemus of Kudathenaion, who was cosmate in IG 11 1963, lines 3-4, PA 9903. Philios and Kirchner identify the latter, believe that the dedication on the basis of its letter, with the Hierophant of the dedication because they, ing belongs to the early empire. However, except for a slightly peculiar epsilon, its lettering does not seem to me to be significantly different from the lettering of LG 11, 3469, which is dated, see the previous Hierophant, to the 3rd quarter of the 2nd century. Since the same style of lettering has such wide chronological limits at this time, and since we do not know at all whether Meneclides the cosmate was a Hierophant, it seems methodologically preferable to assign the dedication to the only Meneclides who is a known Hierophant, the Meneclides of the list IG 1, 2452, line 48. Nevertheless, the possibility cannot be excluded that another Meneclides in this family was also a Hierophant. The dedication IG 2, 3512 shows that Meneclides was married while a Hierophant. It was made by his wife in honor of him as a Hierophant. If hieronymy was strictly observed at this time, as is assumed, see above. Introduction. The monument was erected after the Hierophant's death.
14. Hierophantidis και στρόφου πυραϊκός LG 11, 2452, line 53.
Topfter, 1889, p. 57, Peso A 6802, Fukar, 1914, p. 190, in office in the last quarter of the 2nd century. He was probably the successor of Meneclides. Theodotus, son of Eustrophus of Petreius, the Gymnusiarch in 2-1, who was praised by the demos of the Salaminians in 131 ZG 11, 1227, has been identified with this Hierophant by Topfer, Fukar, and Kirchner. However, the possibility that he was a brother of the Hierophant cannot be excluded. 15. Gross Maricello Cuba, IG 2, 2452, line 39. Topfer, 1889, p. 57, PA 7097. 4 Art 90-191, in office around the end of the 2nd century. He probably succeeded Hierophant son of Eustroplus of Pioneers, who served between his father Meneclides and himself. End of 2nd century BC. According to a law issued around this time concerning weights and measures, 16, 11, 1013, the Hierophant and appointed men line 48 are to punish transgressors each year during the panegyrises of the Mysteries. Who appointed the appointed men is not stated, but presumably they were subordinate to the Hierophant, and were necessary for the extensive surveillance involved at the Panegyris. Before middle of 1st century BC, the Hierophant is mentioned in a fragment of a decree preserved only in a copy of Pittacus and dated to before the middle of the 1st century. The decree is concerned with Eluesinian matters. The Priestess of Demeter and the Eumolpidae are mentioned. Not enough is preserved to yield any information concerning the Hierophant or any other Eluesinian priesthood. 16. LG, 1117-13 Hesperia Supple. 8, p. 117 line 6 in office in 86 5. Both inscriptions cited are lists of archons, in each of which the entry for 86 fifths is Hierophantis, undoubtedly a Hierophant whose name is concealed because of hieronymy, for Hierophantis does not exist as a proper name in Athens. He is the first Hierophant known to have been an archon. Though his identity is unknown, he may be identical with Theoplymus son of Meneclides of Cudathenion who was Hierophant around the end of the 2nd century. See above. Around end of 1st century BC, a list of married men selected by the Hierophant to care for making the head and setting the table for Pluto G1 1935 was set up by a Hierophant, around the end of the Grey Comrie before Christ Capel Phiota. The Lacmac at the beginnings of Fines 1-3 would at first seem to imply that hieronymy was not observed, since the Eruopliant's name has the form Nanu of Ca, 7 letters, Teplavaris patronymic of Ca, 10 letters, Demotic of Co, 7 letters. It is possible, however, that the Hierophant was a Roman citizen, though none of the other men in the list are, and that in the first lacuna his gentilicium is inscribed, in which case there is no room for his original Greek name cognomen, and so mucronumry would have been observed. 1st or 2nd century BC, a Hierophant whose name is not preserved appears in a dedication apparently of this period APX.
971 pp. 108 in
8-9, a dedication to Titus Statilius Lamprius set up in Epidaurus probably in the year 8-9 states that he
was a descendini hierodikon και diluchikon ikon,
and that his ancestors included priestesses of Athena, and offer priests. A statue of him was set up in the Eleusinian courtyard near his ancestors, since a similar dedication set up in his honor by the Lacedaemonians emphasizes his Daduchic bat omits his Hierophantic ancestry. It would seem that the latter was rather distant. 17. Tepoter LG Takin I 4479, in office around the middle of the 1st century after Christ, in the archonship of Callicratides 40, 1-53 4. Euphrosymus the son of a Hieronymus Hierophant. Tau was a Alphabors in the cult of Asclepius and Hygeia, situated at Eleusis 1G2 4470, at which time he dedicated a porch in Oikos for the sanctuary of this cuft. Because of hieronymy, the name of his father, the Hierophant, is unknown. The inscription is significant, in that it slows that at this time, and probably not just at this time, a priest of this local cult of Asclepius was drawn from a Hierophantic family. He was married at some time in his life, 1st century AD. The story recounted by Philostratus about Apollonius of Tyana and the Hierophant is included here, though we cannot be sure that it is not fictitious.
Hierophant refused to allow Apollonius to be initiatel, και des Hierophantης ο κουβούλετο παρέχειν τη τερά με 14 mora zoro, un el pyra.
Plyan wadan ranavan. Apollonius replied that although he knew more about the Talit than the Hierophant, he wished nevertheless to be initiated by a man wiser than himself. As this answer found favor among the bystanders, the Hierophant was laced with the risk of losing support, so he changed his mind and offered initiation to him.
But Apollonius replied houses, και εισέερ εν Philostratus ade προγνώσει χρώμενος ήσταν μετ' εκείνον τεροφάντην, ότι μετά 4 έτη του ιερού προίστη. 18. Τιβέριος Κλαίδιος Συνόφιλος Καλικρατίδου Τρικορίσιος. LG 11.3546-3548. As restored by A. Wilhelm.
Wiener Antiger, Phil Hist, Classes 72 1935 pp. 83-90, FJ.H. Oliver, AJ 8051, pp. 347-348, Stenma, Arabitschek, RE 17 1937, Call, 2253-2248, 2002, in office around the end of the 1st century. The dedication 7G 11 3546 was set up in his honor while he was still alive, as is indicated by the fact that his cognomen Oenophilus is omitted and is inserted in its place.
Tiberios Claudius Hierophantis Callicratidou Tricorasios. 5. The inscription, dated by the eponymous priestess Flavia Laodamane.
See below, Priestess of Demeter and Chore number 10. To the end of the 1st century, makes known that he had had a distinguished Roman and Athenian career, had been a Prefectus Fabrum Zapsis Exe Puelu, which was a military office preparatory to an equestrian career, and Prefectus Cohortus II Hispanorum, which was an equestrian office. It was undoubtedly during the reign of Nero that Roman citizenship was conferred on him. He was one of the first Athenians to become a member of the Equestrian order. At Athens he served as archon, upon entering which office he distributed to each of the citizens a bushel of liet and 15 drachmases, herald of the Areopagus. Herald of the Boule and Demos, at which time he made a distribution of 2 duarii, probably to the members of the Boule and Demos epimolate of the city, agonothe. Gymnasiarch, hoplite general, and several times ambassador. There is no way of knowing from this dedication whether he held any of his Athenian offices while serving as Hierophant. His probable father and grandfather were also archons, and his known family seems to go back, through connections that are not in every case clear, to the 4th century before Christ. Comprising in almost every generation men who held public oathi. In Laius will he adopted, i.e., by adoptio testamentaria, Calpurnia Aria, a Roman woman, the daughter of Asprenas Calpurnius Torquatus, legate of Galatia in 8-9, and the wife of Bellicus Tibanianus, Cusul in 87.04. 19. Ostepo APS, AE Rabitschek, Hexperia 35 1966 p. 247 no 8 EM 3849 M. Mitsos, Arlov 25 1970 p. 187 no 6 EM 3616 An additional fragment. Around the end of the 1st century, the inscription on a Harry is reproduced here with spacing slightly different from the above-mentioned editions.
Alos pada mon rapi ger jaguinalis 4. To use pom.
Tuni. The restorations of lines 1 to 2 are Rabitschek's. At first thought that lines 4 to 5 might be restored Kata's core and RGS array poros's or, but an inspection of the stone showed that in line 4 a delta is impossible, though alpha is not ruled out, and that, while the trace of the first letter in line 5 is very uncertain, it is probably not part of sigma. Thus the name in line is probably Luz. Inspection also shows that the ran and EDA of Spieler, only the tops of which are preserved, were probably in ligature. I doubt Rabitschek's suggestion for line 5, Kozatro Rovarparu, becants of space, and the fact that there is no other evidence that any of the Hierophants ever had a warper. Many of them were in fact quite wealthy, and none of them are known not to have been. It is conceivable that Tui's Hierophant is the same as Hierophant number 25, in which case one could regard Paminus as his grandfather Ror. Otherwise, a date of around 100 AD, for the inscription is given by the man honored, Flavins Pantaenus, who donated a library in the Agora around this time and became an Athenian citizen. 20. Tyros 4 Oyer Perur, 1G 11 3984, Stemma below P31, in office around the end of the Laius quarter of the 2nd century. His name appears on a statue base among the ancestors of Titus Flavius Eusbicom's son of Streton of Phaeonia, Prytany Eponymos in the year 167. An inspection of this inscription shows that Graindor's text reprinted by Chiroliner, without subscript dots, as 1G 1984 should be slightly altered. A new text is given here. The essential differences between this text and Graindor's are that all vacant spaces are noted, Tyre is added in line 3, R is eliminated at the end of line 12 because of lack of space, and, for the same reason, Osao is changed to Y at the beginning of line 11, with S shifted to the end of line 10. If early Avau were the correct restoration in line 11, we would live to understand your in line 9 to mean grandson, for while yours is frequently used as the equivalent of Azonos, descendant, it also frequently means grandson, and would definitely mean grandson if both your and use occurred in the same inscription. But now that Arioros cannot be restored, we are free to interpret Eurus as either grandson or descendant. If it means grandson, then the Hierophant was the father of Straton the altar priest. Since the altar priesthood belonged to the Kerykes, we must then assume that Straton the altar priest somehow succeeded in changing his gem from the Eumolpidae to the Kerykes. If it means descendant, then numerous possibilities open up, one of which is that Flavin Straton the Hierophant was the maternal grandfather of the altar priest, and so there is no need to assume a change of genos on the part of the latter, and the Hierophantid could be placed either with the Kerykes line or with the Eumolpid line of the family, without higher genos being definitely known in either case. However, a new document just published by J2, Oliver shows that the first alternative that a change of genes took place is not far-fetched. The document is a letter of Marcus Aurelius, probably of the year 4 or 5, in which he makes known his decisions on various law cases appealed to him. One decision, Plague 11, lines 7 to 15, concerns a man who tried to change Bisgenos from the Eumolpidae to the Kerykes in order to qualify for the Chirokorika. The part relevant to the present discussion reads as follows: lines 9 to 11, Mapepreros Jiao.
Oye.
Πεκ Ευμολπίδης εσοδέτερον των γονέων έσχεν εκτόωτεν κηρύκων γένους. Επιδέτε καθ σωτήρ μόνον έρχεται τρόπον το ως εξ 4 κατέρουτεν δεν τούτον γέντεν προσάτ. Φέξετε τότες δέρο κηρυκίας εριέσθε.
Alfarho apparently therefore it was perfectly legitimate for a man to change his gemmas if one of his parents was of the genes into which he desired to transfer. This we would not be unreasonable in assuming such a transfer in the case of Straton the son of the Hierophant and, therely understanding yes to mean grandson. In fact this is the normal progression in dedications of this type, son of, grandson of, etc. accordingly. Flevin's Euthycomus was also the grandson of the Hierophantid Flavia Cratia, and the repetition of yours seems to indicate that she was not his paternal grandmother, i.e., the wife of the Hierophant, but his maternal grandmother. According to this stemma, Flavius Straton the Hierophant will have been in office probably in the first quarter of the 2nd century. And since Claudius Oenophilus probably died around the year 100 after having served several years, it is more likely that Straton came after him rather than before. He was evidently not related to the illustrious family of the Hierophant Flavius Leosthenes of Patania. See below number 24. In 1611, 3,592 members of this family are mentioned from as far back as the end of the 1st century. But no mention is made of a Straton, nor is the family of Leosthenes mentioned in the dedication in which Flavius Straton is mentioned. 21. Uis Tapyros Lg. 11, 2341. Topfer. 1889 p. 60. In office around the middle of the 2nd century, his name is inscribed on a round base at Eleusis, which reads Omicron Tau Alpha Omicron, Pi Omicron, Kappa. Kirchner calls this inscription a bala genealogica. The added mention of the Hierophant's real name shows that the monument was erected after the Hierophant's death by his grandson and perhaps also by his son. P. Firmus of Gargetos, Sophronistes in 130/40 Instagram 11, 2044, line 6, Firmus Su of Firmus of Gargetos, Krypos Optronistes in 154/5 Instagram, 11, 2067, line 11, and Firmus son of Firmus of Gargetos, Ephili in 163/4 1.6, 11, 2086, line 50, were probably related to Hierophant. Their common name, Firmus, is interesting. It is a Roman cognomen, but no gentilicium ever appears in their names. Event through the Sophronists assumed the pronomen Publius. The family evidently never obtained Roman citizenship, although they were fond of using a Roman name, up to the very limit of the law. The name of the Hierophant's grandson, Mucinans, is in fact a Roman gentilicium, taught as Wallach notes. It was rather frequently used as a Greek personal name, not against the law. 22. Lepopieris Lois Spaces, IGI, 3628. In office around the middle of the 2nd century, this dedication was set up in his honor by his wife Cornelia P.H. Graindor, dated it to the beginning of the 2nd century, and
restored a tome of Lajonia.
To Kirchner the lettering and a ligature were indicative of a date in the 2nd half of the century, and be considered the Hierophant Julius number 25 as a possible restoration. If his date is correct, Julius would in fact be the correct restoration, as our list of Hierophants for this period shows. Wallach, however, favors Graindor's restoration, pointing out that the praenomen Decimus is not found with Julius. The dedication was erected during his lifetime, as the use of Hieronymy shows. He was married while he was a Hierophant, if Avipa is the correct restoration. 23. Epocha Iolios, E. Vanderpool, AJA 64, 1960, p. 26% PL 73 figure 17 cf, L. Robert, Reg. 74 1961 p. 151, number 267. In office around 1.38 to 150. The inscription beneath a very interesting relief, a jaw lock, seti, found near the Olympician reads, the tape silon sigma mu omicron for humicroniota sigmaiota the tape silon omicron. The name is the hieronymus form of the name of a Hierophant from Hagnus, with the demotic placed metri causa in front of lepocaries instead of after it. In the relief are represented on the left Dinerer and Core, in a classicizing style, and on the right the Hierophant from Hagnus is figure 3, in a portrait style, which E. Harrison characterizes as early Antonine. Concerning the finding place of the relief, Vanderpool writes, it was found lying face down in the area of one of the houses. Illustration 1. There is no trace of a sanctuary of Demeter and Core in the neighborhood. And so we may guess that although the relief had been made to the Hierophant's order and perhaps delivered to his house, it was for some reason never actually dedicated in the sanctuary. Unfortunately, the Hierophant from Hagnus cannot be identified, and so his date of office cannot be approximated more closely than E. Harrison's stylistic date of early Antonine. But this date agrees well with what we know otherwise about the Hierophants of the 2nd half of this century. There is no place for the Hierophant from Agnus in the list of Hierophants of the 2nd century, except before the latter part of the reign of Antoninus Pius. This relief is the only certain Attic representation of a Hierophant, and as such it assumes great importance. It luas not yet been formally published, and the description given below which was made from an inspection of the relief is not intended to be such. However, before describing the relief, it will be convenient to list here the literary and epigraphical testimonia for the costume of the Hierophant and Daduch. Literary and epigraphical evidence. For the costume of the Hierophant and Daduch, Calidrel and Athenaeus, 1.21 Salzan J. Garment, that of the Hierophant and Daduch is.
Ξεχεμετήν της ατόλης η πρέπειαν καύσεμνότητα, αντιλώσεις της. Font alone is called Aero in Plutarch. Alcibiades 22. Οι Hierophante και ορθού και αμφιάνονται.
That of the Luiero, 4 and pseudo-license, against Andicides, 51. In Arian Discourses of Epictetus, 111, 21-10, that of the Daduch alone, Lepo Oracida Scullion to Aristophanes Clouds line 4 and exec in Andicides on the Myspheres 112, these references tell us no more than that their garments were something out of the ordinary, however. In Pseudo-Lysias, against Andicides,
51. The cursing of Andicides is described as follows p. Oak c. Me and t. Say. Et. Dio. Tria. Edt. T. Κάφργερε αισθάντες κατηράσαν το πρέσ ως πέραν κάφτουν οικίδας εγνέσισαν, κατετε νόμιμον τε παλαίαν κάφερχάνων.
The priests and priestesses in question are almost certainly the Eluesinian ones, cursing Andicides for his offense against the mysteries. As they cursed Alcibiades, the Puzes would appear to be their red or purple cloaks. The passage from Epictetus's discourses cited above Menzione di Luat, the Hierophant had a nuomikronmu, I.C., were li hair long, but dus was a characteristic of many other priests as well. The priests who greeted Herodes Atticus on his return from exile are described in an epigram LG Li 3606, line 13 s, Imas pirhoto alpha thetapsilanu kapal macronio meganuto alpha thetapsilan or ho alphaota. Sculptural representation of the Hierophant, hair and headgear Arian, lock side ite, mentions the Arachor and so is characteristic of the Hierophant. Plutarch Aristides 5-6-7 says essentially the same in regard to the 5th to century Daduch. See below, Daduch number 2, Theon of Smyrna. On the in the relief figure 3 of the Hierophant from Hagnus Utility of Mathematics p15 Ed Hiller describing above number 23, he is clothed in a mantle which ist the investiture of priest as a 4th stage of partise, draped about him in such a way that almost his entire patient in the mysteries states, Rareri de, aeon vi body from his neck to the top of his lutes is covered, talem dalmicron tau eta epsilon pi omicron pitau epsilon alpha, alphanudel tapsilon sigma iota kappa alpha sigma tau epsilon mumu tau omeganu pitha tapsilon sigma eta. Sigma tau epsilon is a much simpler garment than that worn by the
Kaiter pois, as is maladrileras. Rapaloivat binofa, Daduch in a 5th μέχρι century vase painting. Interdaduchias tichoda en Hierophantias ή τους Eluesinian, excellently.
His boots are not the high-soled type worn by the essential part of die investiture, was therefore the actors of tragedy at tusk time, thus the statement in Binding and Laying On of the Ariawara, by which is Athenaeus' see above, that the garment of the Hiero probably meant the RPCIOs, and perhaps also a myrtle fant, and the Daduch resembled that of the stage's wreath in the case of the Hieroplan and Daduchi and probably to be understood strictly as applying only some of the other priests, and perhaps only a wreath to the garment. On his head he wears a auric in the case of others. This part of the investiture is and above it a wreath, certainly of the Hierophants referred to in 1G. 11 3592. Line 21, row organ traditional myrtle, he has long hair, the butt tau alpha to tau epsilon alpha omega nun omega lambdalphanu. Ete tius, it is not the spudios, a hairstyle that has frequently been clear that the orpio was the most significant element attributed to the Hierophant by modem scholars on of the costume of the Hierophant and Daduch. It was the basis of non-Attic works of art. He holds a twisted piece of cloth, but its sacerdotal use was not stall in his right land, and in his left a bunch of tiny limited to the Hierophant and Daduch and other objects or perhaps only the folds of Lee's cloak. Priests of Eleusis, a myrial crown was also customarily worn by the Hierophant, the Daduch, and the other priests and priestesses of the cult, as is attested.
By G. 1235, lines 14 αρνητικός 15 for the Hierophant, and a fragment of Easter of Cyrene, FGR Hist. 334, 1929 Cotton Hierophant in Dag, Hierophant, Histero.
Epsilon omicronki upsilon kappa alpha tau lambda lambdalpha epsilon alpha mupsilon nueta nu. With this certain representation of an Eluesinian Hierophant, we now fortunately possess a criterion for identifying other Attic sculptures which might represent Hierophants. Some possibilities are the following. 1. Portrait of a head of the period of Gallienus, found in the Agora 114 on his head is a rolled illid or strophion, above which he wears a wreath. The leaves are too poorly preserved to be identified as to kind. The back of the head is not preserved. Harrison believes that this head is a replica of the following head. 11. Portrait of a head of the period of Gallienus now, in the museum at Eleusis unlike I, which according to Harrison is its replica. 2 has no wreath above the stropleion. Concerning the latter lorange, F3, Hierophant number 23 courtesy of Joba Travlos, writes, den Kopfeine Walsartige Binde die Linten Geknete, in zwei Lusen enden über den Nacken. Herald. His hair is long, though not as long as that of the Hierophant from Hagnis, third colossal portrait head from the period of Gallienus, now in the National Museum in Athens. 100. The man is wearing a strophion but no wreath. His lair is long. Harrison points out a striking physical similarity between this lund and the head of a boy found in the Agora, Arraes de Doriar. In believes that the persons portrayed were related. Fourth portrait head of a herm from the same period, now in the National Museum in Athens. It is very similar to 3, differing from it only in having a feature, ophon, a dropion surmounted by a wreath of formalized leaves. The hair is about as long as that of 11. 2. Wide bands flow down from the strophium and back. A cloak covers both shoulders, the left shoulder fully, the right slightly less. Fifth portrait head of a priest found in the Agora of the Antonine period. His hair is long and shaggy. The following are 2 excerpts from Harrison's description. The features bear a certain resemblance to those of Antoninus Pinn's, and the cut of the hair and beard looks like a more unkempt and haggier version of his mode. At the same time there is a faint reminiscence of certain Hellenistic portraits, especially that of Demosthenes. The head is encircled by a rolled fillet, tied in back and with the end hanging down. Above the fillet is a shallow channel a highness 14 centimeters, wide all around, as though some additional wreath or ornament were to be fastened around the beal here, but there are no holes for the attachment of metal, and the nature of the addition remains a mystery. She suggests that the subject may be a man of letters, or if the groove above the strophen was made for a wreath. Priest of the same office as 1. I think that the similarity to the combination of ophion and wreath is such as to leave to doubt that this man was a priest like one, and that a wreath was indeed inserted somehow in the channel. Sixth portrait head of a priest, found in the theater of Dionysus in Athens, of the Antonine period. His hair is quite shaggy and he wears a wreath of small leaves above a strophion. Harrison interpreted I to IV as imperial high priests on the basis of a suggestion of H. Ingholt that the combination of strophion and wreath is in Athens the insignian of the high priest of the imperial cult. Harrison accordingly explained the difference in lead gear between I and T as due to the fact that the same NMU was wearing, in the portrait at Eleusis, the insignia of his Eleusinian priesthood viz. the strophion, and in the portrait in the Agora, the insignia of the high priest viz. Strophion and wreath. This is clearly untenable in light of the literary and epigraphical testimonia cited above and the portrait of the Hierophant from Agnes's No, where both the strophion and wreath are worn. The absence of the wreath in Wayu can be ascribed simply to the fact that the myrtle wreath, as it seems, was not the essential part of the Hierophant and Daduch's costume, and so did not always have to be worn. Even so, it is impossible to say whether the man represented in I was a Hierophant or Daduch or some other priest of the mysteries, or a priest of some other cult. The fact that it was found at Eleusis is no certain proof that he was a priest of the mysteries. The same applies to 3-6. One can be reasonably certain that they are priests, but not of their type. The headgear of the imperial high priest at Athens, if it was different from that of other priests, remains an unsolved problem. Middle of 2nd century. Hierophants are mentioned perhaps as relatives in a dedication 1G 113400s dated by Kirchmer to the middle of the 2nd century. The dedicator is Erroneus Cornelius, but the names of the Hierophants, if they were given, are not preserved. The Eleusinian endowment. The Hierophant was one of many priests, both of the Eleusinian cult and of other Athenian cults, who are recorded on a stele erected at Eleusis around 100-170 AD. ZG 11-1000 as recipients of a share of an endowment. The nature of Dias' document, as Oliver suggests, is not the establishment of the endowment, but rather a ruling lie, the Areopagus, which concerns a detail for which the diataxis, the deed establishing in perpetuity the use of the endowment, did not provide specifically. A surplus had evidently accrued, and here the Areopagus decided how it was to he distribute it. Oliver suggests the increased income was to be used for increasing the number of recipients by including among the beneficiaries other persons of distinction who are precisely identified in the appended list. The individual portion was to be 12 unworn Attic drachmae, line 15. The distribution took place probably at Eleusis in connection with the Festival of the Mysteries. At this time the members of the Boule, who had been recipients even before this enlargement of the recipients' number, were now to receive an individual. Officials in the appended list either this amount or portion of 12 drachmas, and the priests another, double this amount according to the notation Dre, or written after each title. All the priesthoods that are preserved were to receive a double share. The only preserved single share went to the only non-sacerdotal official on the list, the archon of the Eumolpidae. In the list the Hierophant and the Daduch are at the very top, undoubtedly because the endowment was connected with the Eleusinian sanctuary and they were its two foremost priests. Of course, as an administrative matter of the Eleusinian sanctuary, the endowment would naturally have come under there. jurisdiction since they were also the highest-ranking administrators of the cemetery. Thus we find in the main body of this document that they are charged with its supervision, and they too probably were in charge of its actual distribution. However, it was probably not because of their administrative status that they have such a prominent position in the list of priests, but because of their overall importance and prestige in the Eleusinian cult. Just as in the Eusicetoi lists of this period, it was surely prestige which deter. Mind that the Hierophant always appeared first and the Daduch usually second. See append. E4. How the order of recipients after the Hierophant and Daduch was determined is not immediately clear. The order is as follows: the high priest, a single exegete, 3 exegetes together, the sacred herald, the altar priest, then a group of priestesses, the priestess of Athena, the priestess of Demeter and Kore, and the 2 Hierophantids. This concludes the list's first column, which contains, in addition to the most important Eleusinian, some of the most important Athenian priesthoods. The second column consists of minor priesthoods of Eleusis and Athens, with the notable exception of the priest of Zeus. Only the first 2 entries of the third column are preserved, the archon of the Eumolpidae and the Hearth-initiates. Oliver's analysis of this list high groups of priesthoods, and his suggestion that they all had some role during the season of the mysteries tempts me to the hypothesis that the list reflected the contemporary arrangement of priests and priestesses as they marched in the great procession of the mysteries. The grouping may reflect priests walking together, in groups or side by side in 2s or 3s, at the head of the procession. Side by side, the Hierophant and the Daduch, then the high priest and the Pythocrestus exegete, then the 3 exegetes of the Eumolpidae, and after them the sacred herald and the altar priest. At this point the section of priestesses begins. They were led off by the most important priestess of Athens, and the most important priestess of Eleusis, the priestess of Athena and the priestess of Demeter and Kore, walking perhaps side by side, symbolizing the ancient unity between the cult of Elensis and the cult of Athens. Behind them were the 2 Hierophantids, then 2 lesser priestesses, the priestess of Cal, and the priestess of the Fates. After them came the Phaedint and the priest of Zeus, and then the lesser Eleusinian priests of the second column. The secondary position of the priestesses is understandable when we consider that in the marble seats of the first row of the Prohedria in the theater of Dionysus, only the names of priests are inscribed. Priestesses received seats farther back. The first 7 priests in the endowment list all have seats of especially great honor in the Prohedria of the theater. A seat for the next priest in the endowment, the altar priest, is not preserved in the theater, but it is quite possible that it existed. The inclusion of non-Eleusinian priesthoods in the endowment list, and perhaps therefore also in the procession, was evidently based on ties their cults had with the Eleusinian cult, ties of which we are otherwise ill-informed. 24. Tyros is a Talav Akabe. Ilan Els G. 11, 1773, 1774, 3592, New Tragment in APX, E 1971 pp. 115-116, number 8, Wallach, 1966, Flavins no.
41. G. Giamelli. I Romania dell'Eusi, Atti della Era Accademia delle Science di Torino 50 1914 a 1914, on numero 380.
Stemma, Graindor, 1934, p. 134 and see below. Note 183. In office from sometime in the reign of Antoninus Pius's 138 to 161 to 167 eighths. Our principal source of information for this man is a lengthy dedication set up in his honor by the Areopagus bull and demos sometime between 162 and 100. Before mentioning his praiseworthy accomplishments as Hierophant, it lists all civic offices he held, as well as all civic offices filled by his father, grandfather, and brother. Also briefly mentioned are his wife and some of her relatives. He held these offices archon at apparently not eponymous archon, Panegyriarch, Gymnasiarch, at his own expense with bulls, and twice ambassador to Rome in the reign of Antoninus Pius. He did not attain, if least by this time, the office of hoplite general or herald of the Areopagus, the 2 most important offices in Athens at this time, as had his father and grandfather. We do not know whether any of these offices were undertaken while he was Hierophant. Certainly the embassies to Rome could have been, and may well have had something to do with his connection with Antony. Nus Pins, which is discussed below. Any or all of his other civic offices, which were mainly financial in character, could also have been undertaken simultaneously with the Hierophantia. The most interesting part of the inscription set up in his honor is lines 21 to 26. For the convenience of the discussion below, a translation of this passage is given here. He received the strophion in the presence of the deified Antoninus's Pins, and initiated the emperor Lucius Aurelius Verns while holding the mysteries, quite legitimately twice in 1 year, and he installed the latter as a Eumolpid, having combined also in this matter, when we had the benefit of his services also as the proposer of verses ad lection, propriety with reverence for the gods and great virtue. The mention of Lucius Verus, not yet called Fede Dus, demands that the inscription be dated between the time of his initiation at Eleusis and his death in 169. Two dates are possible for his visit to Athens and initiation: 102, on his way to the war in the east, or 166, on his way back to Rome. Of these, 162 is the preferable one, as Gianelli first proposed. For during his return in 166 his army caught the plague in Silencia, and were spreading it through every province they passed. Minor these circumstances, it is unlikely that Verus would have made a leisurely stop at Athens to be initiated into the mysteries, but in 162 he is known to have made a visit to Athens in the course of Lust's slow journey to the east, during which he carried at many cities in Greece and Asia Minor, thoroughly enjoying the festivities each had to offer. This year is accordingly the preferable date for his initiation, and so our inscription belongs. Between 162 and 169, on the initiative of this Hierophant, the initiation of Lucius Venus, like the initiation of Demetrius Poliorcetes, and probably also that of Augustus, took place during a time of the year other than the usual one for the mysteries, and so the composer of LG 11, 3592 added a note of explanation, a discreet apology, Cal Turo Kara no fear, he could not say Card Rav Armal, in the dedication to the altar, Priest Memons LG 11 3620, which mentions that b. 2 initiated Lasens Verus. Nothing is said about having held the mysteries twice in 1 year, so that we may assume that this was done mainly on the initiative of the Hierophant. And if our interpretation of the end of IG 11 3592 is correct, the efforts of the Hierophant were largely responsible for Lucius Verus's election into the genes of the Eumolpidae. After he was elected, the Hierophant, whose customary task it was to install elected members, then also installed Lucius Verus as a Eumolpid. This Hierophant had the unusual distinction of being installed in his own priesthood, i.e., of receiving the emblem of his office, the Strophion Rupa Rabris Paropi Erudri. The preposition rapa with the dative indicates that it was in the presence of the emperor, not from him. Consequently, this passage is not proof that autonomous Pius came to Athens, as Gianelli insisted. Moreover, the other evidence proposed by Gianelli in order to prove that Antoninus Pius visited Athens is not substantial enough even to disprove the notice in Scriptores Historiae Augustae, Vita Pi Qui 711.
That Antoninus Pius never left Italy neculas expeditiones obit, nisi quod ad agros suos profectus estet ad campaniam dicens gravem esse provincialibus comitatum principis, etiam nimis parsi.
We must conclude that the Hierophant received his Strophion in the presence of the emperor in Rome, where he visited twice as ambassador. We do not know why his investiture was held before the emperor. Perhaps just as Augustus once settled a case brought to him by Eleusinian priests probably concerning conflicting sacral rites, and Marcus Aurelius ruled that a man was ineligible for the Kyra Caricane. The appointment of this Hierophant was contested, and held up until the contestants could go to Rome and have it settled by the emperor. The result being that Flavius Leo Saliens was confirmed as Hierophant, and the Eumolpidae held the investiture ceremony then and there. In any case, for whatever reason, the Genos installed this Hierophant in Rome. We do not know whether this Hierophant was married. No children of his are attested with certainty. See note 183. Nor is there any reference to him after his death, that is, with his fall mume preserved. Nonetheless, we can be reasonably sure that, as he was the son of an Alcibiades and grandson of Alepsthenes, and his only known brother was named Alcibiades, he was the eldest son and accordingly named Leosthetics. A Flavius Hierophant, certainly this Hierophant, appears twice in the Vetsitoi lists. These are lists contained within the Prytany lists of this period. The latter, as Gagan notes, first appear after the Hadrianic reforms, and contain from the first lists of Dionitai, i.e., men fed in the thalos at public expense. The first Aesite list sufficiently preserved to be of significance date to shortly before 165, and Autopolis and Oliver Lave compiled chronological tables of Orositos derived from these fists with the purpose of dating more accurately the Prytany lists which contain them. Oliver's table with some visions is given in Appendix 4. Flavus appears as Hierophant in the list of 166 sevenths e.g. T. 1773 and the second Prytany of 167 eighths, 1g. 11 1774. In 168 ninths, in the 8th Prytany, another Hierophant, a Julius, was in office LG 2 1775. The change therefore took place sometime between the very end of 167, the time of the second Prytany, and the beginning of the summer of 160. It is clear from the Aesolo lists that this Hierophant took office in 168, or the early part of 169, and left office in 191, or 192, or slightly later. 3 dedicatory epigrams Tg, Titi, 3 dedicatals 630th May, Sit, mention the noble deeds of a Hierophant in connection with an enemy attack on Eleusis. The attack has been identified with the invasion of the Costa box in 170, and the Hierophant has been accordingly identified with the Hieronymus, Julius. One of these epigrams is on a monument erected after the Hierophant's death, LG 2 3639 only, partially preserved and now in Malta, where the following noteworthy facts about Hint are recorded. He was well known for his wisdom and for phys pleasing. Voice pouring forth the lapivus voice of Eumolpidae, he displayed Datiletes and the all-night orgio to the Mistat, and he acquitted himself well during the barbarian attack by saving, indefiled, the rights of the unutterable secrets apren. In the second epigram, which is inscribed on a herm, the invasion refer to antonymous pins. However, it will be shown as the main subject.
It reads, «Αρήτων θησαυρών μας. Μυστικών 11 ουεν πολέμων στις γερών την κατενία εσανέλησαν και κροπίδασμε. Κάθεσαν εν τεμένη, τους γευτελετήν».
It was probably erected shortly after the invasion, and it appears that his praiseworthy exploit during it was the saving of the Arets Hiera, which were kept in the Amicteron, the Holy of Holies in the center of the Telesterion, into which only the Hierophant was allowed. He succeeded in getting the Hieru safely to Athens before the Kostabos broke in. This, too, is the sense of the third epigram LG 11 3411, where he is described as the faster of the holy knights, who evading the unholy work of the Sarmatians, i.e. the Kostahos, saved the Orgia and his life for his country. This confirms and supplements the information of the second epigram. He did not lead a defense of the sanctuary but looked the saner and, as events proved, the more valuable course. Phi brought the Kirs safely back to Athens as the Kostaboks were hastening to attack. That a large part of the sanctuary, including the Telesterion, was destroyed lay the attack as borne out by the Eleusinian oration of Aelius Aristides and archaeological evidence. Had the Hierophant attempted resistance, he undoubtedly would have lost the Hiera, in addition to his life and the lives of others. This epigram also salutes him for his wisdom apli Vlamdevov, and just before it breaks off, it mentions that he initiated Aruviro. This Antoninus can be none other than Marcus Aurelius. The identification was opposed by Gionel on the grounds that, although Marcus Aurelius is sometimes referred to in Eleusinian inscriptions as Antoninus, his initiation is always mentioned together with that of Commodus, who was initiated at the same time 1760, and therefore Antoninus must. Below on the clear evidence of an Eleusinian inscription in connection with altar, priest number 12, that Antoninus Pius was not initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, which confirms the evidence that we have already seen that he never left Italy. The answer to the question why only one emperor is mentioned here, whereas in fact the Hierophant Julius initiated both. And in other inscriptions both in poetry and prose they are always mentioned together. A question which Gionelli properly raised may have something to do with the time at which the monument was erected. If like 1.611 3630, it was erected after the Hierophant's death, which occurred in this case in 191 or 192 or a little later. It may well have been set up when the name of Commodus was already under Damnatio Memoriae. He was eponymous archon in 1-2 or 2-3. 26th. Tid Kaitos Aralapos Tad Kali Arokopov, Axaptus, 1G, 11 1803 2109, 3641. Topfer, 1889 p. 58th, in office from 191 or 192 or slightly later, to 193 quarters or shortly before. He is mentioned under the Hieronymus form of his name, Klaus Poderes Axaprels, as a prolance in a Prytany list 1G2, 1803, which is dated by Notopoulos to 192 thirds or 193 quarters. His full name occurs in the heading of an inscription on a herm IGT 2109 of 1945, which reads as follows.
4 Κλάβδιο Παυλίζηλος. Αχαρικό, σε τρατηγήσεις της Πάλεως, έδελφεν. 8 Έδερος άρ του Κλαβδίου από Ελζοαρίου Αχαρναίων.
The use of the full name of the Hierophant signifies that he was dead by this time. Thus he was in office only a short time. His name is also preserved on a round statue base at Eleusis' Instagram, 11 3641, erected after his death, with the brief inscription Ipopcor Alpha Pi Omicron Lambda Lambda Iota Nor Hoyota Omicron. His father was T. Claudius Apollodorus, and his grandfather was perhaps Polizalus son of Apollodorus of Acharni, who was Ephebi around 110. His brother Polizalus was Ephebi Archon sometime after 160, and therefore was born sometime after 140. If Polizans was the firstborn, his brother Apollinarius died at an age of less than 55. This, however, is as uncertain as the name of their father.
27. Νούματος Ερωσάρτης Φαληρίν. 10, 11, 1906. 1972. 1806 195 εκ. 1000 Πεχεσπέρια. 16 1940 7 π. 180. No of the 4.
in office from 194 fifths or shortly before, to sometime before 209 tenths. He was the successor of Claudius Apollinarius, and since the latter was dead in 405, he must already have been in office in this year. This fact would tend to favor the removal of the question mark from the date 43 which Notopoulos proposed for IG, it 1806, in which this Hierophant appears in the Uazitter list, for if it were dated to its other possible year, viz. 1, we would have to compress even further his predecessor's already brief incumbency. In G. 2nd, 1806a, assigned to a year in which this Hierophant was certainly in office as 195 sixths. Absolute hieronymy is observed, only the titles Tepop are inscribed. According to Omicron 1 Assisitor list of FG 2nd Tatar, 1790. This Hierophant appears in the extraordinary position of second place, behind the Sacred Herald, the only such occurrence in all the preserved Osiste lists. However, a squeeze of the inscription shows that this part of the text is definitely incorrect. Lines 26 to 29 should read, Nu omicron momuio ta omicron epsilon rumicron omicron zetterhoiota taueta.
Noem Hierokisi.
From a partially preserved Taisitoi list not precisely datable, we learn list demotic expes. He may be a son of Elnomius Phaedreus of Phaleron, who marred Numunabasa, daughter of a sacred herald. If the restoration suggested in Appendix 4 for line of Instagram 11 1789, no Tepor is correct, then he was probably still in office in 204 fifths.
28. Κλάβδιος Hierophantidis Μαραθώνιος. Γκο Μάρτιος 13 1077.
In office in 910. The sign indicates that his father had the same name. Either his father was also Eutepos Everst or the Hierophant's name before hieronymy was imposed was the same as his father's. Since most probably no Clandons of Marathon was Hierophant in the previous 60 years, the second alternative must be the correct one in this case. Claudius Eumolpus, son of Claudius Eumolpus of Marathon, Ephili in LG 3 2097 line 38, appears, with some probability, to be the same person as our Hierophant, since Eumolpus points to a connection with the appropriate genos. And in 209 tenths Eumolpus would have been 60 years old. 29. Aromas Arovir Philostratus lives of the Sophists 11, 20, p. 103 ed. Kaiser LG T 111 ed. K. Oliver, Hesperia 36 1967 pp. 334,335. In office around 215. In Philostratus's short biography of him, the section concerning his career reads as follows.
Τζαπολόνιος ο Αθηναίος ονόματος μεκ νεξιώθηκα Έλληνας, τε δικάνικα κα τε αμφό μελέτηνο ο μεμπτός. Πέδευσε δε Αθήνης η καθηρακλίδιν τε καύτην εμέν μου του πολιτικού θρόνου, προεστός σε πεταλάντη διαπρεπής. Δε και τα πολιτικά γενόμενος εν τε πρεσβείες υπέρ των μεγίστων πρέσβευσιν τηλιλατηλάνς. Μεγίστας Αθηναίοι νομίζουσι, την το επώνυμου καύτην έπτην έπλον επετράπη καύτης δα, ανακτόρου των ας δε γυράσκων. Ηρακλίδου μέκνε καύ λογίμου και γλάφκουκε. Τεν τιούτον ιερός αυτόν αφωνία μεν εποδέων. Σεμνότητα δακ καχ μεγαλοπρεπία και κόσμετ πάρε πόλος δόκεν τένικνο. The rest of the biography discusses bis oratorical
style, but mention is made in passing that one of his embassies was to Septimius Severus in Rome. Concerning his death, it is stated that he died about the age of 75, and was buried along the Sacred Way in the suburb called the Sacred Fig, where the procession bringing the herd from Olensis stopped to rest. A statue of him was set up at Eleusis while he was still alive, 46-1-3811, beneath the epigram originally inscribed on its lace. Another was added after his death by his children, revealing his name and his father's name, Fine 12, which was also Apollonius. In the first epigram, the viewer is asked to keep his name silent while he is alive, because a secret thesmos went taking it into the Purple Sea. That is, probably as part of the investiture ceremony, his name was written on a tablet and thrown into the...
His role as Hierophant is described with the words anactoru iko, profanenda avxen en ergones.
Reference is also made in the epigram to the fact that the rhetorical profession had been in his family for generations, and now that he was a hierophant he had given it up, ben karavir lax. This and the synonym which Philostratus uses for his office, tau shi nual fakapatar humikron upsilon theomeganu, as well as the remark that other hierophants were better in Euphonia, imply great importance for a melodious voice in connection with the functions of the hierophant in the telesterion. Though not equal to 3 of his successors in Euphonia, he surpassed many of his predecessors in solemnity, magnificence and dress, aspects of the hierophant's performance which were also evidently not unimportant at this time. He was married at some time in his life, on Tai, but that only the name of the man's distinguished profession stood centered in line 3. It is in fact centered in relation to line 1, and so it is reasonable to suppose That line too should be symmetrical with it also. This can be achieved with the restorations of the above text. We then have room for an abbreviated prenomen and nomen, which would of course rule out Oliver's identification. But the restoration, arojaro, is also possible as symmetrical with, since Philostratus states drat he was once an epon, emus archon, and hoplite general, Graindor. Identified him with the C. Cassius's Apollonius of Styria, who was hoplite general in 188 ninths, and archon in 2078. However, it is suggested below p80. Note 10 that the hoplite general and the archon are father and son, and that the family belongs to the Kerikes. Oliver believes that he should be identifines 1 and 3 if its beginning and end extended beyond. Fied with the peregrine Apollonius, son of Apollonius, who was a member of the concilium that advised Commodus on affairs of the Gerousia in 182 and 183. The above interpretation of Instagram if 30811, line 12 Aestede, indicating that the Hierophant was the son of a homon. Waimu's father offers support for Oliver's suggestion as far as the patronymic is concerned, but his suggestion otherwise cannot be regarded as probable on the basis of available evidence. However, I am inclined to agree with Oliver that our Apollonius is the Sophis honored in 1.611 3812. I would edit this inscription figure 4 as follows. Card 2, Era Aposaires, 95, ETA. The letters of line 3T, 0.026N, disregarding the vertical stroke of the phi, are taller than those of lines 1 to 2 HT, 0.020 minutes, as well as wider, which suggests that the name of the man honored did not ran onto line 3, that is, did not consist of 2 sizes of letters.
Those of line Enas. It seems impossible to restore Apollonios Evdimuermeos.
Wilhelmi's identification of our Apollonius with P. Aelius Apollonius, who is mentioned in 1G11 3688 int. SUP as having been eponymous archon Lasalets hoplite general, Opimolete of the Gymnasiarchy, and herald of the R. Opugus Sinus doubtful. Possible arguments against it are that no emisses are mentioned in LG, H36SS at it may have been set up previous to them, and that Kirchner's stemma at LG 11308 Fahrenheit shows that the identification would presuppose a change of genes on the part of E. Aelius Apollonius or of Lus' uncle, P. Aelens Dionysius, who was a Daduch, but the stemma of the family of Hierophant No 20 and the case of Valerius Mamertins show that this is a POS seal course. A more serious argument is the fact that finds 13 to 16 of LG 11 3688 reveal the Dedi. Cater, the wife of P. Aelens Apollonius, took pains to show that her daughter was of distinguished ancestry. Yet, if the identification is correct, she ignored her husband's sophistic profession which had been in his family for some time. This Hierophant was already dead when Philostratus was writing, between 231 and 238. His income, Bensi, came in all probability before, rather than after the Hierophants with whom Philostratus compares him, and who appear to have held the Hierophantia in succession, namely, Plerocleides, Logimus, and Glaucus, who served for a period of 9 years and a fraction of a year. Thus, Apollonius was either the successor of Claudius Hierophant of Marathon or, at any rate, served not long after him. Company 220, AD around 220. A decree was passed by the Demos 1G11 1078, regulating details of the Ephebe's participation in the escort of the Kier from Eleusis to Atlians and in the procession of the mysteries to Eleusis. The end of the decree requests that thus be made known to the Areopagus, the Boob of the 500, the Hierophant, and the Genos of the Eumolpidae. The importance attached to the Hierophants and the Eumolpidae's knowledge of this decree would seem to indicate that they were the ones primarily responsible for managing the procession. However, the decree also stipulates that the Ephebes were to receive some Eumolpid funds, and it may have been for this reason, or also for this reason, that the Hierophant and the Eumolpidae had to be specially notified. CA 2.30 AD, a decree honoring Ulpius Eubaeotus and his sons, states that they are to share in the Ezetii, just as the Hierophant and Hesperia Supple, 8 1949, p. 282, number 3 3662, lines 13 to 14, Oliver, Opsiti, p. 253, lines 13 to 49, p. Seti, p. 250, no. Stemma, Oliver, Opsiit, opposite p. 248, in office for 9 years and part of a 10th, around 225 to 235. His father, a Roman knight, was procurator of Cyprus around 180 to 200. The very distinguished family to which he belonged is illustrated in Oliver's Stemnia. His sister was the wife of a Hierophant, and his brother Zoilus married the daughter of the Hierophantid Isidote. The most information concerning him comes from a memorial erected after his death at Eleusis is LG 11 3661 Glaucus, joining a soul of old age to a body still in its prime, and to beauty of person adding the better part. wise self-control, revealed to all mankind the light-bringing rights of Dio for 9 years, but in the 10th went to the immortals. Glaucus obviously died before reaching old age. According to Philostratus, his euphonia was much better than that of Apollonius. In LG, if 3709, lines 10 to 11. He is called the Hierophant from the radiant Anacteron, a description similar to that in IG 2 3661. He revealed to all mankind the light-bringing rights of Dio. 33. Hierophant, IG 11 3062, either before or after Glaucus. He was the husband of Glaucus's sister Uriel, eponymous Archune. 30. Inchis, Plulostratus 1120 p. 103 ed. Sophist, and was commemorated by his wife in 1 G. Kaiser, in office around 220 to 230. 31. Philostratus, Ibid, in office around 220 to 230. He probably succeeded Heraclides.
Wilhelm suggested that he is the same as the Epis Παναγής Ιάσον Ζήθος ο και Λόγισμος Αγιούσιος 1. 13. 3664.
However, a Hierophant could not hold a priesthood of the Kerykes along with his own. It is conceivable that he could have been Epes Rares, then switched genes and became a Hierophant, but there is not an inkling of evidence that it was done in this case. If 5602, Oliver Hesperia, Supple, 8 1949, p. 253. As Graindor suggested, he could be the same person as the Hierophant Apollonius number 29, 34.
Pyrios.
LG, Sakachu, 3674. In office after ca. 235. A base with an epigram was set up in his honor by his son Cletus, who was himself Hierophant of a Demeter Kore cult at Lerna, a cult similar to that of Eleusis at least in respect to the names of some of the priesthoods. Cletus's name indicates that he was an Argive, and Boeck CLG, 1405, made the plausible suggestion that he was born of an Argive mother. He is also mentioned in the Palatine and
32. Ο Φλάβιος Γλαύκος το Φλαβίου Γλαύκου Μαραθώνιος. Απέσιν ΙΧ, 688-15 δερνέων αδίτων περιώσεις όργα Φιλοστράτους, Ibid, 1 STIG, 11, 3660, 1 ίσο με Όλιβερ, Φάντης της Σέλης. Άγανης πόσης ευπατερείς. The significance of a inline, 3 of IG.
11, 3674 is not been commented upon by any of its editors. Such, a dative with dexoum should mean at the hand of, as in Dzroo. How then did Cletus receive the Hierophantic at Lerna at the hand of his father? It is possible that Orosius also served as Hierophant at Lerna, or more likely, that he was involved in giving advice about religious matters in the mystery cult there, which was already in existence by the time of Plutarch. And Pausanias, in perhaps a somewhat similar way, Timotheus the Exegete once furnished help in the founding of a mystery cult at Alexandria. Thus Orosius might have had a voice in the appointment of a Hierophant at Lerna, who turned out to be his own son, eligible by virtue of being born of an Argive mother. In the epigram of LG, 11 3674 Orosius is called Korin Odi Pror, implying that, like other hieroplants, he too was renowned for his wisdom. 35. Tepers Erp, IG, 11 2342, Stemma, E. Capitanopolis, BC 2nd 92 1968, pp. 493-518, Stemma C. in office in the first half of the 4th century. His name is the culmination of a long Labala genealogica which is inscribed on a term, and of which only the last part is preserved. The inscription is actually divided into 2 sections. One section carved on the front of the herm and the other on the right side, with the genealogical information of one section complementing that of the other. It reveals that his ancestors were, on his mother's side, the great families of the Claudia of Medite, the Daduchic house, and the Gelli of Delphi and Athens, and, on his father's side, an unknown Eumolpid family. 36. Necropes Zosimus. 4th 18 ed. Mendel's Psalm, Eunapius, Laws of the Sophists, 7 3 1-4 9 and X 8 ed. John Grande, Marinus, Procius 28 p. 22 ed. Boissonade. The last legitimate Hierophant LA office from before 355 to at least 375 and not long before 392. He was known as a person of great wisdom and as a seer. Julian, just before he was elevated to Caesar in 355 AD, leered of the Hierophant's wisdom and rushed to Athens to be his pupil. But just when Julian succeeded in getting to know the Hierophant well, Constantine conferred on him the rank of Caesar, and assigned him to Gaul. When he was there, he summoned the Hierophant from Greece, and together with him performed some things, i.e., rites known only to them, which according to Eunapius were instrumental in influencing Gelon to do away with the tyranny of Constantius. After he had done away with Constantius and Unpias, he sent the Hierophant back to Greece as though he were sending off a god who had appeared, and he gave him everything he wished, including imperial gifts and a retinue to take care of the sanctuaries of Greece. Eunapius's X8 relating another incident from the life of this Hierophant, at the time Julian was emperor 361 to 363, fills out the picture already given of him as a seer. At this time Prohaerescens consulted him, having noticed that the Hierophant was available, like the Delphic tripod, to all those seeking knowledge of the future. The question he put to him was whether Julian's tax reform would be permanent, and the answer was negative. Another instance of the Hierophant's prophetic powers is recounted by Zosimus, in connection with an incident that took place around 375. In a dream, the Hierophant Nestorius, Aseros was expovos, and that Athens' only salvation lay in doing public, iote epsilon rumicron fielphanu to epsilonu ta epsilon to alphagama munu omicronu pi omicron upsilon per hogameater humicron, foresaw a disaster, honor to Achilles, but his proposal was spurned by the city officials. Undaunted, he fashioned a statue of Achilles in an ediculum and set it beneath the statue of Athena in the Parthenon, while reciting the appropriate prayers to both deities. Soon afterwards great earthquake took place and only Athens was spared. Eunipins, and although Eunapius was certainly, Nestorius was the Hierophant who initiated Ares. Writing after the Hierophant's death, he says that it is not lawful Hemesis for me to say his name. His name, however, is mentioned by Zosimus without any. Hierophant was a Eumolpid, and he prophesied to, reference to Hieronymy. Eunipins states that this, Enipins that, after him a Hierophant would be appointed for whom it would not be lawful to touch the Hieroplantic thrones, since this man would have already been consecrated to other gods and would have sworn secret oaths not to supervise other shrines, and he would not even be an Athenian. He also prophesied that sanctuaries would be razed and pillaged in his own time, though evidently not referring to Eleusis, and that the Eleusinian sanctuary would end its life before his successor ended his, and his successor would henceforth live in dishonor, destined neither to serve as Hierophant nor to reach old age. The prophecy was borne out, Eunapius says, by the fact that his successor was from Thespiae, and was Arara Bris Madpakis, and by the fact that not long thereafter, Alaric invaded 396 AD. The invasion was successful according to Eumapius, because of the impiety of the Blackrobes, and because the law and bond of the Hierophanti Thesair had already been broken, referring presumably to both the illegitimate Hierophant and the edicts of Theodosius. Nestorius was the father or grandfather of Plutarch, the next Platonic philosopher who died in 431.5 times 4, according to Marinus's Proclus, 28, p. 22, ed. Boissonade, who calls him Nestorius the Great. He was the author of Upsilon Rogam Alpha and Thetaepsilon Omicron Upsilon Rogam Iota Kappa Alpha Gamma Omega Gamma Kappa Alpha Iota. Roman Empire. A piece of one side of the ediculum of the Pulperis Spiros in the Telesterion is preserved and bears the vertically written inscription. Of Roman dates the fluon and its medication Nu Alpha Tau Omicron, constructed by J. Travlos, who demonstrates on the phocis of its foundation blocks that it was situated in close proximity to the entrance of the Anacteron. Unknown date. A grave inscription 7.6, 11 6400, preserved only in the sketches of Fauvel as Alpha Tau Omicron Upsilon Tau Omicron Upsilon. Kegels is restored by W. Peake to read certainly, top rather than Rauride. No date is given for the monument. The reading Pokar seems very unlikely, since Hieronymy is nowhere else attested on monuments erected after a Hierophant's death. Uncertain provenance. The inscription mentioning the Hierophant Antiochus, who appears in Tupfer's and Philios's lists, is T of uncertain provenance, and so it is not clear whether Antiochus was an Eleusinian Hierophant. General remarks. Age and duration of service. In commenting on the mysteries at Phlius Pausanias states 1114 that they differed from Dios at Eleusis in being held 4 times a ver.
Also in regard to the duration of the Hierophant's term powdery, is istin vion πάντα υποδέδεικτε. Κατι δι εκάστην τελετήν αλωτέ, στην τάλων σφής υπερατός, λαμβάνων in μέλη και ουράξ.
That the appointment of a Hierophant at Eleusis was for life is also indicated by the evidence concerning Apollonius's number 29, Glams's number 32, and Nestorius's no 36, and by the fact that no living ex-Hierophants are known. In Clitian, in the case of Apollonius number 29, an inscription states that Hieronymy could be lifted only after his death. This was a custom which applied to the priest's entire term, and was kept rigorously for all Hierophants starting from around the end of the 2nd century NC. See introduction. That the Hieropluent normally was not a young man is clear from a passage of Epictetus in which Epictetus addresses a hypothetical young man who proposes to reproduce the mysteries at a place other than Elensis by simply reproducing the sounds uttered by the higher onham tau meganu.
Alk estita echinden dektender satin, ikomin, o strophion oon di, ifonin o herlikias, o hagnefsas eseros.
Thus only older men were normally appointed, and the evidence for the individual Hierophants indicates that in fact several were of such an age. Lacratides IMO. 4 was probably over 60 when installed. Ammonomachus is number 12 over 50. Hierophant of Hagnoir number 23 is depicted in a relief as an old man, and Apollonius is number 24 entered the Chiero in and died at about 75 years of age. The evidence also indicates that some were probably less than 60 when they were installed, namely Aristocles of Parathoidae number 13, whose term of service lasted at least 35 years, and Glaucus is no 32, who died after 9 years of service while his body was still in its prime. Apollinarius is number 26 when he assumed office may have been fairly young. However, noise of the latter cases justify the assumption that any of them were younger than about 45-50. Of the other Hierophants, about whose age no precise the time of their appointment, in regard to several inferences can be drawn, the distinguished careers which they had already had by the time they appear in inscriptions as Hierophants testify that they were certainly not young men. In addition, the short terms of several of the Hierophants of the end of the 2nd and the beginning of the 3rd century AD point to the same conclusion, namely that age was an important prerequisite for appointment to the heraldentio, the importance of it perhaps varying according to the period. Marital status. Pausanias 11:14 see above seems to say that one of the ways in which the Hierophants of Phlius differed from those at Eleusis was that the former could marry if they wished. However, many of the Hierophants at Eleusis had children, and so Pausanias' testimony raises the question whether they were still married or were widowers when serving as Hierophants. A statement of Hyperides strongly suggests that marriage was permitted in the 4th century BC. Dedication in Hosior of Meneclides number 13 erected by his wife shows that marriage was not forbidden around the end of the 2nd century BC, and a dedication of the 2nd century AD by perhaps the wife of a Hierophant invites criticism of Pausanias' testimony even for his own period. Pausanias visited Athens probably shortly before the middle of the 2nd century, certainly before 160 to 161. It is possible that at this time the incumbent was not married, and it is also possible that the well-known chastity observed by the Hierophant during the festivals see below was a source of confusion. Though audriuvica is a normal term for marrying, perhaps Pausanias is using it here simply to refer to intercourse, so that it should be taken closely with Sara de reder. At any rate, if he does not mean this, his testimony does not seem to be correct on this point. Manner of appointment. Only 4 Hierophants were close relatives of one another, the brothers Ammonachus and Anstocles of the 2nd century C, and Meneclides and Theophimus of the last quarter and the end of the 2nd century BC who were father and son. This small number, in contrast to the relatively large number of unrelated Hierophants, especially those of the 4th century SC, and of 150 to 230 AD, the 2 periods for which our records are the most complete, would lead one to infer that inheritance was not the manner of appointment. At the same time, the number of related Hierophants is large enough to cast doubt on allotment as the manner of appointment, at least for the period after the 3rd century BC. However, there is some though not very strong evidence that allotment may have been used before the time of Aristotle. We must conclude that at least for the later period Hierophants were elected, and, accordingly, that occasionally a family of great prestige and popularity among the Eumolpidae succeeded in having more one of its members elected. Interestingly, the predominance of certain families of the Eumolpidae in the Hierophantia occurred in the 2nd century BC, and coincides with a somewhat similar though lengthier predominance of certain families of the Characes and the Daduch about the same time. Political activities and social position. Little is known of the lives of the Hierophants. Archias number 3 was on good terms with oligarchs. Eurymedon number 7 brought suit against Aristotle. Euryclades number 8 was intolerant of philosophic witticisms on the mysteries. The only political office attested for Hierophants of the pre-Sulla period is service in the Bull number 11, and perhaps no far none. In 86/5 a Hierophant was archon, and generally speaking, it is characteristic of the Hierophants of the Roman period to lie politically very distinguished. Claudius Oenoplilas number 18 held nearly every major political position. Others held several of them. At least 3 UOS, 18, 24, 29 served as ambassadors, 2 of them to Rome. In at least one case, that of Claudius Oenoplilas nay 18, who was probably the first Athenian equestrian, a Hierophant, before assuming office, Lad had a Rhonian career. Flavius Leosthenes number 24, Apollonius number 29, and Nestorius number 36 were on good terms with emperors. The Hierophant Apollonius number 29 was a sophist, and several Nos, 32, 34, 30 were known for their wisdom, and the last legitimate Hierophant number 36 achieved renown for his powers of prophecy and magic. Number 25 was highly praised for his clear thinking and courage in the face of hostile attack upon the sanctuary. Clearly the Hierophant in the Roman period generally was a person who enjoyed considerable prestige. Plutarch and Dio Chrysostom relate that the Hierophanton was the most important and most respected priesthood in Athens. It was also highly respected in the classical and Hellenistic period, but whether to such a degree is not known. Requirements for appointment. political and intellectual distinction, at least in the Roman period, were undoubtedly very helpful in influencing appointment, but religious and ceremonial abilities were evidently also necessary. Philostratus, being eagerly desirable of a Hierophant, enlisted 3, considered a pleasing or melodious voice Vowala 2, Hierophants who had at nose 30 to 32 and a fourth number 29, who was not quite up to them in this respect. Epictetus listed ear as one of the Hierophant's essential characteristics. Philostratus also stressed so, levity, magnificence and dress. Investiture. Apparently the most important part of the ceremony of installation was the reception of the Seraphion. In the case of Flavius Leosthenes number 24, this seems to have been practically synonymous with becoming a Hierophant. It was probably at some point during the investiture that the Hierophant cast his former name into the sea and became Hieronymus. As is shown by the case of Flavius Leosthenes number 24, investiture was not restricted to a particular place, who received the Strophion in Rome in the presence of religious costume. The best evidence for the dress of the Hierophant is the relief of Hierophant number 23, in connection with which a full discussion of the Hierophant's dress was presented. From this relief and literary evidence the following picture emerges. The color of Lust's ceremonial garment was perhaps purple. The most important part of his dress was the Strophion, above which he customarily wore a myrtle wreath. His hair was probably long by tradition. In addition, Hierophant number 23 holds a staff and wears rather fancy boots. The general impression of Hieropyria and/or influenced a speaker in Athenians to accuse the Hierophant and Daduch of imitating the stage. Emoluments. The Hierophant's primary source of fees was proba. The initiates themselves, though his fee is not preserved, one amounting to 5 obols or more would be commensurate with what the priestess of Demeter and Kore received. A portion of the proceeds from the harvest of the Rarian field was given to him as well. As to the other priests and priestesses of the cult, he undoubtedly received also a portion of the sacrifices offered during the mysteries, just as every bear of the Eumolpidae did, and perhaps as Hierophant, his portion was greater. In the time of Aeschines, at least he probably underwent a financial audit in the 2nd century AD. He had a share in the Eluesinian endowment, but otherwise nothing is known of payments to him during the Roman period. Perhaps fees were still collected from initiates, but the need for a panegyriarch shows that if so, these fees did not pay the full expenses of the festival as they apparently did in classical times. In view of the general wealthiness of the Hierophants of this period, the initiates' fees may have been less important. Perhaps a clearer picture would emerge from a comprehensive study of the finances of the sanctuary. Religious functions. At the time of the mysteries he practiced chastity. Together with the Daduch he announced the mysteries, the PREFACE from the Stoa Poesil through the services of the sacred herald. He and the genes of the Eumolpidae were perhaps primarily responsible for the direction of the procession. And the Daduch probably marched at its head. We may summarize here the most trustworthy non-Christian evidence referring specifically to the Hierophant and his eruvity within the telesterion. As his title indicates, showed the here to the initiates. The Kiro were kept in the Anacteron, into which he alone was permitted to enter. He had a considerable speaking role during this most sacred service, for which a pleasing and melodious voice was essential. He had to reveal certain spoken secrets Meuria to the assembled initiates. Within the Anacteron, Philostratus uses aldaro, and a very important part of his speaking was done. Qui is a synonym for the Hierophant. At the moment he emerged, the Anacteron was lit by a brilliant fight, and the appearance of the Hierophant bathed in this light was a dramatic moment that was especially remembered. Apollonius's number 29 is
inscribed in an erίσταση της ανακτόρου ότι προφανέντα αυξία. Piet, on Glaucus no. 32 is called the hero.
Called the one who revealed to all mankind the light. Phant from the radiant Anacteron. Glaucus is also bringing rites of Deo. Brilliant light was a very important part of the festival at this point in. Having emerged from the Anacteron, the Hierophant was assisted by the Hierophantids in showing the Hiera. Perhaps at this point he walked around the telesterion, revealing the Hers in procession with the Daduchi and the Hierophantids and some or all of the other priests. He sat on a special throne during part of the ceremonies. At one point he sounded a gong as Kore was being summoned. Oddly, duties in connection with the mysteries included writing the speeches of the Spondophore. In most of his religious duties he could normally rely on enthusiastic assistance from the genes of the Eumolpidae. They had a part also in the celebration of the Kala, Maya and the Prorosia, the only other festivals at Eleusis with which any evidence connects him. Around the end of the 4th century AC, he went as a member of a delegation from the Eleusinian sanctuary, i.e. he and the priestesses from Eleusis to the festival of the Pyanopsia. Only priestesses are his associates also in the Calamaca. During the panegyris of the mysteries he and a group of appointed men supervised the use of proper weights and measures according to a law issued. Around the end of the 2nd century BC, 2nd Daduch c. 1962, p. 10 and append, L. Stemma, J.K. Davies, Athenian Propertied Families, 600 to 300 BC, Oxford, 1971, pp. 258 to 261. For his dame C. D. Lewis, BSA 51955, pp 13 to 14, and B. D. Merritt, Hesperia 5 1936, p. 400, in office from 490 BC, or earlier to 445 or later. To the Battle of Marathon, Callias is said to have come dressed in lis priestly garb rogi, and to have fought honorably. He and his family, which dedications he erected on the Acropolis, still survive. Included Aristides, Lew's cousin, were quite prominent, one of which was perhaps a statue in honor of his victories in the Olympian Games. His service to the mysteries as Daduch was evidently no impediment to his undertaking several important services for the state. When well advanced in years, he took part in the embassy of 98 to King Artaxerxes, which resulted in the alleged peace of Callias, and he is last heard of as one of the two Mai. In 446 fifths he was also Sparta's proxenor. He was, who negotiated the 30 years truce with Sparta, especially renowned for his wealth. By his contemporaries he was considered Adararus's agral. By the comic poets he was nicknamed Ansel Hours. One explanation of the nickname is given in an anecdote related by Plutarch. According to him, Callias nu alpha, omega mutawa tatau omicron, nu thiterhopi omeganu, kappa alpha iota, p alpha hol fanu omicron mutawal fatau omicron. And, after the Battle of Marathon, some Barlarian, thinking him a. So far as is known, the Daduchs were always drawn king because of his long hair, wt and headband. From the Gemos of the Cherokes. 1. Callias Tekken, Erovica 1 Arir. Scolion 2 5 and 25. For all other prosopographical refer. Enses and further discussions cp. 7825. D. McDowell Andicides, On the Mysteries Oxford. Aristophanes Claudes line 64. Plutarch Aristides, or Poppaea, bowed to the ground before him, took him by the hand and showed Lum a leap of gold buried in a pit. He then allegedly killed this man and took the gold. But the story has too many comic elements to be taken seriously. Plutarch probably relied heavily on the comedians in this instance, and his account is further suspect in that he seems to like to make a nice contrast between the wealth and vice of Callias and the virtue and poverty of his cousin Aristides. Other versions relate just that he found a cache of gold left behind by the Persians. As a soldier in the Battle of Marathon, he may have wanted to demonstrate, by wearing his religious costume, iepa erode, that he was there also as a priest. Perhaps regarding himself as acting in defense of not only Athens but also the mysteries and the sanctuary of Demeter and Kore, which were intimately bound up with Athenian life. There has been some debate as to whether the son of Callias, Hipponicus, was also a Daduch, and relatedly whether the office of Daduch was hereditary in this family, whose known history extends from Phaenippus in the early 6th century to Hipponicus, son of Hipponicus in the 3rd century, and which in the 5th and 4th centuries shows an alternating father-son series of Collins Hipponicus. With the notable exception of Foucault, scholars have considered the office of Daduch as hereditary in the family at least during the 5th and 4th centuries, when a Callias alternated with an Hipponicus. Foucault's objections are that only 2 Daduchs are attested with certainty as coming from this family, Callias I and his grandson Callias High. The accuser of Andicides that this is not sufficient evidence to conclude that the office of Daduch was hereditary in the family for 2 centuries, and that there is no proof that Philopponicus, the son of Callias XI and father of Callias XI, the necessary link for proving any heredity at all, was in fact a Daduch. The evidence traditionally cited to prove that Hipponicus was a Daduch is a statement of Andicides 115, and once his father, i.e. the father of Callias III. Hipponicus expounded rare this to the Athenians. The interpretation of this statement, if Callias told the truth, is simply that Hipponicus morphed the rite of Eumolpidae exegesis, which belonged exclusively to the Eumolpidae. It cannot be interpreted, as Foucault correctly maintains, to mean necessarily that Hipponicus was a Daduch at the time he performed illegitimate exegesis. Callias is High, Hipponicus's son, who also tried to usurp the rite of exegesis, did so by relying on his prestige as Daduch to escape detection. It does not follow that Hipponicus also had to rely on the office of Daduch to act in the same illegitimate manner, as Pilam Omicron Upsilon Sigma Tato Alpha Tau Omicron Tau Omeganu, and a man of considerable influence in Athens, and naturally therefore an important member of the Cherokes, he may not have needed the office of Daduch to make his improper exegesis carry weight. In any event, the fact, if it was a fact, for we have only the biased word of Callias, that Hipponicus illegitimately performed exegesis is not proof that he was a Daduch. Some indication that he was not a Daduch may be seen in the fact that in 387, it is mentioned that he had recently died. Now we know that his son Callias was serving as Daduch from before 400 to at least 371, so Hippo. Nick would have had to have died before 400, though it is not impossible that recently rear could refer to an event more than 13 years Before, I think this tends to favor the position that Hipponicus was not a Daduch. Another argument, which has not been brought to bear on this problem of heredity, is that in 350 49 and 302, the incumbent Daduces were respectively Heraclides and Pythagoras. They were probably not members of this family, as these names do not occur anywhere in the family's stenoma. But much more significantly, in 350 49, neither Callias IV, whose Acme was around 355, nor his father Hipponicus, whose Acme was around 388, were either of them the incumbent Daduch, nor was Hipponians SFV, whose Acme was around 322, the incumbent Daduch in 302. So, unless Heraclides and Pythagoras came from a related branch or franchise, thus family was not in control of the office of Daduch in the second half of the 4th century. We must conclude that the office of Daduch was not hereditary in this family throughout its known history, and that there is no firm evidence that it was so even at any one time in its history. Between the incumbencies of Callias II and Callias III, at least one Daduel held office. Around the middle of the 5th century, a representation of the lepa oral which the Daduch wore around this time is probably preserved on a red figure stamnos, which was painted around the end of Callias I's lifetime and placed in an Eluesinian grave. A bearded man of mature age is shown marching, barefoot in a solemn manner with a torch in each hand, and he is followed by a mistus crowned with myrtle and holding a myrtle staff. Daduch's long hair flows down his back and is bound on his head by the drophion, which seems to cover a wreath probably of myrtle. His garments are quite regal. A chiton reaches to midway between the knee and ankle, with a row of decorative dots probably embroidered, circling the garment slightly above the hem. A heavier garment, apparently an erodirus, decorated with small circles scattered all over, is worn over the chiton and reaches to just above the knees. It is bound about the waist with a decorated sash. Both the chiton and the ependyles are sleeveless. Stole-like chlamydian passes around his neck. Its two ends come down in front of his chest, pass under the wash and terminate just below the hem of the ependytes. Considering the figure's royal bearing and splendid garments, the joke about a Larbarian mistaking him for a king is graphically clear. C. 416 BC. In 1612-76, the Hierophant and the Daduch are requested to announce at the time of the mysteries that the Greeks are to donate an eparchy to Demeter and Kore. See above pp. 14-15. Both priests are also requested to inscribe the size of each eparchy and the name of its donor on a tablet. It was shown above that they did this not so much in their traditional religion's capacity as priests than as the chief administrators of the sanctuary, the representatives of the Eumolpidae and the Kerykes. 415 billion c. The office of Daduch was involved in the accusation of Alcibiades for impiety in this year. The charge was that Alcibiades called himself Hierophant Puli, Ton Daduch, and Theodorus of Phagia herald. The Daduch was certainly among the priests and priestesses of Eleusis who cursed Alcibiades in 415, and who had to rescind their curse in 408. See above. pp. 15-16. Callias's number 2 may well have been the Daduch at this time. It is interesting that he and Alcibiades had been on very lad terms concerning Hippolyte, Callias's sister, whom Alcibiades married sometime before 424. According to Pseudo-Ondo, sides they quarreled over her dowry, Alcibiades insisting that another 10 talents were owing to him at the birth of their first child. Alcibiades also treated Hippolyte in various ways to such an extent that at one time she tried unsuccessfully to divorce him. Alcibiades was also said to have planned the assassination of Callias in order to acquire his wealth, which forced Callias to make over his property to the suite in the event that he died without an heir. Whether Daduch or not at this time, Callias was certainly an influential member of the Kerykes, and this fact provides additional background for Thucydides' statement that the Eumolpidae and the Kerykes were opposed to the recall of Alcibiades in 408. In addition to the affront they received or imagined they received by his alleged mimicry, and in addition to the embarrassment they would suffer by having to rescind their curses, Callias, one of their most prominent members if not the Daduch himself, was his bitter enemy. 2. Kalens's 2 Trovia Tuiariser, Ando, sides on the Mysteries ed. McDowell, 112 and 124-127, Xenophon Hellenica, AI 3-2-6, Aristotle Rhetorica 1405a 20. For all other prosopographical references see PA 7826, McDowell, OPCAT, TP 10-11 and append, First Stemma, and Davies, OPC pp. 262-263 in office from some time before 400 to at least 371. Born about 450, and still alive in 371, in Athens and on some occasions held positions in the, like his ancestors he was a very prominent government. He served as general in 391 Xereths in the Corinthian War, and also went 3 times as envoy to Sparta. His last mission as envoy was in 371, and the speech he gave at that time to the Laecidae. To the Eluesinian mysteries and to the civilizing Monians is summarized by Xenophon, in, as he refers, mission of Teptolemus among the Peloponnesians. He dedicated Reril's Eros on Delos perhaps, as Schaeffer believes, when he was in Apos, lavished large amounts of money on the sophists and, very active in social and intellectual affairs, he phoned symposium. His luxurious living, parodied, in his house were held Plato's Protagoras and Zeno, by Eupolis in 421, and the flatterers was a source of frequent comment. He was famous also for dissipating his personal wealth at one time among the talents, while his grandfather's wealth amounted at greatest in Greece, so that by 387 he had only one time to 200 talents, and near the end of his life he could be called the beggar priest Railaris. His tumultuous marital life is amply described. Fry Andicides, it had apparently much to do with why he brought Andicides to trial in 400. In his speech at this trial, Andicides refers to Callias as a priest.
Γιάουσι πάει το ξουνό μποϊάρκα. Ταύτης η συνοικήση σου είναι τεν μητέρα άκετεν έλαβε, καχ στρώνει ιδρ πάντων σχετλιότατος ανθρώπων τε μήτρε κάφτε θυγατρή, χέρες εν τες μήτρες κάφετες θυγατρός.
Eta Alphapidosides is accurate here. Callias was already Daduch at the time he was living with these two women, therefore sometime before 400, though it is uncertain exactly how long before. We also learn that sometime after his double cohabitation with these women, again before 400, he held another priesthood simultaneously as the priest of his phratry B was officiating when the relatives of Chrysilla, one of the women he was living with 6 March, tried to introduce into his phratry the child that she conceived by him. 352 BC. The decree of 352 concerning the sacred orgas 1.6.11,204 mentions the Daduch as the representative of the Charikes, who together with the Hierophant, the representative of the Eumolpidae, was requested to perform some administrative functions in regard to the implementation of this decree. However, in line 38, where arrangements for a sacrifice are described, the Hierophant's associate is not the Daduch, but the priestess of Demeter, which shows that as a religious representative of the sanctuary of Demeter in Kore he was less important than the priestess. 3. Lepo Didiani de Demosthene Commenta, ed. H. Dix and W. Schubert, Leipzig, 1964, Kernel 13, line 41-58, and Kernel 14, in office in 350-49. The affair of the sacred orgas described above was finally settled in 350-49 through the arbitration of the Hierophant Laratides and the Daduch Hieroclides. 329/8. The Daduch possessed a house in the Eluesinian sanctuary in 129/8, according to 1 Gram, 11, 1672, I 305, which records an expenditure for wood for the doors of the priestess and the Daduch. Teres, the greater mysteries and the Epoptea at the same time, as soon as he arrived in Athens, which was to be in the months of Monicleon. Such a request was unheard of in the entire history of the sanctuary. The fulfillment of it would be a travesty. When the letter of Demetrius requesting this was read, Pythodorus the Daduch refused to go along with it. Despite his refusal, it was decreed to call Munichian and the Sterion, and then to celebrate the lesser mysteries, and after their celebration it was decreed to call Munichian Bodromion, and the greater mysteries were held. It is interesting that no resistance was offered by the Hieroplan. Plutarch explicitly states that Pythodorus was the only one who dared to refits. End of the 3rd century to end of the 1st century BC, between the end of the 3rd century and the end of the 1st century before Christ, exactly 10 Daduchs bell office, and their names and exact order of succession are known. The information is contained in a decree passed in the year of the archonship of Apolexis 2010, which honors the Daduch Themistocles, son of Theophrastus of Hagnus. It states that Themistocles received his via, and from this Aya the priesthood itself, in succession, from his father Theophrastus and from 8 other ancestors, the earliest of whom was Leonuus of Acharnae, who lived around the end of the 3rd century for the stemma see below p. 58. These names were apparently taken from a register, for, after mentioning the 10 Sladuchs in succession, the decree states, and lay for, all of these Hermodamus and Hieroclides were Daduchs before the registering Divipni of the 4. Huom. Plutarch, Demetrius 26, pa. 12,394, Charikes on de Talile. In office in 302, he was Daduch in 302 when Demetrius Poliorcetes was initiated into the mysteries. Demetrius wasted to complete all stages of initiation, the lesser mise. Since this important decree will be cited frequently in the discussion to come, a new edition is presented, here, incorporating corrections made from a study of the stone. Significant corrections, restorations are by Karuniotes except for one, of my own see below, and the following by Roussel, end of line 2, Arara res lines 7-8. 6. With Valois, line 35 now confirmed, AP Joe. lines 59 to 60 now confirmed except for division. In addition, he read in lines 54 to 35 Yenu Area Reuters Year A, now confirmed instead of Karumio Tepsilon Gamma Halfam Omiol Fatau Epsilon Omicron Upsilon Omicron Iota Gamma Epsilon Utau. Epsilon Pio Tagamanu Omicron Upsilon Munu Kappa Tau Lambda. In line 17 he and Valois read Ludaspin, but the fifth letter as inscribed is definitely ORLO. In lines 26 to 27 Karuniotes read Apior APXOSs and Roussel Apter Ways, neither of which is possible. The correct name is Apior AX Sundwal NPA. P. 12 gives a srema of this family, and the only known member of it who appears appropriate for Aristache. Mus's father is the Ammonius son of Demetrius who was a Phoebe in 80/79. It should also be noted that in some of the names, families succeeded, and Dittenberger held that the Daduchia was inherited by generations, as in the priesthood of Poseidon at Halicarnassus. According to Mur decree, Themistocles received the priesthood in Pielfar Hal Phalamdi Gagama Tawalpha Tanu.
13 διαδοχής.
It was therefore certainly not allotted. The stemma, see below, p58, shows that it passed several times from father to son, from Philistides of Hages to his son, from Leontius as No 7 of Aclarue to his son, grandson, and great-grandson, and from Themistocles number 14 of Hagnus to his son and grandson. However, only in the case of Themistocles number 14 and his son and grandson, and in one other case of a father and son, was there to intervening incumbent, and son did not succeed one another directly. Phyllis, between father and son, that is in most cases father, of Acuarus and his son, and Plulistide's son inter. Tides of Hagwans intervened between Leontius's IO7, vened between Leontius's son and grandson, in other, and words formed from and in Kinus and words. For the first 6 members in this line of success Sion, the office passed back and forth between these two families. The family from Agnus and the family from Acarnae. The 7th member of the success Sion, who was of the family from Achameae, was the K-amp was written and then the was erased. This erasime is in fact so regular that it has to be restored in line 44 where there is space for it toward the end of the document lines 60 to 64. The letterer overcompensated for thus bad habit by not inscribing son of the 6th, but after him only 2 more d. A correct epsilon in 3 words. Discussion. The decree corrects earlier theories concerning the manner by which daduals were appointed. There were 3 main theories. Foucault held that they were appointed from the genes by lot from a very limited number of candidates. Topfer held that on the death of the incumbent the oldest member of the descendants of the family from Asarne appear in our sources, neither of whom are Daduchs. The Daduchin then reverted to the family from Hagnus and remained there, passing directly from father to son. For 4 generations it also happened that the 2 families were joined by a matriarch tie in the same generation, that the Dedmachia reverted permanently to the family from Hagnons. But it is not known whether the families were previously related. Thus, it appears that at this time the succession was normally inherited from father to son, but at least at this time 2 families were involved. The reason for the rotation from one family to the other in a particular case is not known with certainty. A workable hypothesis is that it had something to do with seniority. If the son of the incumbent Daduch was not old enough when his father died, or was not as old as a suitable descendant of a Daduch of the other family, or was otherwise unqualified, he would be passed over in favor of the candidate from the other family. But when the one family died out, if that is what happened, the Daduchia renewed in the other family, there evidently being no longer any need to rotate the office with another family. As long as the 2 families were capable of providing candidates, there probably was an understanding between them that the most suitable, often perhaps the oldest candidate available from either family, would succeed to the office. But when, as it seems, the family from Asharne could no longer provide candidates, the office naturally remained solely within the domain of the family from Hagnons. And then no other Caryces's family gained access to the office until 4 generations passed, after which time it became the exclusive prerogative of a different family, whose dem was Melite. The connection of this new family with the family from Acarnae is not entirely clear. See below p58. A statement has been attributed to Aristotle Ath. Pol. Fragment 5 ed. Opperman that priesthoods belonging to the genus of the Caryces were appointed by lot. However, it is not completely certain that it was he who said this. The statement occurs in the entry for Rivera in the lexicon of Pupmos. The entry first describes the pre-Cleisthenic system of phyli and gene.
Concludes with alvos caro endras. Είχε τριάκοντα τος έστη γέννη τεταγμένους. Ούιτινες γέννεται καλόν δεχθέξινόερ, δεροσύντε άκ κάστους προσήκουσε εκληρώντο. Ον Eumolpidas και κήρυκες κα αερεόσορς.
Lorope avai mocraces apurens my obris. And here follows what is intended as a direct quotation from Aristotle. This quotation gives essentially the same information as was given in the preceding description but without any mention of priesthoods or their manner of appointment. So the statement that Gentile priesthoods were appointed by lot may come from a different source. If indeed it is from Aristotle, it would love to apply, in the case of Daduch, only to the period before or around his time, for the lot was certainly no longer the principle of selection of Daduchs and, as it seems, of Hierophants by the end of the 3rd century. It is possible that the statement refers to lesser priests from these g. 5. Epiro decree for Themistocles, above line 53, in office sometime before the end of the 3rd century. The decree honoring Themistocles mentions that, before the 10 Daduchs who succeeded one another, Hermodamus and Hierocleides served as Daduchs, but does not make clear the relation of these to the 10, either whether they were of the same families as the 10, or whether they directly preceded the 10, or even whether they directly succeeded one another. Nor can one be sure that Hermodamus preceded Hierocleides, since the first of the 10 successive Daduchs, Lemtins, has his acme around the end of the 3rd century. Hermodamus and Hierocleides can be assigned to before this time. 6. Tepuls, above p51, line 53, in office some time before the end of the 3rd century. It is not known whether he came before or after Hermodamus. 7. Akorios is Axipres, above p51, line 51, Pausanias, I 37th 1st, Stemina below p58, Pa 9111. L office around the beginning of the 2nd century. It is not known whether he directly succeeded her, Modamus or Hierocleides, or whether other Daduchs intervened. By a fault of transmission in the Manu script of Pausanias, his name was changed to Mr. 8, Arg, above p51, lines 49 to 51, Stemma, below p58. In office around the beginning of the 2nd century, directly succeeding Leontius of Acharnae, Antiphon was succeeded by Philistides of Hagnus.
His relationship to Philistides is expressed in the encryption as follows: Αντισώντας, αιτσεις, καν μεκαντέξ, εν εψιών παιδων γεγονός Philistidis.
Epsilonxi alphanu epsilonxi otanu p alpha delta omeganu. Its lean variously interpreted. Threpsiades understood mu epsilon tau omicron mean that Antiphon was the son of a first cousin of Philistides, and Russel's interpretation is that Antiphon was the son of a sister of Philistides. Rousset is certainly wrong, since does or deco are the only attested designations for nephew at this period. Threpsiades' interpretation also has difficulties. If Antiphon had been the son of a first cousin of Philistides, he would in all probability live been younger than Philistides, and yet he served as Daduch before Etim. There is, however, a solution. R. Harrison has found that defied apparently can also mean first cousin once removed, and accordingly Weiss Repo can mean second cousin. He notes that in the speech of Isaias on the estate of Hognius, Theopompus describes himself as a Rezav to Hognius when in fact he was a son of a cousin of Hognius's father, viz. a second cousin of Hognius, und in the speech of Pseudo-Demosthenes against Macardalus 49 Dropos is also used in the same way. Hence, our passage can be interpreted as stating that Antiphon was related to Philistides as its second cousin, without revealing whether on the pu, ternal or material aid. In this case Antiphon and Philistides would both he in the same generation, and so the unlikelihood that a man many years younger than Philistides was his predecessor in the Deductio is removed. Antiphon was altar priest before becoming Daduch, at which time he evidently relinquished the altar priesthood. Others in his family, viz. Philistides and Philoxenides, followed the same course. 9. Pre-Iolaos, above p51 line 46, Stemma below p58, in office around the beginning of the 2nd century, directly succeeding Antiphon to Apollo at the Thargelia and march in the procession in his honor, along with many other Athenian priests and officials.
12. Ξενοκλής Αμοκλέους ένας Αχαρνές, αλόβ pp. 50, 51, line 40 and 52 ένας DIP 2452, line 7 ένας 1034.
Line 23, 3507, 3508, Pausanias, 137-1, M. Thompson, The New Style Silver Coinage of Athens, New York, 1961, p. 577 pa, 11216. Stenoma below, p. 58, in office in the 2nd century, probably within the last quarter, directly succeeding Philoxenides. His father and his son were also Daduchs. His daughter Acestion was one of the weavers of Athena's robe LG 11-1034, line 23, and was the wife of the Daduch Themistocles of Hagnus. His brother, Leontins Us, was an altar priest. His name is inscribed in a list of distinguished Athenan Asige 11-2452, line 7, set up around 125 BC, but the title of Daduch is not given next to his name, whereas TLTE titles of the Hierophants in this, like Antiphon, he served first as altar priest and inscription are given. Either Xenocles was not yet, then as Daduch. 10. 1. RU axis above P51, lines 45 and 51 e.g. If, 2452, line 7, Pausanias, 1, 37, 1, Steninta below P38. In office in the first luau of the 2nd century, directly succeeding Philistides. The name of this man is perhaps to be restored in a list of Bululi of the tribe Cineas, dared to the beginning of the 2nd century. Second in the list of Axipre is Loco, 11, is Peridon Aeolos, above P51, lines 42 and 46, stemma below P58. IU office around the 3rd quarter of the 2nd century, directly succeeding Sophocles. Like his father, he served first as altar, priest and then as Daduch. He may still have been Daduch as late as around 125 c. See below. 9-8. In this year a decree regulating some aspects of the Cule of Apollo ordained that the Hierophant, the Daduch, and of Parawara Kors should offer prayer. A Daduch, or it was not customary at this period to inscribe the Daduchi's title. In itself the latter posse. Lality seems less likely, and the former is reinforced by the fact that Xenocles was most likely a mint magistrate in 130 29ths, 127 sixths, and 124 halves, and up to now there has been no evidence that a Daduch was allele to undertake such a demanding civil magistracy while at the same time carrying out his duties as Dadnals, and on general grounds it does seem improbable that the co-administrator of the Eluesinian sanctuary would have had the time to carry out satisfactorily both administrative offices. The only noteworthy civic services rendered by previous known Daduchs were those of the 2 Calliases, but their ambassadorial missions were naturally only of short duration, and their wartime services were of course. In response to an emergency. FF 13, Zokor Thurid Zuxors Axaptus, above, P51, line 39, 1 gram IP, 3507 Hesperia, supple, 8th, P223, and S, Fuia de Delphis, 111, 215. Line 16, Pansinas, 137, LPA, 12830, stemma below P58, in office in the 1st quarter of the 1st century ILC, directly succeeding his father Xenocles. His wife Cecicle, who was one of the weavers of Athena's role in 103, erected 2 statues in honor of Sophocles as Plavzarara, lay. After his death, if the Daduchia was a lifetime priesthood, that it was a lifetime priesthood is revealed by what seems to be a monument erected perhaps by Sophocles' sister Acestion,
which is quoted by Pausanias Averip, και ρίξεν ο κλαίος του Σοφοκλέους του ακουτίον τούτους, τεχίστην τέταρτον πρόγων, λεόντιον δεδούχους, πάντας υπήρξε γένεσθε καύ πάρετεν γενάσεν ατ, on mentun, on, σαυτιλία είχε δαδουχούντα. Hepsile tut την kindra Themistoklea, rederishwaros de cui roiro fetep nor ror raid.
It is clear also that Sophocles was married while Daduch. The terminus post quem for the death of Sophocles is the Panathenaea of 103, at which time his future wife, Thesiclea, was a weaver of Athena's robe and therefore unmarried. He was a Pytheist at Delphi in 106 fifths. No descendants of Sophocles or of the male line of his family are known. After his death, the Dadenkia was held successively by members of the family from Hagnus, starting with Sophocles' brother-in-law,
Themistocles. 14. Themistocles Theophrastou Agnousios, Alov, pp. 51. 52, lines 39, 47, 56 αρνητικός 61 Φούιτε Delphis, 11, 2-13, line 10 μη.
Thompson, OP Sit manner, P569. P159, line 23-14, 11, 1036, Pausanias, 137, LPA 6654, stemma, below P58, in office around the end of the 1st quarter of the 1st century, directly succeeding his brother-in-law Sophocles. He married the sister of Sophocles, Acestion, who was a weaver of Athena's role in 103, hence the marriage took place sometime after this. The passage in Pausanias clearly shows that Frey was married while a Daduch. In 12-1 he was a mint magistrate as well as in 109/8 with Theophrastus. In 108/7 he was very probably the Agonothete of the Panathenaea, and in 106/5 he was a Mayors in Capys. His father Theophrastus was Hieropoios for Arieva in 155, and he may have been a mint magistrate in 169/8, 167/6, and 162/1. He was never a Daduchi, perhaps because he was too young when an appointment was made and dead before the Pipsilonro Alphapi. It may be significant that he was not the son of a Daduch. When Themistocles died, he was succeeded by his son, grandson, and great-grandson. His son's younger brother, Xenocles, did not become Daduch. They could have been in each case senior to descendants of the family from Acharnae, a hypothesis that is supported by Kapetanopoulos's identification of 2 more members of this family Cecicles and Apollonius 11. The name See testicles indicates that he was probably not the oldest son of Sophocles III and Tisichleia, thus the chances are that he would be younger than Theophrastus is number 15, and the same relation would exist between Apollonins 11 and
Sophocles Quater. 15. Theophrastos Themistocleus Aiousios.
Love, 51, lines 32 and 39, 1G11, 1961, line 19, 3510, 3311, Pausanias, 137, 1, Pandoplistarch, Les of the 10 Orators, 843 CPA 7169. In office in the first half of the 1st century before Christ, directly succeeding his father Themistocles. According to Die Monument described by Pausanias, he became Daduch, while his mother was still alive. Of his 2 sons the firstborn, Themistocles, became Daduch. Of Themistocles' 2 sons, again the firstborn, Theophrastus, became Daduchi. This would tend to strengthen the hypothesis that seniority was a factor in the appointment. However, in a comparable case, that of Sophocles Diavacharme, who had 2 sons, the firstborn, Leontins, became altar priest while his younger brother Xenocles became Daduch. The explanation for this may be that the first priesthood available to a son of Sophocles was the altar priesthood, which went to Leontins, the elder son, and the Daduchia went to his brother later, when it in turn became available. 16. Krak Papiarov Avalos, above, p. 51, line 32, 1 3510, 3511, 3283, 3536, 3928, 4042, 4175, 4176, Pseudo-Plutarch, Lines of the 10 Orators, 843 Celsiuses, pa. 6654. In office in the second half of the 1st century before Christ, directly succeeding his father Theophrastus, still in office in 2019. The decree of 2019 in his honor is edited above pp 50-52. It has certain similarities with the decree of 152 firsts honoring the Hierophant Aristocles. In both cases a priest went beyond his normal duties in order to renew some of the patria that had fallen out of use. The Daduch Themistocles service can be translated as follows: to Omicron, unremittent activity for the greater glory of the Remos and for the distinctions due to it and to each of the priests who are appointed from the genes. He has accomplished, in the investigation that occurred in connection with the Epographat, many valuable services, after exerting himself zealously to discover the patria, a subject in which he had acquired expert knowledge not only from the ministry which had come to him after being the family priesthood for many generations, but also from his noble effort for the genes toward the recovery of the patris which had become obsolete. A phrase similar to epsilon taunu kapalam de epsilon lam de epsilonio tamamunu meganu sigmal fataruhu meganu are occurred in the decree honoring the Hierophant Aristocles lines 17-24, where we have more specific information than in the case of Themistocles. Investigation would occur. The investigation or inquiry may actually have been less formal, from a source not connected with any civil body and coming in such a way as to fall upon them. Perhaps it had something to do with the intellectual interest at this time in acquiring patria. Oliver suggests that the apographi were copies of the Exegetica, and that the patria referred to here were the section of the Rarpin Revir concerning the genera of the Cherices. One other important accomplishment of Themistocles is mentioned in lines 33-36 of the decree. He not only exhibits a manner of life worthy of the greatest honor, but by the superiority of his service as Daduch increases, the solemnity and dignity of the cult, thereby the magnificence of the mysteries is considered by all men to be of much greater exciterosol, points out the importance of crabs in the ments and to have its proper adornment.
Mysteries, citing Proctus, Platonic Theology, 318p. 151 ed. Πόριους αρεπκίαrais aisoraras relerais poti, μυστικών θεαμάτων δε πλήξεις των μεσομένων. And in reference to Eleusis, Aristides' Eluesinian oration, 2 ed. Καίλ πάντων ως αθεία ανθρώπους ταυτών φρικοδέστατων τέκε.
Porator. According to Pseudo-Plutarch, Themistocles undertook also the priesthood of Poseidon Erecthens, a priesthood which evidently did not belong to any one genus. Eumolpidae held it as well as Eumolpidae. His family descended from the famous Themistocles. His wife Nicostrate, the daughter of Diocles, Omicroniota Melite, was a descendant of the famous Lycurgu, and a great-granddaughter of Medeus the exegete of the Eumolpidae. Kapalphiota, to which patria was renewed, Kapalam de epsilon lam de epsilonio tamamunu omeganu delta pi omicron lambda lambdanu, honored him by erecting a moment-bearing statues, in addition to the decree of 2019, the demos also. Omicron epsilon sigmayatanu the tapsilon sigmalphanu tau epsilon alpha epsilon tau. Aristocles performed at least 2 other acts of renewal for which he was thanked by his genos. One of them was the recording unagraphy of a collection of initiation fees. This was of course a different type of anagraphy from the one mentioned in line 54 of the Themistocles decree, which was evidently a record of all members of the Kerykes composed at the earliest. Around the end of the 3rd century, a later date for it is also possible, if at the time of the first recording all Daduchs within memory were recorded. Examples of anagraphi of the Kerykes are preserved from the Roman period. Themistocles put the knowledge he had acquired over the years about the Poria to commendable se in connection with the investigation which took place concerning Piota Omicron, Pyrhomicron Amarhol Fiota Kappa Epsilon Piota P Epsilon Sigma Omicron Sigma Eta Tau Eta P Epsilon Rho, Razaroyanius Rias. As the nature of this investigation is not clear. The verb inire does not appear anywhere else with the sense to occur as a judicial, of himself in the center, his brother Sophocles on his left, and one other on his right. Kirchner, however, assigns this monument not to him but to a hypothetical grandson, Themistocles III, and postulates a Sophocles V as his brother and a Diocles as his son. Kozol correctly recognized that all the testimonia Kirchner cites for these three men can be assigned without any difficulty to Kirchner's Themistocles II, Sophocles IV, and Diocles the son of Themistocles Il. Moreover, Kirchliner's stemma gets into difficulty in regard to the hypothetical second Diocles, because it assigns his acme to around 60 AD. Whereas all datable epigraphical references to him are much earlier, 41 to 44, and in one of these inscriptions he was hoplite general for the second or subsequent time. The acme for the first Diocles, since he was younger than Theophrastus, should actually be placed somewhat later than around, and so he can be regarded as a man of mature years when he appears in the early Claudian dedications. Therefore, nothing precludes assigning 7G 11, 3510 to Themistocles 1.74. This Daduch's brother, Sophocles, was an Ephebi around 37/6. If seniority and heredity were factors in the appointment to the Daduch at this time, he must have died fairly young or was otherwise unqualified. However, up to this point, there has been no evidence that two brothers ever held the Daduchia, though this did happen once in the Hierophantids, Aristocles and Ammonomachus. Themistocles would have been the Daduch who officiated at Augustus's initiation apoptola in 19c.
17. Theophrastos Themistocleus Agiousios 16, 17.
35,004 to 3,510, Pseudo-Plutarch, Lives of the Ten Orators, 843 Celsiuses, PA, 7,170. Stemma below P58. In office around the end of the 1st century, before Christ. The evidence previously offered that he was a Daduch is inconclusive. It has already been seen that there is some doubt that he is the same as the Theophrastus in LG. 2, 3,510, lines 9 and 14. And since Pseudo-Plutarch does not say whether he was a Daduch, we are left with Theophrastus the Daduch in JG 2 3509. But as this inscription now sons, one cannot be sure that Theophrastus the son of Daduch Mo. 16 is meant. From the text it looks as if G1 3509 might be the left portion of 3510, which is now lost. At my request, Professor Gunther Klaffenbach compared the squeezes of these two inscriptions and wrote that there is not the slightest doubt that they belong together, the lettering being absolutely identical in height and in form.
The left-hand side of 3509 συναρνητικός 3510 should now read. Επιδούχου μπορζες το ή διαβλού και γεμιστοκλέους γιάβ για τον αρετίζε ένεκα καχευνίας τεσές λαυτών και της πρέστης θεάς εξεβίας Δήμητρα και Κιζάρης.
Alphanutha tate takapa alphanu, considering the fame of Themistocles number 16 which is evident in the decree of 2019, I suggest that he was honored again shortly after his death by a monument in which his staten took the central position of Boner, receiving a more elaborate inscription than the statues of the men who flanked him. On his left his son Theophrastus, the current Daduch, and on his right his brother Sophocles, with a strikingly abbreviated inscription. Hieronymy was not observed at this time, nor was it shortly before, in 2019. A fragment of a statue base with an inscription very similar in wording and disposition of lines to 1G11, 3509 plus 3510 is published in APX. EP, 1971, pp. 130-1, number 26, 8-9. T. Statilius Lamprius, according to a dedication set up in Epidaurus probably in the year 8-9, was reluted to the genes of the Kerykes at Athens, anno eviacord udogorau kupu yes.
Όρδη χρήση ο εγενέστατη, εστιν θείον αγώ παραγέγονες. Καύ δάρ εκείνου κάθεν άλλον συγγένεν εστότον. Whether this uncle is the same as the uncle Aristarchrates of Sparta, mentioned further on in this text line 17,
is not clear. Lamprius was also distantly related to Hierophantic families. 18. Tesipios Kaivos Atwavidis Merils, LG, 11, 2342, line 2, 3609, 3610, 3612, 3614, 3615, AP. BP, 1971 pp. 119-120, number 15, Hesperia, 2019-57, pp. 219-220, number 76-1G 200-990 seconds. E.g., 172nd, Cappadinopolis, B.C., 2nd 92nd 1968, 33rd, Stemmata, Kirchner ad Lg, 3609, revised by Oliver Expounders, p. 80, Wallach Historia 18-1969, p. 510, and Cappadinopolis, CIT, Stemmata B and C, in office in the second half of the 1st century AD. He belonged to the family of the Claudii of Melite, a very distinguished Caracaes family which controlled the Deductio almost continuously throughout the first 2 centuries after Christ. In the stuma of this family his acme is assigned to the middle of the 1st century. In all epigraphical sources he is mentioned as an ancestor of the person honored in each case, except in Hesperia 20th 1957, pp. 219-220, no. 76, which is a urn erected in his honor by an otherwise unknown Artemidorus, in APKX 1971, low seat, and IG2, 3612, he is mentioned as the grandfather of the person honored, in G. 11, 3609, 3610, 3614, and probably 3615, as the great-grandfather. In each case the dedicator seems to have made an effort to name all ancestors of the dedicatee who were Daduchs. Hence we can infer with some confidence that Claudius Leonides of Melite was the first Daduch of this great Daduchi family of this period. His relationship to the family of Daduchs just discussed, from Hagnus, is unclear. Certainly one more person served as Daduch between the incumbencies of Theophrastus of Hagnotitas number 17, and Claudius Leonides of Melite. Thus Kirchner's postulation of a Themistocles the son of number 17 may lie correct after all, though no direct evidence for it exists. Support for intermarriage between the two families at this time might be found in the fact that a son of Leonides was named Themistocles. The known history of this family is thought to extend at least as far back as the first half of the 2nd century before Christ. See Stemma B of Cappadinopolis, OP, Sit.
19. Τιβέριος Κλάβδιος Λυσιάδης της Κλαλεονίδου Μελιτεύς. IG, 11.3609. 3600. 13 Hu. Sign Foidem 3. 600 in Alter. E&D. Eximniden.
APX, E, 1971, pp. 119-120, number 15, equal to Instagram, 11, 4084 plus 4087 plus new fragment, Oliver, Expounders, pp. 79-81. Wallach, 1966, Claudius number 62, for the Steinianus c. under 10, 18, in office from the end of the 1st century to some time in the reign of Hadrian or later. He succeeded his father, if his name is correctly restored in LG, IP 1786, lines 12-13. He was at one time herald of the Areopagus. The confusion of him with Lysiades the high priest was corrected by Oliver, whose correction is now confirmed by the inscription published in APX. Locke, Sit. His daughter Aelia Cephisadora married Julius Theodotus the sophist. Her change of nomen, as Oliver pointed out, indicates a compliment which her father rendered to the Emperor Hadrian. During the emperor's lifetime, Cappadinopolis believes that chronological considerations make Lysiades too old to be the father of Cephisadora, for by in a 110-120, he was a grandfather. He suggests the possibility of a second marriage in which Cephisadora was born about AD 130. A second marriage is indeed one solution. It is also possible that Cephisadora was born earlier, around 120. In this case she would have been about the same age as her husband Theodotus, even though this was not in Stomari. Theodotus held the sophistic chair for 2 years starting in 173 or 174, and according to Philostratus was over 50 when he died, which presumably means not over 60. On this evidence we would not be fastified in placing his birth before 115. The dates for Cephisadora's father Lysiades could then be 60-72, 130, and for her brother Sophic company, 90-100 to ca. 150, so that Cephisodora need not have been born from a second marriage. Her grandfather Leonides' span could be a 33 to Ra. The sons of Sospis, Lysiades, and Demostratus were perhaps born respectively Os 110 and ca. 120, 20.
Τιβέριος Κλάβδιος Σώστης Τικλώου. Λυσιάδου Μελιτεύς. JG 2342, Limes 11, 21 αρνητικός. 22-3600, 9-3600. Δεκόρδια χιλφόριγο, Dambia, E, 79 pp. 120 number 15 LG. 11.844.887 plus new fragment.
For the stemma C under number 18, in office from some time during the reign of Hadrian or later to ca. 15 succeeded his father Lycides, for a suggested birth date of AU 90 to 100 C above. He appears as a relative in all epigraphical sources. When the dedication published in APXB 1971, Locke, Sit, was erected to his sister Aelia Cephisodora, he was already dead boxes. It is interesting that on this base honoring Aelia Cephisodora, no living Daduch is mentioned as a relative, since it was a mark of distinction to have an Eleusinian priest as one's relative, as so many dedications of the 2nd and 3rd centuries bear witness in addition to the present one, where the dedicators listed all previous Daduchs related to Cephisodora. We may conclude with some probability that the contemporary Daduch was not related to her. Concerning the individual members of this family this is reinforced by prosopographical information, this time and by the names of those who at this time were Daduch. Of Sospice's 3 known sons, Lysiades, Leonides and Demostratus, apparently none was ever a Daduch Alar. His eldest son Lysiades was Archon, around 130 to 138, Panegyriarch and Imperial High Priest from 138 to around 150. Demostratus was Archon around 155 to 165, and was at the head of a Leonides. Nothing is known beyond the fact that he was a brother of Demostratus and that his son was Archon of the sacred Gerasta on 192. It appears, faction opposed to Herodes Anticus and about, that this family did not provide another Daduch until Aelius Praxagoras, who was from another branch of the family and who became Daduch sometime around 180. Related Daduch served, the Daduch Lampaiuses, and, see below. During Tleice interval apparently un
Aelios Dionysios, 21, Ilos Alochos, IG, 1769, 1703, 774, 1771, Esperia 11 1941, P59, 18 Ibid.
34, 1965, p. 97 No. 7. In office from ca. 150 to 160 to 169 70ths, perhaps longer, but no later than 174 fifths. See Table of Aesitoi in Append. Hierophant has effectively kept us ignorant of this man's full name. All testimonia for him except one are derived from Diasitoi lists, the exception being Hesperia 34 1965 p. 97 No. 7, a Prytany list where Eleu Adoxos occurs in the heading as Archon in an unknown year, LG 11, 1769 and 1768. Hesperia 33 1964, p. 220 No. 65 are dated by Notopoulos to a single year shortly before 165. He restored Unos Pios in Instagram 11 1760 on the basis of the indicated space and the date, and if this is correct, lowers should be expected also in 1G 11 1768. These two inscriptions show a remarkable irregularity. Normally the order of the Eleusinian priests in the Exeter lists is Hierophant, Daduch, Sacred Herald, and, if listed, Altar Priest, in descending order from the office, traditionally regarded as the most prestigious to the less prestigious. But here, in the same year, the order is in one case 1768 Sacred Herald, Hierophant and Daduch, and in the other 1769 Hierophant, Sacred Herald Daduch. It is discussed below append, if at, while Daduch and Sacred Herald sometimes change positions in these lists, the Hierophant always comes first. This fact, which holds inte otherwise, therefore calls the restoration of P in 1768 into question. We should accordingly leave open the possibility that the restoration is rather Cat, the assistant of the Eumolpidae Y, who appears in E.G. 11, 1077, line 46, right after the herald of the Bulla and Demos, just as perhaps here also, the in the following line could be the end of his demotic. In the other Aesiter lists in which Hoaploixos appears, the normal order of Hierophant Daduch and Sacred Herald was observed, except that he came last in the list of 1 gram 11 1760 shortly before 165. The Hieronymus form of the name of this Daduch, or his predecessor, can be restored in 1G 11 5180, erected after the year 138. It is not impossible that this man's nomen was Pomponius. Only the abbreviation flag uppers, except for one case, 1G 11 1769, where H restored, but this stone is no longer available, and so Turgos cannot be excluded. 160 to 170 is the position of the Dadfuch in the Eluesinian endowment of this period, 1G 11.1092, and in the seating of the Prohedrus in the theater of Dionysus is discussed above pp. 35 to 30.
22. Πόπλιος Αίλιος Διονύσιος Αντιθής. Γε, 113, 1780, 1780 stema. On the identification of his dogma. On the identification of his deme see below, p64, in
Office in 174-5, he took office after 169/70ths but probably shortly before, or in, 174/5ths, and left it Saudi 180 to 185. The stemma compiled by Kirchner Addy LG. 3688 gives his acme as C144. He should probably be identified with the priest alias Dionysius, who was the subject of a decision by Marcus Aurelius. In 174/5ths, on appeal suits which, alias Praxagoras Clandens Demonstratus, alias Themison brought against alias Dionysium, to be entitled ought to hear, it was decided thrice suffices that the elections when held at the right or time of these men, I did not consider it necessary for him to undergo what not at all at Athens the following period of time in order that nothing he left ambiguous. Those voluntarily canvassing for a torch-bearership Daduchi or any other priesthood greater than the one which they now hold must lay down beforehand, as ordained by law, the strophion of their present priesthood. If a man is called y the demos, there will be no case against him if he does not lay down beforehand his former insignia before he gets the appointment. Once elected, however, he too will lay down that which was formerly his. As is clear from this, alias Dionysius did not lay down the strophion of his former priesthood as was required by law. The fact that Marcus singles out just one priesthood for mention, the Daduchia, strongly suggests that he is referring to this as the priesthood held by alias Dionysians, and the fact that an alias Dionysius did serve as Daduch around this time as IP 3688 informs us makes this even more probable. It also appears to be no coincidence that at least two of his three accusers, alias Praxagoras and Claudius Demostratus, were members of a family which had held this priesthood for a long time but lost it around the middle of this century, and alias Praxagoras was probably the immediate successor of alias Dionysius in this priesthood. No definite information is available for the date of the end of Dionysius Praesaliand. Approximately 180 to 5 seems to be the best conjecture. The Daduch alias mentioned in the Aizitoi list as LG 11, 1782, 1788, 1794 could be alias Praxagoras. I do not believe that even if one reads De Joiler Lepog, as Oliver does, in the passage quoted above from the decision of Marcus Aurelius's and so translate those canvassing for the torch-bearership or some other voluntary priesthood, one is justified in saying with Oliver that the opposite of a voluntary priesthood is an elected one. Because I doubt very much that the present Dadna obtained this highly desirable priesthood by simply volunteering for it. There undoubtedly were members of the Daduchic family, the Claudia of Melite at Dis time, who were interested in it, as is shown by the presence of two of them as accusers of alias Dionysians and the fact that one of these two later became a Daduch. Surely at least someone from this family would have volunteered for it, and since election was the means of selecting a priest of the Cherokes at Uis, as lines 10 to 15 of this same document indicate, it seems best to conclude that an election was held also in the case of Dionysius. The opposite of voluntary, therefore, seems to be in Rue AF, which also involves an election, but in this case, on my interpretation, the candidate did not volunteer but was nominated.
The contrast becomes clearer if instead of Clar we restore vis, Ethelusios metate, versus Φαπχάω, το Δήμο, καλείστε. 23. Έλιος Πραξαγόρας, Θεμιστοκλέους Μελιτεύς.
Aristotle, lists 1G 11 1782, 1788-2, 1794, 1792, 1798, other e.g. Shi 2, 1788, other e.g. 2000, 3614, 3615, 3693, 3710, 4077, 4088, Oliver 1970, no. 1 E, lines 1, 3541, 4450 append, V-1G, 11 3713 plus 4089 plus E, AAX 1897 Cordal 60 append, V-1G, 11. 18. In office, from CA 180 to 185 to 191 or 192, since his predecessor also had the Euman alias. It is difficult to determine which man is the alias in the Sticilo lists in IG. 11. 1782, 180, 1794, CA 180, and 1788, 174 fifths or 187 eighths. Since Praxagoras was born CA 115 to 120 and held the archiship in 154 fifths, he was at least in his 60s in the early 1800s when he most likely took office. The Ados Adoxes in the Uazitoi lists of LG 11 1798 to 1901 and 1792 191 Havazor 192 thirds must be he, since these years must be regarded as at the end of his tenure. Since his successor was in office before 193, see below. We may date the end of Bi's tenure to 191 or 192. The civil offices he held included the archonship Instagram 11, 3614, 3615, Panegyriarchia Elzen 614, and Gonotheftia the archonship Instagram 11, 3000, Panegyriar 3615. With him, the Daduchia returned to the family of the Claudia of Melite, after a lapse of about 30 years and at least 2 intervening Daduchs from other families. He was the first cousin once removed of Claudius Sospis, the last Daduch from this family. It is interesting that none of Sospis's sons became Dadne. The domination of the Claudia of Melite in this office and their father-son succession for about 70 years abruptly ended, and about 30 years later resumed. At the time Sospis died, probably around 150, his son Lysiades was probably already the imperial high priest about his other son, Leonidas II. We know nothing beyond the fact that he was his son, but his third son, Demostratus Woloch, 1966, Clandius number 45, was very active and is well known. He was archon around 155 to 165, and a few years later, 170 to 174, was one of the leaders of a political faction opposed to Herodes Atticus. Some of the activities of the faction are related by Philostratus. Its other leaders were M. Valerius Mamertinus, archon in 166-7, and hoplite general in 8-9, the sophist. Julius Theodotus, who was Demostratus's uncle, and the later Daduch Actans Praxagoras, who was Demostratus's second cousin and father-in-law. Philostratus describes the beginning of their activity against Herodes as follows. When these two men, the Quintilia, were both ruling Greece, the Athenians invited them to a meeting of the popular assembly. The Athenians shouted accusations of tyranny, pointing to Herodes and asking that their words be communicated to the ears of the emperor. The Quintilii, fully some sympathy with the Demos, and without delay reported what they had heard. Hemdis claimed that he was the victim of a plot on their part, that they were instilling suspicions against him into the Athenians, for it was after that meeting of the assembly that Demostratus and Praxagoras and Mamertinus, and many others of their ilk who opposed Herodes in city affairs, rose into action. Having indicted them as setting the Demos against Bim, Herodes tried to lead them to the court in Rome, but they secretly made off to the emperor Marcus, confiding in his more democratic nature and in the opportunity afforded by suspicions against the friends of Lucius Verus. Even before he heard the case, the emperor, Philostratus relates, was already favorably disposed to Herod's opponents, and at the hearing they won their case according to Philostratus, through the combination of several factors, the influence they had with the empress and her daughter, Herod's ill-temperedness because of the very recent death of a freedman's 2 daughters for whom he had great affection, and Demostratus's fine speech. The emperor punished Herod's freedmen who were included in the indictment but not Herodes, though he may have advised him to leave Athens for a while. The newly discovered letter of Marcus Aurelius to the Athenians, as it is interpreted by Oliver, sheds considerable light on the animosity which the Athenians felt towards Herodes in this period. The most vocal opponents of Herodes, Demostratus, Praxagoras, and Mamertinus, are described by Philostratus as his ardrizor to aurorlor, but their antagonism went further than politics. From the way certain important priesthoods were being appointed and disputed over a period of decades, it appears that this too was involved. Up until the year 138, the imperial high priesthood was hereditary in the male line of the Herodes family. The obvious successor at this time would have been Herodes, but the man who got the office was Lysiades, Deniostratus's brother. Herodes did not obtain it until 168, after yet another incumbent. Aelius Ardus. The Cungian office between Lysiades and Ardus seems to have taken place around the middle of the century. It was also around this time that the Daduchia passed out of Demostratus's and Praxagoras's family, having been controlled by it for about 70 years, and went to a Pompeius's or Pomponius's, and then to P. Aelius Dionysius of the Demiantinois, neither of whom appear to have been relatives. In 174 fifths, Praxagoras and Demostratus won a suit against the then Daduch Aelius Dionysius, see above, and at the same time Mamertins was denied his attempt to change from the Eumolpidae to the Characes and become a sacred herald. Indeed, it appears that Mamertinus actually won the election for this priesthood, but was not invested. Like Praxagoras and Demostratus, Herodes belonged to the genes of the Characes from which the Dadans were appointed, and also from which many by-priests were drawn. After Herod's death, and after the death of Aelius, Dionysius the Claudia of Melite regained the Dadoschia in the person of Praxagoras, though we do not know exactly who the Daduch Pompeius's or Lamponius's was, or whether Aelius Ardus was a friend of Herodes. A pattern does emerge to some extent. A Claudius of Melite replaced Herodes's father as high priest, but then the Claudia of Melite lost control of the Daduchio around the middle of the century, and Herodes obtained the high priesthood around 100. The next Daduch, challenged legally by 2 Claudia of Melite, the challenge perhaps extending even to the Daduch's eligibility at the same time that they were openly challenging Herodes, was probably a friend of Herodes. the assembly in which the Athenians aired their feelings to the Quintilia about Herodes may well have been a welcome opportunity for the Claudia of Melite to move their opposition to Herodes from the level of the gems to an open challenge in the city. Philostratus says that at this time they sprang up. Driver dertai hauli maluriors. They went to Marcus Aurelius against Herodes, and Leon made a concerted attempt, perhaps taking advantage of Herod's defeat at Sirmione, in two of the highest priesthoods of the Characes, which apparently required Mamertinus's illegal change of genes. Unsuccessful then, it was only after Herod's death that they regained the Daduchia. Another of Marcus's decisions also concerned Praxagoras and Herods. The appeal which Aelius Praxagoras made from the procurator Hereditatum Gavinius Saturninus. At the trial, the so-called codicils in the false name of Pertolus were produced, and the investigation took place. Praxagoras, it appears, was justified. Praxagoras shall return into possessions of these estates and shall receive from the Viri Clarissimi Quintilii an arbiter concerning the crops as for the estates which were said to have been left to the Vir Clarissime Herodes Atticus. To these he will already have returned. Concerning these crops ingenues will judge. And if Praxagoras finds fault with the slowness of transfer, land action will be introduced by the provincial authorities. The involvement of Praxagoras and Herodes seems to be incidental. As Oliver interprets the case, somebody forged a testament leaving estates to three parties, his father Herodes and the city. Herodes and the city being included in the gift probably to strengthen the position of the father. After the will was proved to be a forgery, Praxagoras appealed to Marcus, who then decided that Praxagoras bad a legitimate claim to the land.
24. Tiberios Claudius Philippos ticle demonstratu melares.
Enjoyable manner. Oliver, 1941, Noahs, 24 and 25, and Hespu 131 to 234, number 31, 1806, 2124, 2125, and Hesperia 30, wealth, 3693, 3710, 4088 below append. VLG 11, 3713 plus 4080 plus E, APX, 1897, Colonel 60 number 42, for the Stemna C under UO 18, in office from 191 or 19 to 197 succeeding alias, Praxagoras. The tenure of Philippus shows that the Claudia of Melite were able to maintain their control of this office after having regained it with Praxagoras, the maternal grandfather of Philippus, while he was Daduch. Philippus also held other distinguished offices. Il was eponymous of the sacred Gerousia in 1 or 2 3. He was Archon in the year 3-4 and Cosmete around 196. His name is preserved on only one Niceto list. 16. 1806 datable to 194. He is called Hieronimously here and in a list of Characes of ca. 200 AD, 1G, 11.2340, and when he was Archon, Cosmate, and Eponymos of the sacred Gerousia Locke see Cleidos Apioxos. Nevertheless, it is clear from the dedications listed also and the stemma that his real name was Philippus. In the dedications erected in honor of various descendants of his, he is always referred to as Bios X-ray, with his full name, signifying that he was already dead. He did not serve as Daduch very long. By around 197 another, a Pompeius had succeeded him. Since his father was Demostratus, who was born around 120, it would appear unlikely that he was born much before the middle of the 2nd century, and therefore he died relatively young, which is corroborated to some extent by the fact that he was already dead at. The FIME 2 statue bases were dedicated to his 2 daughters as rides de Arius as AG, 11 3693 and below append. V. Philippus apparently had no sons. The only other unknown descendant of the Claudia of Melite at this time was the Praxagoras of Melite, who appears in the beginning of the 3rd century on an aplytic list LGH 2197 as Gymnasiarch, Agnothet of the Greater Severella, and Sistrematarch. The lacuna before his name here may have contained some priestly title. Just as the other Ephebic officials in the Kapal fame inscription lave before their munises EMT surely did not possess one of the major Eleusinian priesthoods since Ideoronomy was not all served. After Philippus, the Claudia of Melite probably lost control of the Daduchia, period of Roman Empire. Because of Hieronomy, the identity of the Daducli Claudius mentioned in IG 11-4004 is not known. 25. Luros Adoxus, IG 11-1790, Oliver, A7A 4539, Hesperia 34, 1965, P97, Noah, in office from Company 197 to sometime, before 208 ninths. He follows the Hierophant and Sacred Herald in an Anslor list JG, if 1790, whose proper place among the other Geisitoi lists would seem to be about 197. He may be Daduch in the Usizitor list of IG 2 1789, in which case this list belongs in 204 fifths. Whether he is related to the Daduch number 21, Pompeius's or Pomponius's, is unknown. nor is it known whether he or the Daduch number 21, Pompines or Pompomins, was the Daduch Pompines who was Archon on an unknown date Hesperia 34 1965, P97, number 7, 26, Datos Indexes Mappas FG, 2, 1077, 2201, 3212 in office from, or earlier than 1, he was Archon in 89 IG, 2, 2201 and is listed in a Niceter list of 209 tenths 1G, P 1077, both of which include his demotic. Of the dedications, LG 11 3084 is a Herman-scribed Datos axis, and 4822 is a little altar or base, which he Sapo dedicated to Demeter and Kore, probably on the Athenian Acropolis where it was found. Possibly Ray was a son of Fabius Fabiums of Marathon, herald of the Bull and Demos in 2-3, to whom Herodes Atticus once erected a dedication, if our Daduch held a second archonship. He may be identical to Fabius Thisbianus of Marathon, Archon in 186 sevenths, ca. 217 eighths, a Herm, LG, 11 3764, dedicated to Actius Apollonians the Cosmete by a son of the same name, who was a Phoebic Archon at the time. Exhibits a metrical inscription describing the Cosmete as Lepin harps iron, Rhetorus vecu beads rapdrone ales. His mother was probably a Hierophant. The Herm can be dated to around 217 eighths, for the Ephebiaclans Apollonius is listed in an Epletic inscription 1G 11 2222 of around that time, and a Cosmete by the name of Apollonius appears in another Aphelic inscription of about the same date. 1G 11 2219. The Daduchic ancestor of these two is probably P. Aelius Dionysius as see above, whose Ochni Kirchner puts it about 144. Kirchner's stemma shows that his nephew was P. Aelius Apollonius of the Demi Antinois, who was a Prytonius around 180, and who was the father of Aelius Dionysians of the Demi Antinois, Ephebi in 205 sixths. Thus Aelius Apollonius. The Cosmete can be identified as another son of this, Aelius Apollonius of the Demi Antinois, who was Pratis around 180. The identification has considerable further support from the Ephebic inscription, 1G 11 2219, in which the Cosmete appears in Spection of the Stone shows that the appropriate name can be restored in lines 2 to 3 to fill the space exactly.
Though that lines 2 αρνητικός, 3 read as follows. Σε ζήν κοσμητή η γη των εφήβων αέλιων. Απολλώνιου ανουσία και γυμνά.
I, Repl. We must assume that the mother of the Cosmete, Publia Aelia Herenia, the Hierophantid, assumed this priesthood after the dedication of IG, 2, 3688, 27, Aporis, Ige, 2, 3715, in office sometime in the 3rd century. 28, S. Ibid, in office sometime in the 3rd century. 29, Alpapios Huerarpos, Ibid, in office around the end of the 3rd century. On this dedication set up by the polis, the lettering may be as late as the 4th century one. Alpipios' Starps, a Daduch, is inscribed as the descendant of the Danch Damoteles and the Cianus. The names are rather strange. Ulring as opposed to Aquarii is, as far as I know, unique in Attic prosopography. The only other Thisbianus known in Athens is C. Fabius Thislianus, Archon in the year 6-7. The Gentilicium Aerarius is also puzzling Oliver O. the basis of a reading of Robitschek's which let it appear that the Archon Thisbians' name should be restored as T.A. is once suggested amending the name in our inscription to AI appears Souvenirpoi or I. Papur, stating, while a Gentilicum Aerarius is indeed attested, it is attested in die wrong milieu to be absolutely convincing as the nomu of an aristocratic house, and I have long been puzzled by it without, however, daring to question it on subjective grounds. Though his emendation no longer has support in the Archon's name, the difficulties Oliver noticed still remain, and so it apt Puglet to be considered, as in the case of the Hierophant Orosius as number 34. And Luce son Cletus, Argive relationship and a connection with the mystery cult at Lerna may be involved here. 30. Maptivus, Nikaians Muosia, J. Ballet inscriptions Grecs et Latantes Tambenutes. Rots on syringes Mem, Inst 42, 1923, 1265, PL 15, Dittenberger, DGL, 721. Balet OPCO 1889 PL, 29 billions Dittenberger, OGI 720, 1G, TI 4831. 1927 807-89. OGI Schissel, W. Stegemann, RE 17 1936 Colonel 218, in office from at least 304 to at least 326. He immortalized his visit to the tombs, the chambers of which are called Apes of the Kings in Egyptian Thebes, by recording 2 graffiti. One of them, Bailey, 1265, reads as follows. The Daduch observed Hieronymy when writing this, as Baylor correctly noticed previously Niopus's was restored at the end of line 2 when in fact it did not exist. The reference to Plato, the patronymic and the date in the reign of Constantine, comment him with the great Athenian family of orators. Sophists and philosophers which prided itself owe its descent from the Finis Plutarch. Members of it were Nicagox the sacred herald number 11, and Sophist, who lived around 180 to 250, Menicians, the sacred herald's grandfather and the husband of a great niece of Plutarch, and Minucianus the sacred herald's son. Also a sophist whose floral was around 260 to 268, that our Daduch was the latter son is clearly shown by the other Grelito at Thebes' Baelis, 1889, which gives his full name and the date of the visit. Of such a commission is made in the graffiti. He argues instead for a connection with Constantine's founding of the University of Constantinople, his affection for Athens, and his interest in philosophy, and suggests accordingly that Constantine's subsidy was for an educational purpose, a philosophical journey. In fact, the graffiti inform us that Nicagoras was in the company of several Platonic philosophers, and his allusion to the divine Plato would seem to indicate that like his ancestors he was a philosopher himself. Very near one of his graffiti Baylor, 1260, and those of several of his companions is another in the same red ink which reads, Tas irchur ani raya.
Grindor focuses on the significance of Sala Iraida. Elle laisse entendre que le Daduch a visité d'autres lieux où Platon avait passé ou était censé avoir poussé.
Two peculiarities in the second of Nicagoras' graffiti Bailet 1889 however deserve comment. The first is the Daduch's title and Phaixos Rur Rever ta Elegy were a festival of games. It was an Agos, a completely different festival from the Mysteries. It seems very strange that a Daduch would have written this instead of Vernalar, in effect putting the name of the wrong festival in his title. Stranger still is the appearance of his own name, Nicagoras, a violation of the law of Neuronomy by the very man who swore at his investiture to observe this, Couveratives or Rosai Carararia Kairke, strictly for the rest of his life. Even more striking is
Praise. Ο Daduchos ten Eluesinion Nicagoras Minu. Κι ανού Αθηναίοι ιστορήσεις τας θείας. Σύριγα σε θαύμασα.
The seventh consulate of Constantine and the first consulate of Constantine's were in 326. Bailet persuasively suggests that Constantine subsidized Nicagoras' trip to Egypt re Rorojoa Paexori. He suggests further that the trip was commissioned by Constantine for the purpose of baving the Daduch report to him on the physical condition of the pagan monuments of Egypt. Grindor agrees that he was probably subsidized but strongly dulits the purpose suggested by Bailet. Such a mission would be unparalleled, and at this date in Constantine's reign. Inappropriate, moreover, it is strange that no mention, the proximity of the correct form of his name and title to this incorrect one. On one wall he kept Hierophant and on the opposite wall he violated it. On one wall he wrote his correct title, Days or M, Play, but on the opposite wall the unprecedented, Xstar. Why two inscriptions? And why is one so improperly executed? The immediate inference is that Nicagoras did not write them both. He certainly wrote for it written for him, and closely supervised the writing of the longer one 1269, which was in the vicinity of those of several of his companions. Besides being expressed correctly in regard to this title and the use of Hieronymy, it contains a personal reference to Plato, and the ending kapelphiota shihoiota nu sigma kiomicronu tauomicronupsilon muomicronupsilon pl farhalpha sigmashinu tauiota is certainly personal touch. On the other hand, the graffito on the opposite wall contains just the bare formulae of the standard graffito found in these tombs as I saw and expressed wonder, as well as the date according to the consulates of the emperors. One suspect that this graffito was not written by Nicagoras, but by a person unfamiliar with correct Athenian practice, by whom and under what circumstances is a matter of speculation, but the addition of the date may have prompted it. Nevertheless, it does not indicate that the date of Nicagoras' visit is incorrect. 22 years earlier, in 304, a Xos we Tau dedicated at Epidauans a statue Omicron Athena Hygeia, IG 4th, 428, and an altar to Apollo. Pythias Patris 1G in 429. This Daduch was also priest of Asclepius Soter simultaneously, primely at Athens. His name is given hieronymously as Mapsas S. A difference of 22 years hardly allows one to think immediately of Nicagoras, especially since the gentilicium and pronomen of his family are unknown. However, the connection can be made by way of the dedications, 1.6, 11, 3689, and 3690, statues erected by the city in honor of the proconsul Claudius Illyrius, in which the praenomen and gentilicium of Nicagoras' family are revealed. The epimolate for the dedica
Tone of both base was one Marcos Iunios. Merikianos.
The bases are dated on the basis of the archonship of Terence's 225 to 250, the father of Illyrius, to the end of the second quarter of the 3rd century or later, a date that agrees well with the notice in the Suda, that Minucianus, the father of Nicagoras, the Daduch, was a sophist whose floruit was in the reign of Gallienus 253 to 268. Surely Marcus Junius Minucianus is this same man, the father of the Daduch Nicagoras, who as the Hieronymus Marcus Junius dedicated LGI 428 and 429 at Epidaurus. Minucianus seems too rare a name at Athens for this to be coincidental. The identification gains even further support from another base at Epidaurus which has long been associated with these, namely, Instagram 431, a dedication of a statue by a Daduch who, like the Hieronymus Marins Junius, was also the priest of Asclepius Soter. His name is given as Gyxo Rolas MC, Ireo S. The lacuna certainly contains a patronymic, and the restoration Paxos's Ikea Reo naturally imposes itself. We can now be sure of the gentilicium and praenumen of this noble family of orators, sophists, and philosophers. We also know that M. Junius Nicagoras served as Daduch from at least 304 to at least 326, that he was a priest also of Asclepius Soter, and that his concern for religion, as is unifest in the assumption of this additional priesthood, and the erection of at least 3 monuments at Epidaurus, was accompanied by a very active interest in Plato. 31. Dos Luidoxos, IG 11 4222, in office, sometime after 372, Raphius Festus, proconsul of Achaia and Areopagite. He was in charge of setting up a dedication honoring. Grog identifies the latter with a Magister Memoriae F. Valens from ca. 370 to 371, who probably in 372 became proconsul in Asia, since he is mentioned in an inscription us having been twice proconsul. B. Probably served as proconsul of Achaia after 372, was of equestrian rank, lius other title du soir. That he was awarded the honor ex commitibus but not necessarily that he served as comes or served in any particular office, it is uncertain how POW should. The Daduch's title, Amararos, indicates that he be resolved, but it is probably a second gentilicium rather than a cognomen, since Hieronymy demanded the suppression of the cognomen in Roman names. He is the last known Daduch. General remarks. Age and duration of service. Callias XI was Daduch for at least 44 years and Callias III for at least 30 years. Between the end of the 2nd century and 2019 BC, 3 Daduchs held office and the third was still in office in 2019. Therefore their average term would be about 20 years. Between the end of the 3rd century and the end of the 2nd, 7 Daduchs held office, but here, the earlier limit is subject to a margin of error of 20 to 30 years. These data point to an age, sometimes of less than 50 years at the time of appointment, perhaps sometimes even less than 40. The only period during the Roman Empire for which the evidence provides some inferences concerning age is the second half of the 2nd century. At that time Pompeius's number 21 held office for at least 10 years, Aelius Praxagoras's number 23 for at least 5 years, and died at an age of approximately 80, Claudius Philippus's number 24 for about 3 years, but in his case other evidence seems to indicate that he died young, and Pompeius's number 25 could have served for as long as 10 years. In the 4th century, Nicagoras held office for more than 22 years. No literary source comments on the Daduch's age. It appears that it was not as important a factor as in the case of the Hierophant, and sometimes a Daduch could be selected who was about 40 years old. All indications are that the Duducian was a lifetime office. No living ex-Daduchs are known. Sophocles 111 of Acharmus number 13, and Themistocles of Magnisigme Psiloniota. Go. 14 certainly died as office. The custom of Hieronymy, which Daduchs first adopted sometime in the HRST century and or the first half of the 2nd century is only comprehensible in terms of a lifetime. Office, marital status. Callias II and Sophocles III of Acharnae were married while Daduchs and in any others had children. Marriage was evidently no bar to this priesthood. Manner of appointment. For long stretches of time 1 or 2 families dominated this priesthood. In the 2nd and 1st centuries before Christ it was rotated between 2 families, with the basis of rotation being perhaps seniority among the eligible candidates from both families. In the second half of the 1st and the first half of the 2nd centuries after Christ it was controlled by one family, the Clandi of Melite. However, the evidence of the 4th century C and the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD clearly shows that heredity was not the method of appointment. For at these times families apparently unrelated to one another supplied Daduchs. In addition, the new letter of Marcus Aurelius reveals that elections were definitely held for sacred heralds at this time, and a fragmentary text relating to a Daduch in the same letter speaks of elections also. Allotment was used, if so it would have to have been. A fragment of Aristotle seems to state that, used before the 2nd century BC, but the fact that in the 5th century, the 2 Calliases, grandfather and grandson, were Daduchs, tends to cast doubt on it even for this period, and favors the assumption that, if allotment was at all used at this time, it was used for a small number of pre-selected candidates. The 2nd century BC, the Daduchs were being, as Foucault suggested, at any rate certainly elected by the Caraces, and often certain families were so prominent and powerful that their candidates had little or no difficulty in being elected. Such an achievement was a source of pride, as is manifest in the decree honoring the Daduch Themistocles, where the Daduch is called line 65 Sepulievieri solids Yeeds as Denusia. Once continuity of one family in this priesthood started, it was probably hard to stop its momentum. But it could be stopped, as happened very clearly to the Claudi of Melite, and in this case, a considerable struggle probably took place before they regained it. Requirements for appointment. No special requirements for this priesthood are known. The decree in honor of Themistocles states lines 37 to 39 that he received rear ca alpha tau epsilon ru mega sigma nu atanu nu delta iota alpha delta omicron chi pl farho tau omicron tau kappa lambda.
16. Iver, 86. In mentioning that Lamprias had relatives who were Daduchs, describes the genes of the Kerix. Tatin doxotatos kirikon genos hafu herduhusin ode.
Year. The more times a family held the priesthood, the more eyes it probably became within the genes. Thus prestige and influence were probably the only main qualifications necessary. In the time of Marcus Aurelius, an incumbent of another priesthood had to lay down the strophion of that priesthood before canvassing for the Daduchi installation, while Themistocles number 16 seems to have done research in the traditions of the cult and to have at this moment, the Daduch became subject to Hieronymy until his death. See introduction. He has played considerable imagination in preserving them. Said to have undergone a docomasia, but the source for this is not the most reliable. Dress. For a discussion of the literary evidence, see also pp. 32 to 33. Like the Hierophant, the Daduch wore a strophion in addition to a myrtle wreath. His garment, probably purple, was something out of the ordinary. Its representation on a 5th century vase is discussed above pp. 48. Emoluments. No information specifically for this priesthood is available. For information on the Eluesinian priesthoods in general, see the section on emoluments in the general remarks at the end of chapter 1. The Daduch received a double portion in the Eluesinian endowment of 160 to 70 AD residents. The Daduch had a house within the sanctuary. Social and political position. Duties during the mysteries, he went with the Hierophant and the sacred herald to make the prorasis at the Stoa Poecile. In the procession to Eleusis he marched perhaps at its head. Next to the Hierophant dung the secret rites his light. The great importance of it at the climax of role can only be ascertained from his title he provided. These rites is discussed above 174. He may have had a greater role in the Zorea than in the 100 other functions, used ad susafes, but whether in, according to the Suda s ad slow the Daduch, connection with the mysteries is very disputed. Also in doubt is the trustworthiness of the source that supplied the scholion to Aristophanes, Frogs, line 479, which states that the Daduch officiated at one point in the festival of the Lente. Unlike the Hierophant, he could hold other priesthoods. Number 15 held also the priesthood of Poseidon Erechtheus. Number 29 was simultaneously a priest of Asclepius. No, was the priest of his phratry, 2 Daduchis in the Hellenistic period. Nos. 7 and 10 were altar priests before becoming Daducha. Number 22 held some other priesthood before the Didochia. Evidently a legal case could be made that one had to lay down the strafen of a presently held priesthood before canvassing for the Diduchia, and then, if successful, presumably also lay down the presently held priesthood self, and Marcus Aurelius was persuaded to make a ruling to this effect, but us no 20 shows. The old practice eventually reasserted itself. Third priestess of Demeter and Kore, Pigame Psilonio Talpha Kappa Alpha. In the 5th century BC, the family of the two Calliuses was one of the most important in Athens. This was also true in regard to the families from Acharnae and Hagnons which controlled the Daduchia. In the 2nd and 1st centuries C, and in regard to the Claudi of Melite, the family which controlled it for a good part of the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, it is evident from the speech of Andocides and the behavior of Callias that the Daduch was normally very highly respected at that time. In the Common period occupied a seat of very great honor in the theater of Dionysus, and was one of the Nisoloi, and for the 2nd century there are signs of considerable competition for this priesthood. Also at this time many Daduchs filled a distinguished array of political offices and liturgies both before and during their priesthoods, and most were Roman citizens. Unlike the Hierophants, none are known to have lean ambassadors in the Roman period. Hat long before 2954 indicates that there were also others. In this the two Calliuses Nos 1 and 2 did serve in this capacity. As a group they are much less known for their wisdom and speaking ability. Nicagoras' UO 30, apparently a descendant of Plutarch, and Callias' 2 are the only ones definitely known to have engaged in literary or philosophical pursuits. Demeter and Kore. A notice of Photius mentions several genii were eligible to supply the priestess of
Epeine Philulas, Genosistes, Minisinic de Tuton. Eleris. An inscription of the Roman period. 6. η βόρεια της Δήμητρος και κόρης, ή μούσα τους μισθωσάν.
The notice of Photios is of course not used in its original sense, to pre-initiate. As attested in IGI, Pyrophoros called Arpari and Hesychias were priests, but in its later sense to initiate. Beginning of 5th century BC, the priestess mentioned in N fragmentary bon, Stroplam de Epsilon Omeganu, Epsilon Piota Sigma Torhosian, set up within or near the Blue Syrian around the tendining of the 5th century, in most likely the priestess of Demeter, Aud Kore, since no other priestess of the Eluesinian cult is ever called simply the priestess. Company of 460. BC in 1G, P6 the law issued around 460 Celsiuses, concerning the mysteries she is called priestess of Demeter. According to this law she was to receive an olol from each initiate at the lesser mysteries and the same amount at the greater mysteries. She was also to be in charge of the expense fund of 1,600 drachmae, as she had been previously, an indication that at this time she played, apart from her religious duties, an important part also in the administration of the cult. 1. Anagar, Hesperia 10, 1940 p. 97 No. 18, CGX 321. Around the middle of the 5th century, shortly before the middle of the 5th century, Lysistrate commissioned the following inscription in Elegiac meter Hesperia, Lar Sias, to be carved on a base which held some sort of pillar.
Γιατόρισα τελετής πρόπολος της, πότνια διή, κάφεν κατρός πρόθυμο κόσμο άγαλμα πάλι. Έστησαν Στεφάνι Λυσιστράτη οντ παρόντων. Σέλερα σαντερουά και πφόρος ιζέη.
Pritchett, the editor, explained Trank as either Oryx 2 crowns or Ricaro a patronymic with O. But P. Moss would rather edit P as Corn and Rordar Ides of Attic Athena priestess. Organ fits the title of an Arctic Demeter priestess. His statement might lead one to think that Somad and Retu are titles of the priestess of Athena. This, however, is not the case. Sol and S's who assisted the priestess of Athena in the principal piece of evidence in regard to them harpocration.
Sarparetpos reads. Λικούργων εν υπέρκτην αιρεία στη δεροσύνης δυσμά έστιν ή τραπεζοφόρου, ετι νταύτητη κάφα εκεν κοσμό συνδικούσι πάντα τι της Αθηνάς εριακτά.
Us, in the rival of Th cult which involved the setting of a table, the priestess of Athena was assisted by two priestesses, Zoga and Arpar. The former's function was to carry the table, and the latter's function was to set it. Their titles are certainly not titles of the priestess of Athena. Hats simply reflect their particular functions, just as the titles Hierophant and Daduch reflect the functions of these priests. There is no testimony of a priestess of Demeter and Kore having any other title than priestess, priestess of Demeter, priestess of Demeter and Kore, or poetically, apro rele parolos saliarpis. Moreover, the priestess of Demeter and Kore is not known to have performed any function that involved crowning. Of course, the fact that such a function is not known does not mean that it did not exist, and we might consider a variation of Moss's theory even though there is no parallel for it. Reus may reflect one of the duties of Tus priestess. However, Pritelin's theory that the word refers to two crowns attached to the pillar makes sense in the text and in relation to the monument, and he cites similar dedications. Since this is poetry, there seems to be no reason against understanding Orga as being in apposition to Yalon. At the present time this solution seems to me to be the preferable one. Since the poetic rendering of Lur title, Rorhoetatau Omicron Taupsilon Lam Dapsilon Tau Sporolosal Arpis can be translated into prose as the priestess of Lemurer and Kore, it is clear that this full title was in use as early as the middle of the 5th century, and that the priestess of Demeter and the priestess were abbreviations of it. The poetic rendering of it shows that she had a robe. In the secret Lele, 421 BC, the Raitoi inscription IG 181 of 421 C mentions the priestesses as carrying the hiera at the head of the Mystae in the procession of the mysteries, and we are probably to understand the priestess of Demeter and Kore, the most important priestess of the Eluesinian cult, as well as the Hierophantids, as being among them. Foucault believes that the priestesses mentioned here were the Loium Waraius. Loud he can supply no convincing evidence that such a group of priestesses existed in the cult of the Eluesinian mysteries. Ca. 416 BC. According to the Aparche Law Instagram 176 of ca. 416, she did not take part at all in the announcement or reception of the Aparche. 2. On Meir Zayarhif. Plutarch, Alcibiades, 22 and 33. Topfer, 1889 p. 97, pd 6636 for the proof that she was a priestess of Demeter and Kore see Chup. 1st p. 16, n. 31. In office in 415. She was in office when the mysteries were allegedly mimicked by Alcibiades and his companions, but her priesthood was not among the ones impersonated, viz., those of the Hierophant Daduch and sacred herald. This cannot, however, be taken as an indication that the priestess had an insignificant part in the Talit, for as we have seen the priestess Lysistrate no one prided herself on being a minister of the most secret Filit. Theano refused to curse Alcibiades and his companions when so ordered by the state, protesting that she was a praying priestess and not a cursing priestess. We hear of no prosecution brought against her for this action. Even if there had been any, there probably would have been little chance of success, as the state probably lund no clearly defined right to order a priest to ene someone. End of the 5th century. In the section of the law code of Nicomachus dealing with religious festivals, the third preserved column lists sacrifices at the Eluesinia. These are divided into 2 groups, and at the end of each group the priesthoods responsible for performing them are given. The stone breaks off before the end of the second group, so that the priesthood responsible for this group is not preserved. These responsible for the first group are lines 73 to 76, Epsilon Kappa Omicron Lambdita, Epsilon U Alpha Iota Terran Blow Rolfa, Omicron Iota, Etata Omicron Eta Pipsi Sigma. Thus the first group of sacrifices was performed by Eumolpidae and the priestess of Demeter and Kore, with the latter receiving apometra of 100 drachmas. The second group was probably performed by the Hierophantids, for according to Instagram 1.5 the Meropoios sacrificed at the Eluesinia, and several of the deities of the second group are the same as the deities in G 1.5. For her sacrificial duties in this festival, the priestess of Demeter received, as it appears, apometra of 100 drachmae. In comparison with the emoluments given to all other priests in this inscription, this is an enormous amount. It is also striking that no sum of money seems to be given to the Eumolpidae, who together with the priestess perform these sacrifices. However, if we make the following restoration, these 2 anomalies disappear: beta mu omicron lambdalpha, epsilon lambdalpha iota, omicron iota, tau alpha tau alpha theta alpha sigma iotanu kappa alpha tau lep harbi erpu. With several people sharing in it, the large size of the sum is understandable. Part of it went to the Eumolpidae who performed the sacrifices, and part went to the priestess as pometra, a term that seems to apply only to priestesses. 4th century. The 4th century. Between the priestess of Demeter, 2 legal cases are known to have taken place in and Kore and the Hierophant, and to have concerned a conflict of sacral rights. In the earlier case, the Hierophant Archias was convicted of impiety for sacrificing at the Haloa, at which only the priestess had the right to sacrifice. The other case took place around the end of the century. Little is known of its details, neither the specific point of contention nor its result. Both cases make it clear that the priestess had a very strong position in the Eleusinian cult. 3. Priestess of Demeter, Hesperia 20, 1957, pp. 70-80 no. 25, dated by lettering to before the middle of the 4th century. On this dedication, which she erected probably in the Eluesinian, she is called the Mother of Epigenes of Acharna. Before middle of 4th century. An inventory of some year before the middle of the 4th century contains the uninformative entry, EPL 400 to 350. Phileto, the daughter of Dexicles, the priestess who made the dedication LG 11 4560 400 to 350 C, is apparently a priestess of Demeter, but it is uncertain whether she is the Eleusinian priestess. 352 BC. In the sacred Orgas inscription of 352, the priestess of Demeter was requested to sacrifice Na, together with the Hierophant. Previously in this decree, in matters pertaining to the administration of the sacred Orgas, the Daduch was the Hierophant's associate. But here, where it is a question of a sacrifice, the Hierophant's associate is not the Daduch, but the priestess of Demeter and Kore. Normally, in administrative matters, the Hierophant and the Daduch, the representatives of the 2 genii that controlled the administration of the sanctuary, were the most important officials. But in this religious master, the priestess of Demeter and Kore apparently overshadowed the Daduch. She and the Hierophant appear here as the 2 principal religious representatives of the Eleusinian sanctuary. 9-8. A house of the priestess is mentioned several times in an inscription of this year, G11, 1672. A retaining wall was built. Line 17, word Rv Awishara. Eligir Lapines. In lines 126 to 127, 2 pigs are required to purify something, and Rioisiarapar, of a lay. Elsewhere, line 305, the doors of the priestess are mentioned. Since these operations are hired as expenses in a financial account of the sanctuary, we can infer that the sacred house in which she lived was situated within the sanctuary. In the same inscription, lines 255f, she is certainly one of the priests and priestesses who received an allotment of grain on certain occasions. See above. P20, ca. 330 to 270. The sacred calendar of Eleusis, issued around the end of the 4th century, mentions the priestess in connection with the Thesmophoria. Certainly the priestess of Demeter and Kore, the only one at Eleusis so well known that she could be so referred to. But because of the poor preservation of the stone, the precise connection with the Thesmopleoria is unclear. Dow and Healy suggest that this is a local Eleusinian celebration of the Thesmophoria. Diber local celebrations of the Thesmophoria by Demes are known, but there is no other evidence that such a local celebration took place at Eleusis. And yet there, some sort of connection between the Thesmophoria, are 3 pieces of evidence that reveal that there was, and the Eleusinian sanctuary, 1 Demeter and Kore, are often called Coup W, and in one instance a Hierophant made a dedication to them. 2. This inscription, 7G, 117-1363 2nd century, honoring the priestess of the Thesmophorot. The editor of the latter inscript, Tion Q. Bronzer, felt justified in restoring the Demeter as the corporation which issued the decree, on the grounds that the husband of the priestess was a member of this dame. It cannot be denied that the inscription is a decree of a deme, but the priestesses. Imaban's Demotic is not a compelling reason for restoring Melite as the deme in question. The fact that she is awarded a myrtle crown and that Demeter and Kore are mentioned in the decree would tend to place it rather in the Eluesinian sphere, since the Eluesinian gene honored their benefactors with myrtle crowns and the state also sometimes so honored benefactors of the Eluesinian sanctuary. On the other hand, no instance of a myrtle crown granted by the deme of Elensis is known, yet this is probably not enough to exclude Eleusis as the Eisenoring deme.
If we could accept of Bronner's two suggested restorations of line Endica, the one which reads Sofarep beorm kafetais, Elis deri estate, tis Dimitras, ke Koris, Ina.
Priestess of the Thesmophoroi could be equated with the priestess of Demeter and Kore. Late then the difficulty would remain that no site is mentioned for the erection of the priestess's portrait, a matter normally specified in honorary decrees. Thus the restoration and the equation are not assured, and so the relation between the Eluesinian sanctuary and the Thesmophoria still remains obscure. 3rd or 2nd century BC. A statne base of a priestess of Demeter and Kore whose name is not preserved is dated to the 3rd or 2nd century before Christ.
4. Γερίαστης την Απολλωνίου θυγατρός. If Merit is correct in his dating and restoration of
an inscription found in the Athenian Agora, the earliest known occurrence of this priestess as Epon Wemus is around the year 200 SC. The only part of her name that is preserved is the patronymic. Apollonius, 164 BC. An honorary decree of 164 B praises the demarch of Eleusis for, among other things, having performed the sacrifice of the Kalamaca, and conducted the procession according to tradition together with the Hierophant and the priestesses. The Kalamea is an agrarian festival of Elenus, and this inscription is our only source of information about its ministers. The Hierophant and the priestesses participating in the procession must also have been the ministers of the festival proper. The priestess of Demeter and Kore was surely included among the priestesses, just as she certainly was among the priestesses in the procession of the mysteries. At another agrarian festival at Eleusis, the Haloa, this priestess was the principal celebrant. 5. Phi me Calabras Biarno, append, Vi APX, EE, 1971 pp. 129-130, No 25. 16. 1. 4690, PA 2959. In office around the end of the 2nd century, Kirchner dated Gloss to the middle of the 2nd century, on the basis of the lettering of an inscription below, append. 6th, she would then have to be the daughter of Menedenius I, who was active around the end of the 3rd century and the early part of the 2nd. However, the date of a new inscription APX, BPL would place Glance's incumbency around the end of the 2nd and the beginning of the 1st century. Consequently, she ought to be the danglator of Menelamus I, the grandson of Menedemus I. The lettering of the Surreption edited in Appendix 6, though dated by Kirchner to the middle of the 2nd century, is perfectly consistent also with a date around the end of this century. Kirchner later claimed the date of Toulouse priestess to the beginning of the Roman Empire again on the basis of the lettering of an inscription.
In his commentary to 1 11 4 center, Erites literae, hane sacerdote minitio aetatis, imperatorum, vixisse indicant.
However, in this case too the letter forms are also similar to those of the beginning of the 1st century, so there is no evidence opposed to the positive evidence of APX. B. Locke sit that the date, 2nd century and the beginning of the 1st, of Glance's priestlyhood was around the end of the Omicron. She came from a wealthy and distinguished family. Thetaupsilon Gamatauataro, pi, 3220, 3495. In office probably in the 2nd Bilf of the 2nd century or the beginning of the 1st. TGIP 3220 incorrectly reads, Aries Spiels as Apes Tax. The stone shows the entire name can be restored as the Amoiarpos is on the basis of 1G11 3495, which reads,
Garian Dimitras ke Koris Philanthophyllasiou Thigateras. And Apria can in turn now be restored in line, and as of this inscription.
Both inscriptions are dated by Kirchner to the 1st century before Christ. However, according to Sundwall's Stemia of this family NPP 39 there are 2 men of Pyle eligible to be her father. The first Philanthes was active in the earlier part of the 2nd century and his mother's name was Amelnoclea. One of his sons is also called Philanthes. Since the lettering of neither inscription precludes a date in the middle or 2nd half of the 2nd century, nothing prevents us, in harmony with the known prosopographical information, from dating this priestess that early. In this case she will live, been in office before Claus, but it is also possible that she was the daughter of Philantles the Younger and succeeded Latus in the early years of the 1st century. It should be noted that it is possible that the second Philanthes as Sunwall conceives him is really identical with the first one. According to 1G2. 3495 Amenoclea had 2 sons and 1 daughter, but we do not know whether Sli was still married when she was a priestess. She belonged to a wealthy and politically distinguished family. First half of the 1st century BC, the priestess of Demeter is mentioned in Instagram 11-1044, a decree dated to the first half of the 1st century before Christ, and the Hierophant is also continued, but the decree is too fragmentary to yield any information about either priesthood. 2nd or 1st century BC, an inscribed altar of this period, dedicated to Demeter and Kore and found beneath a modern house in the area of the Eluesinian, mentions a priestess as eponymous, probably the priestess of Demeter and Kore, but her name is not preserved, except perhaps for a couple of letters from her patronymic, the grandfather of Herod's Atticus. On the first 2 monuments she is called the daughter of Eucles of Philia, but 1G11, 3604 and 4720 to 4722 show that her real father was Nicodemus of Hermos, and that Eucles adopted her. The omission of the name of the priest in the 3rd line of LG, I 4720 raises doubts about the correctness of the addition of this inscription, and the monument confirms them. Line 1 does not exist, there is A7. Zapor Diario Mapaluvio Yarnp, 1G11 3498. Molding above line 2, above that is a flat surface on 1st or 2nd century BC. She is the eponymous priestess on a dedication set up at Eleusis, in honor of a girl Hearth-initiate, and Canophoros of Serapis Kirkliner suggests a possible relationship with the Dionysius of Marathon who was priest of Dionysus around the beginning of the 2nd century. By its lettering the inscription could be dated to the 2nd, as well as the 1st century before Cree.
Kyriokratis προφίλου Αφιδνέου Διγάτηρ, 16, 111. 3490 4704 4716, Top 4, 1889, 98 polnischer Slotis.a, 8566. Stämme a Wilhelm Beitrage zur griechischen Inschriftenkunde, p85.
In office in the middle of the 1st century UC, she appears as the eponymous priestess in a Dedica psalm to Medeus son of Medians of Piraeus 16. 11, 3490, Exegetes the Eumolpidae and Archon around 65. Eler father was Jasileus in 88 sevenths. Her name should prolalally lay restored in 1G11 4716, as Talos 1, Eri Lepus Companus. 4. Egeneges Skins's restoration of rule in line is out of place, since here we expect not a prenomen but a demotus. His own majuscule text in the stone itself show that T is possible at the end of line 3, 9. Epsilon Omega Gamma Delta Urine G I 2879, 3261, 3330, 3604, 4720, 4721, 4722. Topfler, 1889, 98. In office from sometime in the reign of Tiberius to around 70 AD, she occurs as the eponymous priestess on a dedication to Tiberans November 12, 3261, on a dedication to A. High Priest of Tiberius's G11, 3530, and on the statue base 1.6, 11, 3604 of the Hearth-initiate Claudia Alcia, daughter of Claudius Hipparchus, which nothing is inscribed, and above this surface the right side is not original as Kirchner notes, but original top of the epistyle seems to be preserved, neither is the left side. However, it is possible that the present right side is close to the original.
The following tentative text has been constructed with thus possibility in mind. Ένα σέρια Δήμητρος και κόρης Κλειοβίπλεους φλίος. Υγιής δερ, γόνος δεν διασύμου, και τον και δύο σύιερος σεβαστής δίκε. 3 οσύνης γνέθηκαν τες Δήμητος καχ τες κόμης, καχ τεν. Δικαιοσύνης και των δήμων, τον, being. According to this reconstruction, the priest's name and titles would have appeared in line 2. The termination of a title such as
Apsupta, as the monument is dedicated to Demos in addition to Justice and probably Demeter and Kore, Demos, is probably to be regarded as a deity here, and as Demeter and Kore and Justice were the deities served by the dedicators, Demos may also have been so served, that is, the priest of Darais or other one. Wise unknown at Athens may also have been a priest of a cult of Demos, thus his title might be restored as Lepels Edaris Awarisal. Ajo at Athens only a priest of the Demos and Graces is at. Tested several inscriptions Veluluk refer to Aixmiseln as a god are cited by L. Robert in Melange's Syrians Offerts and René Dussault 2 Paris, 1939, pp. 731 to 732, including 2 that mention ministers of the cult, lepers arsenings at Mylasa Olymoses, and Alepon ote doings vises at Heraclea and Caria, 75. 4a. The latter should perhaps be restored to read pros Zetoaris ex Arios, apparently. This cult goes back to a cult of Institia established by Augustus and called Institio Augusta. The appearance of Clio as eponymous priestess on the dedication in honor of Claudia Ulcia shows that her tenure extended well past the middle of the 1st century AD. The dedication G. 11, 2954, dated approximately to the 1st century after Christ, reads as follows with slight changes at the ends of lines 1 to 2 because
of space and a different interpretation of line 4 up. Στις Δήμητρος και της κόρης Κέι. Τε γέννη hexon και ξέρετε γίγνονται για. Live delas reca wildri says ergai appearing.
This confirms the notice of Photius cited above p68 that the Philae were a genes that supplied this priestess, and it shows that another genes as well could supply the priestess. The names of matri gene would fit the space. The name of the dedicate probably appeared on another part of the monument.
10. Φλαουία λαοδάμια. Κλήτου φλικονθυγάτηρ. 16. 11.3557 as επώνυμος priestess, ένας TG. 11.3546, 3.559, 3.564, 1.753, 1.754 px ή 1.971 p. 131 no. 27.
Stemina, P. Jones, HSCP 71 1966, p. 210, Topfer, 1889 pp. 98, Wallach, 1966, Flavia No. 78. In office around the beginning of the 2nd century to sometime in the reign of Eladrian. She was the wife of M. Annius Pythagoras, priest of Delian Apollo 113 quarters to 125 sixths. Fleur's son Amins. Thrasyllis was Ephebi in 112 thirds 1g IP 2024, lines 2 to 4. Her granddaughter Aristoclea married Junius Patron, the son of an exegete, and their daughter Genea Melitine became a Hierophantid No. 9. Her other distinguished relatives are illustrated in Jones's stemma. Since her son was Ephebi in 112 thirds, she could not have been born later than 80. Jones points out that Instagram 11 3557 cannot be dated earlier than at 110, a date of ca. 125 seems to be appropriate, since she is honoring her great-granddaughter's arrays.
Deorias. 11. Κλαβδία τιμονία το μελίου γαργητία στη γάτη ράε.
Eponymous priestess, IG 11th 3583, 3586, 3588, Top 186, 3584. In office during the reign of Hadrian, of the dedications on which she appears as the eponymous priestess 1G11 4586 can be dated on prosopographical grounds to the reign of Hadrian.
12. Κλαβδία τατάριον μενάνδρου γαργητίου θυγάτηρ. Ένας DID 4868 Hesperia 23 1954 p. 257 Node 42.
In office in the 1st or 2nd century, she dedicated 2 monuments, one at Eleusis' GI 4868 now lost, and a statue las in the Agora Hesperia Loch, Sit. Neither can be dated more accurately than by letter style.
She may be a descendant of the Menander son of Asclepiodorus. Of Cargotin who, στις ιερείς στο κλήτου Ρώμης και Δήμου και Χαρίτων, E. 13.
Japes is 4767. Bioposes, LG, 112, 1st or 2nd century, 14 AM FFG 11 3568 as eponymous priestess, on a dedication at Eleusis of an unknown Hearth-initiate, 1st or 2nd century. E. Capetonopolis published a slightly improved edition of Instagram IP, 30568, in which the last line is, edited, Il piaces me ars. However, ma appears to be impossible, the stone clearly shows. The second of these letters lacks the central horizontal stroke characteristic of epsilon, and so appears to be sigma, though gamma or pi are also possible. So this line should be edited as follows. Elimp cs jasas ave. This spacing can be seen in Capetonopolis's photograph of the squeezes where clearly fragments A and C are too close together. A gentilicium would suit the first lacuna with as being the end of it, e.g. Joy. But the second lacuna is puzzling, perhaps we must reckon with a defect in the stone as between the second and third letters of line 4. H15, 10th 2nd century? A try. Pod base at Delphi BCH 83 1969 pp. 191,192 IMs on it the following inscription, as edited. By J. Busker. Iota Hopsiloniot alpha delta muetat Omicron Kappa alpha zeta, lambda epsiloniota deltanu alpha p lambda omega nu iota p upsilon theta omega nu beta. Restoration of Aden, the priestess in IG2 3568 see above, is possible, but would require a sekata relief before it, unless, as I think is preferable, alleges to be read, in which case the lamina could hold a gentilicium. 11 Even so, the priestess's name is far from certain. Ca 150. AD, a priestess of Demeter and Kore whose name is not preserved perhaps appears on a dedication to Bradua, Herod's son, as Hearth-initiate G. 11 3608, around the middle of the 2nd century. But a different restoration by Capitonopolis, which excludes Tli priestess, appears to be also a possibility, 160 to 170. The priestess of Demeter and Kore appears in the list of recipients of the Eluesinian endowment of 160 to 170 G. 11, 1092.
Her position in this list is discussed above pp. 35 αρνητικός 36. 16. Αλή επέλαμψες. Δελ γέλωτος φαλιραίος θυγάτηρ, 1 στικ G11, 3687 στέμα.
LG, 13687 and, Woloch, Historia 18-1900s, p. 510. In office around the end of the 2nd century, a statue of her was set up at Eleusis' IG2 3687, by her grandson Pomponius Hagius while he was archon, and by her granddaughter Pomponia Epi Lampsis. She must have been a very old woman if she lived to see her grandson serve as archon, that is, if he served at the normal age of 30 or above. Since hieronymy was not practiced in the case of the priestess of Demeter and Kore, we cannot be completely sure that she was still alive at this time, but if she were dead, it is unlikely that the dedication would have been made many years after her death. Since her son was archon around 180, it is improbable that she was born after 135. Thus we need not hesitate in regarding Notopolis's date of, after N67 for the year of Lear grandson's archonship as somewhat unlikely. A date around the end of the 2nd century would be more reasonophile for her stature. He and his archonship, this was Graindor's date. Notopolis's argument for the later date is that Hagius's hoplite generalship came before his archonship, but examples of the opposite order are available. The inscription mentions several of her relatives and all their past offices and boners, among them the highest Athenian political offices, and in addition to their political offices her father was priest of Olympian Zen's line 6, and her cousin Aelius Artis was high priest and priest of Dionysus Eleutheris, lines 11 to 12. Topfer maintains that since some of her cousins were heralds of the Areopagus, she was the daughter of a member of the Kerykes, on the basis of Dittenberger's theory that heralds of the Areopagus in the empire were drawn from this games. The Eumolpidae mentioned as heralds of the Areopagus in 16 IP, 30,592 are enough to disprove Tullius. More substantial evidence for her membership in this genus is offered by the fact that her cousin Aelius Artis was high priest, and the only high priests of known genes were Kerykes. But if the Kerykes were one of the gene which supplied priestesses of Demeter and Cove 1, would expect Kypes to be restored in 1G11 2954, see above p. 74. So as to read, Ra-yer thether hopsilanto alpha iota, gamma gamma nu omicronuto alpha iota, iota, nu alpha, toeta this, case the restoration of another person in the line above, more gene will have to be restored alongside Kip is required, with the result that the names of even. So the restoration of Kepis appears somewhat improbable, though not impossible. One ought to consider the possibility that high priests were taken from other gene besides the Kerykes. Just as there were other important priesthoods in Athens whose members were drawn from more than one genus, for example the priesthood of Apollo Patris. P. Al 17, 186, eponymous priestess on a dedication to a Hearth-initiate 1G, 2nd 3723, once located in a private house at Eleusis, now apparently lost. Roman period, 18, daughter of Epigonus of Sipylatos, Epon. Miss priestess on a dedication at Eleusis LG 11 4096 now on Salamis, no date is given.
Νικολούλη ή και πλάγια Θεοσίμου Έξερ Μέου Θυγάτηρ, G. 14777 Priestess of Demeter and Kore.
She set up a dedication on the Acropolis to Demeter Chloe. Since only the title Alapia is inscribed, we cannot be certain that she was a priestess of Demeter and Kore. The place of dedication and the goddess indicates she was more likely the priestess of Demeter Chloe. Her father was probably the Theolemus son of Tryphon of Hermos who was Praelinus in 107/8, G. 1774 line 45 as Kirchner suggested.
Η Διονυσία Α. Γελίου Ξεναγόρου Θυγάτηρ, 16, 113, 1342, 4824 BC, 21896 P. 719, as edited by Oliver, Expounders 52 Stemu Ibid.
p. 164 around the middle of the 3rd century, Priestess of Demeter. And Kore? The priestess's participation in so many Eleusinian festivals more apparently than even the Hierophant suggests that this priesthood was a very ancient part of the cult, and this is also apparent in her title, the Priestess of Demeter and Kore. No other priest or she belonged to the very distinguished family of the Priestess of the Sanctuary bears the individual names of its Gestesses in their titles, and it is a general rule Geli of Delphi and Athens. She was an is at Athens that the original minister of a goddess was a Delphi. She is never called Ions Agros y Kops, priestess, and of a gold a priest. Thus there is good. Nor does she appear as eponymous priestess on reason to believe this priestess was probably at Eleusinian monument, in LG, 11, 2342 lines, 32-33. She is called Onrus Forpopesa, where the meaning of Berep is somewhat obscure, and she made a dedication at Eleusis as Sunrus P. Her title, consistently Gerpon P, is odd in comparison to the normal title of the Priestess of Demeter and Kore at this period. Auropos Alkops and it raises doubts as to whether she filled the same priesthood. J. January understands Aguros to mean a leader
of a group of Thead, Harchees Vitadon.
Her other, and accordingly her father, belonged to the Genos of the Cherokes. The restoration of a priestess in IG 2 4768 is uncertain. General remarks. This priestess evidently had an important role in the Tel-Atf, especially the priestess Lysistrate No. 1, but there is no certain information concerning details. In the cult in general, scattered testimonia show that she had a strong position. In the 5th century she was in charge of a special expense fund of 1,600 drachmas, though apparently she had nothing to do with the Eropi, which was administered by the Hierophant and Daduch. In 415 one priestess defied the state, and all other Eleusinian sacred officials in refusing to curse Alcibiades. In the 4th century legal battles were fought between her and the Hierophant over sacral rights, and in case a Hierophant was convicted of impiety for usurping her Riglis at the Haloa, where she was the principal celebrant. She also had a principal role at the Eleusinia. In addition, she was involved in the festivals of Lethesmophoria and probably also the Kalamea. In one inscription, in which the Hierophant Daduch and Priestess of Demeter and Kore are mentioned LG 1-204, only she and the Hierophant are requested to make a sacrifice. At this time then, it would appear the Priestess of Demeter and Kore and the Hierophant were the two most important religious ocles of the sanctuary, attached to the sanctuary at an earlier date than the Hierophant. Whether her position had declined by the Roman period is hard to say. Certainly she was very respected, as is indicated by the dedications to individual priestesses, as well as by her appearance on Eleusinian moments as the eponymous priestess of the sanctuary, first attested in the 2nd century B. In the procession of the mysteries she probably walked at the head of the group of priestesses, perhaps alongside the priestess of Athena. Her age and marital status are generally unknown. Aelia Epilempsis was still in office at approximately 70 years of age. In the date of her usurpation of the priesthood is not known. Nothing indicates that this was not a Liftini priesthood. Some priestesses had children, but it is not known whether marriage was a bar to the priesthood. No certain family relationship between any of the priestesses is attested with certainty. Thus heredity appears to be ruled out as the method of appointment. They were probably chosen either by election or by lot from among daughters of members of the Gewos of the Philidae, and one other Genoses, and perhaps others. She lived in a sacred house within the sanctuary. 4th Sacred Herald I. In none of the very few testimonia for the sacred herald before the Roman period is the designation spoused. He is called simply wipe in the charge made against Alcibiades for impersonating the Hierophant, the Daduch, and the Sacred Herald, since the charge referred to the revealing of at least part of the very essence of the mysteries. The Hiera, the Sacred Herald, obviously had a part in the secret ceremonies which took place within the Telesterion. Ca. 16 BC. According to a law issued around this time, Hay received one obol from each initiate during the mysteries. Were all religious officials. Included among the Lalter was the sacred herald Dionysius. Demostratus, son of Dionysius of Pulian, who was more likely the sacred herald's son than his father, appears among the group, chosen by the genes of the Cherokes. 1. Ketipros, Xenophon, Hellenica 11-420, pa. line 25, thus providing good evidence that his father, 8570, in office in 403. This man, called Enru of Ariasige, unto a speech to the followers of the 30 shortly after the battle in the Phaereus between them and the Democrats. His speech makes no specific allusion to the mysteries, but it is prefaced with the interesting statement, Kapalam dopsilon kaperhumikron tonumuyotanu upsilongsi, mufiomeganu, alpha taueta. Dur as elev. Kuphonia was naturally a desirable characteristic for a sacred herald, as it was also for the Hierophant. ca. 330–270. In a list of sacrifices connected with Eleusinian cults which was inscribed in this period, one entry ordains that the P is to be treated to a meal together with the Hierophant on the 5th day of Pyrophoros, when they went to Athens and Armanis the festival of the Proerosia. We have no reason to identify this herald as any but the sacred herald himself. On this occasion, the sacred herald was the voice of the Hierophant. 2019 BC. The sacred herald was a member of this genus, and that the office of sacred herald was traditionally filled from this gens. A WWIs with the name Theophilus son of Menecrates of Colledae follows the sacred herald in the group of priests in this document. Thus the Pyrrhumigaiota or priests mentioned are in the following order: the altar, priest, the apoposes who was also the priest, fair, and the raise whip with this may be calm. Of the Graces and Artemis Epipyrgidia, the exp reign, paired the order of the three priests who appear at the end of 1G10 Labulepical row, or +3 a perval for Enaf Fukar, restored here the second priest as Rhea 7 bat the appearance in the decree for Themistocles of the raise P who is also called elsewhere, Eii Peso, high in the list of priests of the Characters indicates that he was a rather important priest, thus one should probably not expect to find in 1G16 the Fondines a rarely attested official, between the Revies and the altar, priest but rather, as in the list in the decree for Themistocles. In the decree honoring the Daduch Themistocles, this in fact fits the space perfectly. 2019 he is called, and Wares base, and the name of the incumbent at this time was 2 above P51 line 12, in office in 2019. Previous writers who treated the sacred herald did not have available to them any specific testimonia proving that the sacred herald belonged to the genes of the Characters, even though it seemed inescapable that this was his genus. Good evidence can now be found in the decree for the Daduch Themistocles 110:16. The decree was proposed by a group of men, with one of them, Diotimnus son of Diodorus of Elalai, acting as spokesman. The group consisted of Wenti-Inan chosen by the genus of the Characters, who were therefore undoubtedly members of the genus, in company with Era, a group of men who. Early 2nd century AD Suetonius wrote that the Emperor Nero did not attend the mysteries on his journey through Greece in 66/7 because he was afraid of being turned away.
Eluesinius sacris, quorum initiationem piet celerati voce praeconis summoventur, interesse non ausus est.
Whether or not this was Nero's true motive for not attending, we do learn here that it was the sacred herald who made the announcement of the proresis of the mysteries, whereas all other testimonia for the prorexis mention only Eumolpidae and Characters or Hierophant and Daduch. Thus on this occasion, the sacred herald would accompany the Hierophant and the Daduch, and do the actual speaking for them, just as he did for the Hierophant alone at the proresis. Of the Proerosia, 1st or 2nd century AD, the title Possipi occurs in a fragment of a catalog Instagram IP 1947 whose nature is obscure, dated by Kirchner to Sayek, 1/11th post. The title Lepsis Agarpes Bear also occurs in it, hence he called it A Calaliga Sacerdotalis. The inscription is too fragmentary for us to ascertain whether the title Poche belongs with the name that precedes it or with the name that follows it.
3. Τίτος Κοτόνιος Μάξιμος Αγνούσιος. Ή 610. 1972, lines 4 αρνητικός 6, 3187, 3 φοριά, 3610, 99, 83, 89, Enescasiu, Tierno.
Lines 18 to 22, Woloch, 1900s. Coponius number 3, in office from sometime before 117/8 to 119/20 or later. He was Epimelete of the Asclepium sometime between 85/6 and 94/5 1G, 11 4481, at which time he was not Sacred Herald. He was again Epimelete of this sanctuary at an unknown date, Instagram 11 3/187, still not Sacred Herald, and again in 9/2787. In 7/8, the year of the archonship of his son Titus Coponius Maximus, he was simultaneously hoplite general and gymnasiarch for the second time, priest of Ares Enyalios, Enyo, and Zeus Gelion, as well as sacred Beryl G. 11, 1072, lines 4-6. A dedication to him as Boplite general and gymnasiarch for the first time, therefore before 117/8, is also preserved, IG 11 30573, as which the year 7/8 looks as though it were an extremely active one for this sacred herald. However, when we consider that the offices of hoplite general and gymnasiarch were largely financial in nature at this time, and that the tasks of the sacred Lyrald in connection with the mysteries and other Eleusinian cults were probably limited to those few occasions, in addition to the actual celebration of the mysteries when a herald's special talents were necessary. The simultaneous undertaking of all these magisterial and priestly herdens may not even have demanded considerable energy, but it certainly attests that he was a very wealthy and distinguished man. At Sonic time before he was sacred herald, he filled the office of epimalet of the city, an office which was filled by only the most important men in the city. In none of the inscriptions which were erected when he was serving as sacred herald is Hieronomy observed. Of his son's career consisted of the aganathesia of the great Caesarea, the priesthood of Demos and the Graces, and leadership of the Stoic school, all of which occurred before his archonship in 117/8. We do not know whether he was ever sacred herald. The sacred herald's grandson. All that is known is that he was a plebeic gymnasiarch in 112, 3-125, 6.
4. Λούκιος νούμος Νιγρίνος Γαργήτων 16, 11-2342. Line 8-3574 4069 4070 AP6P. 1970 OK. Atori Amor BXP. Ian
Woloch, 1966 Numenius number 3, with stemma, p. 84, in office before 106/7. He was the father of Numia Bassa, who married the Daduch Praxagoras and also El Numius Lahydreus of Phalaroa, who was perhaps a Eumolpid. Hieronomy was observed on moments in which he appears while alive. His identity is revealed in a genealogical table inscribed around the beginning of the 4th century IG, 11-1342, line 8, where the sacred herald Nigrinus is listed as the father of 11-3574, is preserved with the inscription Noyes Bassa, a monument erected after his death IG, Nepi Ispit, certainly the same man. Possibly he is the sacred herald in the Aizitoi list of 1G 11-1789. See below append, A4. 160-170. The position of the sacred herald in the list of recipients of the Eluesinian endowment of 160-170, IG, 11-1092, and in the prohedria seating in the theatre of Demeter is discussed above pp. 35-36 and below, append. 3rd 5, APG, 11-1773-166 AD, 1774-167 A, 1775-168 AD, 1776-167 D. In office from 166/7 or earlier to at least 169/7, probably to 174/5. His nante occurs hieronymously only in the erisitor lists indicated above, for the years 166/7 to 169/7. He may huave for the father of C. Pinarius Proculus of Hagus, who was archon sometime b.
Twin 181 and 191 μισό. 6. Πόπλιος Ερένιος Ζεροκήρυξ Απολλωνίου Έρμεος Γκίου, 11-1782 ΣΥΚΑ, 181.780. 8. Omtandaitheram 4, Trinidad Orca. Friedennamen 2. 3. Trin. Tuli Ed
P36, no, 6 CA, 186 1G, 11 3663, 3666, Steinma, 8 Yizar, 3674 Fist, 192. His name occurs in hieronymus form in 5 erisitai lists, the first 5 inscriptions cited above. It is suggested in Appendix 4 that he took office in 174/5, the year in which Marcus Aurelius ruled that the election of Mamertinus was invalid and called for a new election. His last appearance in an Eistoi list, G. 11-1792, would have been in 191 or 1927. He dedicated a herm to his father Apollonius the Sophis G. 11, 3665. And since he has a Roman name in this inscription whereas Laius' father does not, he may have been the first in his family to receive Roman citizenship. One of his sons was a sacred herald, see below number 8, the other was a sophist and herald of the Areopagus, see stemma. His grandson P. Herennius Dexippus, see below p96, the historian and organizer of the defense against the Herulians in 267, also shared in the Eleusinian cult, as Lepels Messias. IG, 11-3666, a dedication by the city to his son Ptolemaeus, is dated by Kirchner to the beginning of the 3rd century, but because his father's name is given hieronymously as 1 Episos Lepop, it should be dated instead to 174/5 CA, 192, 1806, 194, 1990, CA, 1971, 1789, 204/5, in office from around 194 to at least around 197. He was the successor of Hieronins. His name occurs hieronymously in the Aes Silo lists cited above in 1G 11-1790, in 2nd place, ahead of the Daduch. He may have been the son of the previous Nomius who was sacred herald number 4, late 2nd or 3rd century AD. A Prytany list dated by Oliver to the late 2nd or 3rd century after Christ contains the following. Heading: Apexo proes epsilon rumicron kappa lambda hoiota kappa omicron pir hupsilon tonu epsilon iota. The archon was a sacred herald, and according to the usual order of the sacred herald's name, nomen, of tis Demotic, one thinks immediately of Hierocharis Demotic, must be the beginning, and a possible descendant of El Numinius Phaedreus of Phaleron, the husband of Numia Bassa, daughter of the Sured herald Nummius Nigrinus. But the Nummus who was Hierophant around this time, Hierophant number 27, definitely had the Demotic appels and is therefore also to be considered as a possible descendant of Nummius Phaedreus. Thus it would be best not to assign Phaedreus with certainty to either genes, and to leave the archon Hierochorix of the Dem unidentified until more information is available. 8th, Horos Epivos Lepon Apusios Ig. 2, 1077, line 42, Stemma, AD 1G, 11, 3665. In office he probably succeeded Nummius. He was the son of sacred Herald number 6, P. Herennius son of Apollo, Nius of Hermos's Sista Mumma. He is probably not identical with Eulerius Ptolemaeus the sophist, herald of the Areopagus pole march, and Agonothete of the greater Asclepiaea, for if this were so, IG 11 3667 to 3668 would have to be dated to the beginning of the 3rd century rather than the middle, but G 11 3667 was dedicated by his son Dexippus, who probably was not born before 200.
9. Iulios Δεροκήρυξ Iuliu Musoniu Styrikes.
Alfaro, penned, 7-1G, 11 4075 plus 4083. In office ca. Tullius Musonius held very distinguished political and religions offices. He was herald of the Areopagus, hoplite general, Agonothete of the Olympia, priest of Olympian Zeus in Athens, and Fandites of Zeus at Olympia. As Kirchner noticed, he seems to be identical with P. Telmuros Ripus who was a Phoebe in 161 firsts. If so, we may date the Dedication edited in Appendix the 7th and the term of his son Julius Hierochorix to the 1st quarter of the 3rd century or perhaps slightly later, a date also recommended by the difficulty of fitting his term into the list of known sacred barrels of 165 to 210. In 4008, Julius Optatus dedicated a statin of his daughter Julia Culina as a thank offering to Eileithia. According to Appendix the 7th, Apopia is the urother of the present sacred herald. If Kirchner's date for 4066, before the middle of the 2nd century, is correct, they may be the same person, be identified with the Ephebi Julius Cassanes of Styria in a list of ca. 160, and with the C. Julius Cassius who was a Phoebic Basileus in 161 halves. Both of these used Cassius as a cognomen. The first known member of the other family is Julius Cassianus Apollonius, who was Anticosmete in 158 9th and Cosmete. In 161 halves, in connection with the first office his name appears 118, and Kamana Tomos Repus, and in connection with
the second, T. Iulios Cassianos Apollonas Tereus.
His son is Tate, identified with the Catarzano Arispubs, who was Prilums around 210, and the one Ka Samos Repels who was Archon in 207/8, in which case the abbreviation should be resolved as Ka as, not Kausas as traditionally. The I Carbi Arosers Repi who was hoplite general in 8-9 was more likely the father than the son. The present sacred herald probably belongs to this family, and is possibly the son, unless the previously discussed herald number 9, Julius son of Musonius. 10. Charis Tepo Repels, IG 11 2241, 3707. Of Styria belongs to the same family and the two, in office in 231st. The archon in the year 231 was Cars Pas Reple. The form of the name is a bit unusual. The rule of Hieronymy demanded that the priest's Greek name be suppressed, thus if the priest was a Roman citizen he suppressed his cognomen or one of his cognomata. Here the Greek name was suppressed and a Roman cognomen is used as a nomen. However, the practice of using a cognomen as a nomen was often followed by families who had a rather common nomen. They would drop the nomen and use a distinctive cognomen in its place. We do know in fact an Athenian family of this period which had a common nomen and sometimes used Cassianus with this nomen but sometimes used just Cassium's her nomen. The Julii of Styria, Oliver in another connection, suggested that this family is not related to Apollonians the Sophist and Hierophant 0929. Ralushek and Woloch have listed the evidence for the Julii of Styria, but both of them in Myopomon confine two families to think that the families Kappa Alpha Iota be separated in the following way. The archon of 125/6 was C. Julius Cassius of Styria. His son is 2. Heralds are in reality identical. The same form of his name ban lacking the demotic occurs O. A base erected in his whore by the Polis, where he is called Rorans Euleri Kazanov. In pose, he is the first Eluesinian sacred official, up to now in this study who is also a Hearth-initiate. The same inscription mentions that he was once ambassador to Britain at his own expense, agonathete of the Hadrianaea, general, eponymous archon, and then the stone breaks off. 11th. Maptoios, Nakeops Marilu, 1G, 2nd 3814. Philostratus, Lives of the Sophists, 2nd p. 127 ed. Kaiser, Suda as, Suavopar W. Stegeman, R.E. 17 1936, call 216-217 Stemia 0. Schissel, Cleo 21 1927, p. 371. In office from before 238 to the reign of Philip the Arab 244 to 249, on a monument erected after his death, ZG Shuantu under erecting is called, and read of Sigma Omicron Phiota Sigma Tau Lambda Omicron to Omicron Kappa Alpha Iota, Sigma Omicron Omeganu Phiotaphi Omeganu Kappa Gamma Nunu. He was a contemporary and friend of Philostratus, who refers to him as Nokiipas Aakvios, Skal Rob Elavine Leposhpu Turle, but because of their friendship refused to treat his life and work. Hence he was already sacred herald at the tiny Philostratus was writing before 238, and therefore certainly came after, and most probably succeeded, Cassianus's archon and sacred herald in 231. His lifetime extended to the reign of Philip the Arab, to whom he sent expersurus noise, but probably did not extend much beyond 250 at all. Toga. His other writings included a famous lives written perhaps with the work of his ancestor Plutarch Mind, and a piece called Heel Corarpices, probably a rhetorical model for his students. He held the sophistic chair Regere Res Capaces originally established by Marcus Aurelius, the son of a great-grandson of a sibling of Plutarch. He, like other members of his distinguished family of orators, sophists, and philosophers, was proud of his descent from the great writer. His grandson M. Junius Nicagoras was Daduch in the early 4th century, see above, Daduch number 30. This is the first direct relationship known between a sacred herald and a dadne. In all other known cases they have always belonged to relatively separate families. The statement of Philostratus indicates that Crown Ing was involved in the ceremony of installing the sacred herald. Also interesting is the fact that Nicagoras is color Tanu Epsilon Ronu Kappa Hupsilungsi Alpha Pi Omicron Tauicron Upsilon Spung but not La Peep, and that Philostratus was not disturbed by not observing the custom of hieronomy. It does not seem advisable to argue that Nicagoras was already dead, since there is no ria to dispute the notice in the Suda. General remarks. Foucault was of the opinion that the sacred herald was neither a priest or a magistrate. This cannot be true. Only priests and magistrates were seated in the first row of the theater of Dionysus, and the sacred herald was among them. 1G. Takanu, 5043, since no argument can be made that he was a magistrate. It follows that in the 2nd century AD, he certainly had at least the status of a priest. In addition, he is associated with other Eleusinian priests in the Aestas lists, and in the Eluesinian endowment list Lie appears next to the altar, priest, as he is included in the list of sacred officials of the genes of the Caraces who proposed the decree of 2019 honoring the Daduch Themistocles. At this time too, he was undoubtedly considered a priest. And if our pestoration of 1G16 is correct, he is fisted around 460 BC between the altar priest and the priest all-hallowed, as a recipient of emoluments at the mysteries. Not long afterwards, in the charge against Alcibiades, he is associated with the Hierophant and the Daduch. Thus he was probably considered a priest, or at least had the status of a priest, as early as the classical period. His function in the cult was evidently simply that of herald. He accompanied the Hierophant and Daduch at the prorasis of the mysteries, and under their authority made the actual announcement. He did the same for the Hierophant alone at the prorosia. It was shown above that the Hierophant had a large speaking role during the secret ceremonies within the telesterion, and it would seem that he alone pronounced the secrets. The herald had a different role. According to a passage in Sopater 7th, p. 118 ed. Walls, the sacred herald RPO a rare noi RR, the Hierophant, apparently was not expected to shout above the din of the throng of initiates to demand their attention. This was the task of the herald. Often also during the procession, to announce instruct certainly his services must have been required, chants to the initiates or to call for silence. We can infer that in the 2nd century AD appointment to this priesthood was by election, for the fact that some of the heralds are related to one another casts doubt on allotment, and the lack of sufficiently consistent family relationships rules against heredity. Welcony, confirmation of this is now given by the letter of Marcus Aurelius of 174, which mentions elections for this office. The priesthood was for life. No living ex-heralds are known, and the use of hieronomy, which began for them sometime in the 2nd quarter of the 2nd century, is in agreement with this. Nothing is known as to whether age was a factor at their appointment. In the Roman period, personal prestige probably helped very much. Practically every one of them came from a family of civic, religious, or academic distinction. One would naturally assume that the office was highly coveted at this time, and this is indeed vividly revealed by the letter of Marcus Aurelius. Vocal properties may also have been taken into consideration. though our only evidence for this dates from the end of the 5th century BC, after the battle in the Piraeus between the followers of the 30 and the Democrats. A sacred herald number 1 silenced a crowd and gave a speech. The herald is described as Al-S. In regard to his installation, it is stated that he was crowned, which perhaps refers to a myrtle crown, for the strophion is not attested for the sacred herald. The sacred herald could hold other priesthoods. Simultaneously see Note 3, 5th altar, priest. Of the function of this priest nothing is known beyond what is apparent from his title, that he had something to do with an altar. Foucault suggested that he stood near the altar, probably in charge of striking the victims offered at the mysteries, perhaps also making certain that they fulfilled the conditions of acceptability, and marking them with a sign. There was more than one altar at Eleusis. Demeter and Kore each had her own. Rel do is indefinite, and could signify that he performed functions at both. The occasional evidently intentional use of the title Talum see below indicates that in fact he did. Ca 460 BC on the stele erected around 460, containing extensive regulations concerning the priests and the cult, the remunerations of the altar priest, the sacred herald, and the priest all hallowed, were appended to the inscription by a different hand from that which engraved the main body of the inscription. The altar priest's remuneration was 1 obol from each initiate. 3rd to 1st centuries BC. Several altar priests are mentioned in the decree L 2019 for the Daduch Themistocles of Hagnus as relatives of his. In addition, an altar priest is mentioned at the head of the list of the priests of the genus of the Cherokes who proposed this decree, which shows that the altar priest was drawn from this gens. Immediately following Lim Ur the Pyrophoros and priest of Sharites and Artemis Epipyrgidia 1 person, and then the sacred herald lines 8 to 12. If any protocol is observed here, the altar priest ranked higher in prestige at this time than the sacred herald, as he perhaps did also in the 5th century. See above. The dates of the following altar priests mentioned in this decree as relatives of Themistocles have been determined on the basis of the stemma and the discussion of the decree above, pp 50 to 53. 1. 2. Decree for Themistocles, above, p. 51, line 55, in office sometime before the end of the 3rd century. His relationship to Themistocles is unknown. 2. Tapines, decree for Themistocles, above, p. 51, line 53, in office sometime before the end of the 3rd century. 3. His relationship to Themistocles is unknown. Arpian, decree for Themistocles, above, p. 51, line 55, in office sometime before the end of the 3rd century. He was altar priest, and his relationship to Themistocles is unknown. 4. Avrupa, decree for Themistocles, above, p. 51, lines 49 to 50, Stemma table 1, above, p. 58, in office around the end of the 3rd century. He was first altar priest and then Daduch number 8. He was a second cousin of the following altar priest. 5. Decree for Themistocles, above, p. 51, lines 49 to 50, Stemma table 1, above, p. 5%. In office around the beginning of the 2nd century. He too became a Daduch, number 9, after having first served as an altar priest. He was a second cousin of Antiphon, the preceding altar priest.
6. Φιλοξενίδης Φιλιστίδου Αγνούσιος, decree for Themi. Stokles above, p. 51, line 42 αρνητικό 43, Stemma table 1, above, p. 58.
In office in the first half of the 2nd century. He too became a Daduch, after having first served as an altar priest. He probably directly succeeded his father. 7. Cryons, decree for the Themistocles above, p. 51, lines 43-44, Stemma, table 1 above, p. 58. In office around the middle of the 2nd century. He was the brother of Philoxenides, and probably succeeded him in this priesthood, when Philoxenides resigned and assumed the Ditochia. He was the grandfather of Themistocles. Dalet number 14. 8. Decree for Themis, Roclus above, p. 51, lines 41 to 42, Stemma table I above, p. 58. In office in the 2nd half of Texan century, proliably succeeding Cephisidortus. With him this priesthood passed to the family descended from Leontius of Acharnai, which controlled the Daduchia at this time. See Stemma. He was the son of the Daduch Sophocles 1 number 10. It is interesting that his younger brother Xenocles became Daduch but not he. The Daduchia was certainly the more prestigious priesthood, and one wonders why it did not go to the eldest son in this case. It was suggested above p. 55 that the altar priesthood may have become available first and accordingly went to Leontius, the eldest son of Sophocles, and when the Daduchia later became vacant, it went to the younger son, Xenocles. But then one naturally asks why Leontius could not have resigned his altar priesthood and assumed the Daduchia as others did before him. The answer may be that the altar priesthood had been made a lifetime priesthood by this time. Perhaps previously it was dependent on the choice of the incumbent whether the priesthood was to be for life or not, that is, whether or not he wanted to use it as a stepping stone to the Daduchia. And in cases where it had been a lifetime priesthood, it was Hater designated in the man's title, as did Oueg, in the case of Antiphon N3. After the incumbency of Philoxenides' first half of the 2nd century, we no longer hear of the altar priesthood being filled only for a term. Although the evidence on this point for the period before the 2nd century after Christ, at which time the priesthood certainly was for life, is not sufficiently plentiful to make a certain decision, the case of Leontius tends to indicate that the priesthood had been made a lifetime one, sometime between his incumbency and that of Philoxenides. 9. Deri for Themistocles, above, p. 51, lines 41-42, Fouilla de Delphus, 111, 2, 10, line 24, Stemma, table 1. Above, p. 58. In office in the beginning of the 1st century succeeding his father, he was a Pytheist from the Gemos of the Kerykes in 82 c. Whether he was an altar priest at flat time is not known. No descendant of his is known. 10. Eruperi Kalucar Azores. Decree for the Mysticles, above, p. 31, Leas 10 1 11 1721, line 51, line 15, 8, 26, line 5, p. I 4903, Sarikakis. 1951, pp. Stemma, Sundwall NP office from, or Carlier to 14/3 or later. He is the first member of the group of Kerykes priests who proposed the decree in honor of Themistocles. Probably another altered priest intervened. Between Lais' incumbency and that of Sophocles 10.9, he held the highest civic offices, eponymous Archon, Hoplite General, and Herald of the Areopagus in 4.3. He participated, under the direction of the Hierophant, along with several other distinguished married Athenians, in the Lectister win of Pluto. Perhaps it was his overall distinction in Athens at this time rather than sacerdotal protocol that determined his position at the head of the priests of the Kerykes who proposed the decree for Themistocles. But if our restoration of the sacred herald in the position following him in 1g, p6 is correct, his position here seems indeed to reflect such a protocol. He belonged to an aristocratic family whose known history goes back to the beginning of the 2nd century. In 2019 his name, like the Daduchs, was not subject to heronymy. Nor was it in 413 when in the catalogue of officials 7 6 11 1721, in which B is listed as the herald of the Areopagus, the fact that he was also an altar priest is not mentioned. 11. Tyros Asing Rikri Hakanais, 1g, tu 3984. As edited above, p. 31, Stemma, above, p. 31. In office in the 2nd century AD, before 121 to 124, he was the father of T. Flavius Enthycomus, eponyms of his prytany in 6-7. His period of office was therefore before that of Maminius, who assumed this priesthood sometime between 121 and 124. 12. Amezarel biopsies. Aesitoi lists, 1.611 1775, 168, 9 1776, 169 70ths, 1794 ca. 180, Hesperia 4 1935 p. 49 11th 182 3, Instagram 11th 1788, Hesperia 11 1942, p. 55 number 21, 187 eighths or 174 fifths, 1798, 192 3, Instagram 11 17, 155 to 165, 1611, 1775, line 51. Other G. 11 2085, 3620, Woloch 1966, Memmius number 3. In office from 121 to 124 to 191 or 192. A statue lay set up in his honor by the Polises IG. 11 3620, informs us that he served as Archon, Hoplite General, Epimele of the Gymnasiarchy of the Debate Hadrian, Agonathete thrice, ambassador several times concerning the most important matters including the Gerousia, and in other offices. It is further stated that he served the goddesses as priest for 56 years, during which time he performed an initiation in the presence of Hadrian and initiated Lucius Verus, Marcus Aurelius, and Commodus. The date of this inscription, 177 to 180, is determined by the fact that Commodus is called Abroxprop, a title which he received 27 November 176, and Marcus Aurelius is not yet called Fles, which was added to his name very soon after his death on 17 March 180. This date allows us to calculate the beginning of Memmius' 56-year service as altar priest. It was sometime after November 120 and before April 124. Thus he was already functioning as altar priest before Hadrian's first visit as emperor to Athens in 124, and Hadrian's alleged initiation into the mysteries at this time. However, it is clear from the dedication honoring him that Memmius did not officiate at Hadrian's initiation but only at some later time when Hadrian was present, that is, either at Hadrian's epopleia or on an even later occasion when Hadrian returned as a spectator. It is very unlikely that if Memmius had officiated at the initiation of Hadrian, the inscription would have omitted mention of this fact. Therefore, if the length of Memmius's incumbency as altar priest is correctly recorded here, we are forced to conclude that Hadrian was initiated before April 124, and that the literary evidence for his initiation in Boedromion of 124, during his first visit as emperor to Athens, is inaccurate, representing perhaps a confusion of his presence as spectator at the Telele, or perhaps his apoptia with his initiation. Thus it appears that he was initiated at some time before he local emperor, either at the time he was archon at Athens, in 112 thirds or earlier. There would scarcely have been a reason for a person who was so captivated by the religious institutions of Athens, as Hadrian was not to have been initiated during his archonship or at some earlier time when he was in Athens. Perhaps, when he was a student there, as emperor his presence at Eleusis would naturally be associated with initiation by biographers who were unaware of details of his earlier stays in Athens. The literary sources also indicate that he made a second visit to Eleusis in 128 and a third in 131, although no one source mentions all three imperial visits. If this is true, the expressions doubt must refer to more than one of Hadrian's presences at Eleusis as emperor. Memmius did not initiate Antoninus Pius, it is, accordingly, just on the basis of this, very unlikely that this emperor was initiated at all at Eleusis, for the inscription makes very clear that to have initiated an emperor was a distinct Leonor, and there is no reason why it would have omitted the initiation of Antoninus Pius, whose reign fell entirely within Memmius's terrain as altar priest if it had taken place. Moreover, it is inconceivable that an altar priest would have absented himself from Athens during any of the celebrations of the mysteries, especially if the emperor himself were coming. Memmius's archiship was in the year 161, 2.21. He was Praelanus and Eponymos of Achamantis between 155 and 165, and Priestess again in 8-9. Eel held all his civil offices simultaneously with his priesthood. He died around 191st, the date of Lat's last appearance in an Alod list. A new priest was in 98. A new priest was in office in the list dated to 101 halves or 192 3 GIP, 1792. Thus he was an altar priest for an amazing total of at least 65 years. If he assumed this priesthood between the age of 20 and 30, he therefore lived to an age of 85 to 95. A longevity that was already cause for praise in the last years of the reign of Marcus Aurelius is 1 11 3620, line 17. None of his relatives are known, although the dedication honoring him 11 3620 discloses that he descended from a very distinguished family. He was the descendant of Daduch's archons, generals, and Agonothetes. It would be interesting to know which Daduchs were Lus ancestors, since he was born Abu. The beginning of the century there is a strong possibility that they were the Claudi of Melite. At the very end of the inscription he is called Ra. Painu Taumi Kronu Pitau Eta would appear to mean that he was a descendant of high priests, just as Riara Ox in line 2 means descendant of Daduels. After R4, comes list title Ra Arpa. Oliver interprets, the white plarai pi rokiel for hu meganu omicron fiotalam depiel fato hoyota toyota title of an ex-high priest who when high priest had acquitted himself well in the presidency of the great Augustam Games. Oliver's array of evidence certainly does point to a connection between the title Philopatris and the Agonothesia of the great Augustan Games. But in my opinion, the natural and only meaning of a dexeptor is descendant of high priests. It is very difficult to interpret this phrase as ex-high priest in this instance when it is exactly the same type as Oano Kalksar in line 2, which definitely does not mean ex-Daduch but descendant of Daduchs. Thus a ap need not be directly linked in meaning with Ionaras. Moreover, if Memmius was a high priest, when did he serve? Oliver admits that it could hardly have been while he was altar priest, but Memmius was altar priest until his death around 191st. Therefore I subin it as an hypothesis and emendation to Oliver's theory, namely, that the title a exararpu standing alone indicates that its possessor undertook an agonothies of the great Augustan Games even though he was not the high priest in office at the time. Twice Memmius is called exi bossier. This is probably an unintentional assimilation of his proper title to the fact that he functioned as a priest at more than one altar, i.e., Shiel-Sar of Demeter and the altar of Kore at Eleusis. Memmius was in office when the Eleusinian endowment of Flavian Zenian was established and in effect. For the position of the altar priest in the list of recipients of the endowment sued around 160 to 70 see above, pp. 35 to 36.
13. Της Κλάβδιος σώστες της Κλεηλισιάδου Μελιτεύς.
Philostratans, Tita, p. 95, ed. Kaiser J.G. 11. 172, 2370, Shazan 340. Philostratans, J.G. 11. Philostratans, 2070-73. No. 110 Gangan. 1967. Append. Restored. Stemata cited also of p. 57. In connection with Daduch number 18. In office from 191 halves or 192 thirds to at least 209 tenths. He is mentioned twice in the Azeler lists. in 1.611, 1792, 191, 2 or 192 thirds and I 1077 210ths, and once in a list of Kerykes, I.G. U 2340 which, because of the presence of the Daduch, Claudius's Philippuses should be dated around 194. He was the son of Claudius Lycins the high priest, and grandson of Claudius Sospi the Daduch, thus a member of the great Daduchic family of the Claudii. Melite, he is the only member of this family known to have been an altar priest. Philostratus states that he was a famous philosopher, and a pupil of Chrestus the Byzantine sophist, and in fact he was honored by the Polis Aper Vexicol. Aeorius, 14. Tyros dosel by 1g 11 3802. Grog die Reichsbeamten on Achaia in Spatiomus clear Zeitdis. Panzer, 1 number 14 p. 12. Early 3rd century after 209 tenths. This fragmentary dedication shows that Hieronymy was observed in the case of Aneiraros Tiras Nabis's Eri Bupi, and it mentions that he was a descendant of Daducho as well as consuls. The latter fact would rule out an identification with the altar priest Flavius Straton of Paeania No. 11, who served at the beginning of the 2nd century, since the first known native Athenian to become a consul was the father of Herodes Atticus, in the reign of Trajan. Gritdor associated T. Flavins the altar priest with Flavius Arrianus the historian who was suffect, consul around 129. This is a hit improbable since adoption would have to be involved, since Arian's dam was Paeania. Graindor's association gains a little support from our association of this altar priest, and the altar priest Flavius Straton of Paeania. However, one Flavius Straton was archon around 104, a suitable date for a grandson of Flavius Siriton the altar priest, and for T. Flavius the future altar priest. General remarks. The evidence that this priest was always taken from, of Kerykes priests in the decree honoring Themis, the Kerykes is clear. An altar priest heads the list. Tokos were also sons of Daduas appear as altar priests. An altar priest appears in a list of Kerykes, published by D.J. Gagan 1967, Append. 2. The altar priest Sospis No. 13 was a member of this. Genes and Memmius the altar priest No. 12 and T. Flavius the altar priest No. 14 were descendants of Daduchs. In the 1st and 2nd centuries before Christ this priesthood was filled by members of at least 3 separate families, and in the 2nd century after Christ again by members of at least 3 families. 2 of which, those of Memmius the altar priest and Claudius Sospis, may have been related in some way. The number of families involved tends to rule out inheritance as the method of appointment, and the consistency with which the priesthood remained first in one family and then in another in the 1st and 2nd centuries 8 to c, rules out allotment. Therefore, at least from the 2nd century BC, the altar priest was elected by the genos of the Kerykes, and the fact that it occasionally remained within one family, sometimes being passed from father to son, attests to the influence these families had within the genos at those times. At one time the last known case took place in the first half of the 2nd century BC, an incumbent of this priesthood could resign and assume the Dodonkia. At some later time, perhaps around the middle of the 2nd century S, it was required or became customary that this priesthood be held for life. In the case of Memmius, the altar priesthood was assumed at the age of 30 or even younger. We do not know whether this happened often or just this one time, a time when a person of less than 30 years but a member of a prestigious family such as Herodes Atticus could even become an archleon. Hieronymy was adopted for this priesthood sometime between 14 8 c and 120 to 124 XD. Several altar priests had children, and there is no reason to believe that their wives were dead by the time they became priests. His relation to an altar has been discussed above p82. The occasional inadvertent use of Kari, Beer as his title reflects the fact that he had duries at more than one altar, Euanly, at least at both altars of Demeter and Kore. No altars of cuttings Tau Micronupsilon altars have been found within the Telesterion, hence he probably performed Laius major functions not during the secret rites but sometime before them, our side of the Telesterion. This is reinforced by the fact that he is not mentioned among the ministers of the secret rites who were allegedly mimicked by Alcibiades and his companions. Foucault suggested that at Eleusis the sacrificial ritual was so complicated that a special priest, the altar priest, was needed for it. He suggested further, and he could well be right, that his sacred importance was considerable, especially
to the Meister. Son autorité s'exerçait sur tout ce qui touchait au sacrifice, depuis l'examen préalable des animaux présentés jusqu'à la consommation de la cérémonie. Sa vigilance était d'autant plus grande qu'il y avait là comme une probation indirecte des mystes. Si les 2 déesses avaient été offensées par la présence de candidats indignes ou impurs, elles auraient manifesté leur courroux par quelques signes défavorables. Les résultats heureux du sacrifice témoignaient au contraire qu'elles accueillaient avec bienveillance ceux qui se présentaient à l'initiation.
In prestige and importance within the cult, the altar priest was roughly on a par with the sacred herald, although he undoubtedly had a lesser role than the herald in the ceremonies within the tele. Sterion. In the Aesitoi lists he normally came after the sacred herald, and he did follow the herald in the Eluesinian endowment list, but if this endowment list reflects the order of the procession, he could have marched by the herald's side. Our restoration of the sacred herald in IG 1:6, in the position following the altar, priest, and the order of the priests in the Theensticles decree, might imply that the sacred herald at those times had slightly less prestige than the altar priest, and that therefore there was a shift in his favor during the Roman period, but it is probably best to say just that they were approximately on the same level in prestige and importance in the cult. 6th Hierophantids Pop. Of the two Hierophantids, one was the Hierophantid of Demeter and the other the Hierophantid of Kore. Often the inscriptions do not specify the deity of a Hierophantid, but when they do, the official title of the Hierophantid of Kore is, in prose, spares ris eureps, and though the title of the Hierophantid of Demeter never appears in prose, it probably was. Ca 250 BC. The earliest mention of the Hierophantids is in a fragment of Ister Ra, 250 CE.
Βάλνει επόκαυρη καλ, της θέρος έντιδας καχτήν, εριδούχων καχτης άλλων ιερίας άπλος εξού, έριεν βάρ.
It appears that at this time they were not minor priestesses in the cult, since they are mentioned together with the Hierophant and Daduch, 86 BC. During Sulla's siege of Athens, a Hierophantid allegedly begged Aristion for 1/12 of a bushel of wheat, but received 1/12 of a bushel of pepper. 1. Teperu Apalu Kadu Biarap, IG, 11, 3514. During the reign of Augustus, she and her father are otherwise unknown. The Demos made this dedication in her honor. 2. Tiad Paris Mu ex Jauyon Agreloi Boyarup, 1 gram 1 3527. During the reign of Augustus, her own name and patronymic seem to be both preserved, hence Hieronymy was not observed. The monument, erected by the Demos in her honor, may have been erected after her death. 3. To Paris, IG 11 3553. 1st century AD, Athenais, as Mistis, probably as Physidorius, she erected a monument to her granddaughter.
See below, p. 108, no. 19. 4. Περάς αυτή ανεωτέρας. Περικλέους εξολιθιγάτηρ. 10. Do, 3546. Around the end of the 1st century AD.
Foucault correctly identified her as the Hierophantid of Kore. She appears on the same base as the Hierophant Claudius Oenophils. This, however, is not sufficient to justify the inference that she was a Eumolpid. Oliver identified her father with the Pythocrestus Exegete honored in 7G 11 3549. 5. Lepcaris Asia Paran, 1G 11 3984, AES, edited above, p. 31. Around the beginning of the 2nd century AD, Flavius Euthycomus, who is honored in this inscription, was probably her grandson, as is argued. Above, p. 31, her daughter having married the altar priest Flavius Straton, it is not possible to determine her genos. Hadrianic, Lep du Rho is written according to my own reading. Lepo O, according to Dittenberger, 1.6 111 331, on a seat in the theater of Dionysus, though the last 3 letters must have been crowded if they were on the same block. Kirchner's restoration LG, 11 5111 pod, is probably incorrect, since the Hieroplant had a seat much below this, in the first row of the Prohedria Instagram, 2 5053, and see below, append. 2. Moreover, Hieronymy prevents us from regarding the nearby name Aha, of which I was unable to discern clearly any of the letters, as that of a Hierophantid. 8. Leparis, 1G if, 4062, after 126 sevenths, she appears in a dedication set up by the Areopagus, the Bull of the 500, and the Demos in honor of her daughter Mondicia Secundilla. Neither. 6. Gyrup Eniplav IG, 11 3575. From 112 thirds the daughter nor her father Burrus is otherwise known, or earlier to the reign of Hadrian or later. According to line 3 of this dedication, she was a Hierophantid of Demeter. Its epigram consists primarily of praise of Hadrian, and mentions the glorious fact that she initiated him. It is clear that Hadrian was already emperor when the epigram was written. If our interpretation of 1 gram, 11 3620 is correct, see above, p. 84. Namely that Eladrian was initiated at the time B was Athenian Aurelian 112 thirds or even earlier, we must assume that this dedication was not erected immediately after his initiation but rather several years later, after he had become emperor. When the glory of having initiated him years ago was now keenly felt by this priestess, in the first 4 lines of the epigram she mentions that at the moment when the Athenians Kespor made her a Hierophantid, she buried her name by herself in the unfathomable depths of the sea.
7. Hierophantos της νεωτέρας κλεφιλόξενα της κλπάτρονος μελάρες Yarn. LG, 11, 3585. During the reign of Hadrian.
She was the Hierophantid of Kore. The monument was erected after her death by her son Claudius Lysiades, while Timothea was priestess of Demeter and Kore, thus in the reign of Hadrian. Her memorable achievement while Hierophantid was that she had the altar of Kore covered with silver lines 5 to 6. Her husband had the same name as her father, perhaps adoption was involved, but not necessarily.
Possibly a connection with the Daduchic family. The Claudia of Melite is involved. With certainty. 9. Unia Melitini Iuniu Patronos Verenikidou Thigatir.
IG 2, 3633, 3557. Stemma, Pgios, HSCP 71 1966 p. 210. Around the middle of the 2nd century, she is mentioned as a Hierophantid in IG 2 3633, and since her name Melitine is given, this dedication to her must have been set up after her death. The original bottom of the dedication is preserved and shows that the third line restored by Scias does not exist. The disposition of the text is as follows. In LG 11 3557, erected around 125 AD, she is honored as a Hearth-initiate where her name is given. The large gap between Bergimilicium and cognomen Greek name is striking. Even if we were to assume that the lacuna contained her mother's gentilicium, the space would not even be half filled. Capetanopoulos's suggestion that the girl had 2 names, joined by Call Ray, is a good possibility, but I cannot find a trace of iota before merely as he does to give it support. For IG 11 3633 he suggests, as is clear from the description above, there can be no certainty at present about the margins of this inscription, and a deared line is not available. Mary is also possible. Her maternal great-grandmother, Flavia Laodumea, was a priestess al Demeter and Kore, and Lear paternal grandfather, patron of Berenicidae, was an exegete of an unknown type. 160 to 170. The position of the 2 Hierophantids in the list of recipients in the Eluesinian endowment of 160 to 170. FG, Eluesinian endowment of 110. Antonio LG, IP 3632, as edited, by Oliver Hesperia, Supplement 8 1949, p. 249 1g, if 3700 Stemma, Oliver OP, CIT. Figure 2 in office in 176 a monument bearing an epigram written probably by her grandson Glaucus, who was a poet, rhetor, and philosopher, was set up in her honor after her death by her daughter and 2 grandsons. She was the granddaughter of Isaias, the Assyrian Soplus, and teacher of Hadrian. The very distinguished family to which she belonged is illustrated in Oliver's Stemma. Besides alluding to the virtues and achievements of members of her family, the epigram mentions that once, in beginning the Talele Apura Rexerar, she crowned as initiates the emperors Marcus Anrulans and Commodus at the same time. Thus we might infer that the Hierophantid had the role of crowning initiates at the beginning of the Talete, but considering the miniber of initiates, this duty must have been assumed by the other priests and priestesses as well, if it normally was their duty. Even though she was already dead, the epigram does not mention her name. It is mentioned only on a monument honoring her granddaughter, see below. Her granddaughter Flavia Eunice, dogleader of T. Flavius Calasclus of Marathon, is honored in a dedicatory epigram written by the same man who wrote the epigram for Lear great-grandmother. I.C. Glanans, who was Yumi's uncle. The dedication was erected in front of the telesterion. The epigram describes several of her illustrious relatives. Her father's uncle in the male line was Glaucus the Hierophant, thus her father was a Eumolpid. Nothing is said in the epigram as to whether she was a Hierophantid, and so nothing enables us to conclude that she was. 11. Iloria Alia Epinia, IGIP, 3764, 3688. In office around the end of the 2nd century. In G1 3764, the mother of Aelius Apollonius is referred to Taueta Iotarho Etatau, Etatau Epsilon Alpha Nu Sigma Pi Sigma Theta Omicron Pi Alpha Aracrops Anwais. It has been shown above p64 that his parents probably are the P. Aelius Apollonitis and Publia Aelia Iremia, who dedicated their daughter as a Hearth-initiate in 1G 11 3688. Therefore she became a Hierophanoid sometime after JG 11 3688 was dedicated. Her parents are unknown. Her husband belonged to the Cherokes. General remarks. Unfortunately, no positive information is preserved concerning which genas or gene the Hierophantids were taken from. Not many of their fathers are known. From separate sources, only the fathers of Hierophant, 'tis daughter of Pericles of Oion Mo 4, Junia Melitine, No. 9, and Isidote No. 10, and the only information derived from them which may be of significance is that Pericles of Oion was a Pythocrestus exegete, and patron of Berenicidae, the grandfather of Junia Melitine, was an exegete of an unknown type. There were 3 types of exegetes at Athens: the exegete appointed by the Demos from the Eupatridae, the Pythocrestus exegete from the Eupatridae, and the exegetes of the Eumolpidae. According to the list of exegetes compiled by Oliver, none of the exegetes from the Eupatridae is known to have been a Eumolpid. If the evidence is not misleading, it would seem that Eumolpidae were not eligible to serve as exegetes from the Cupitridae. This, if the Eumolpidae were at all involved in supplying the Hierophantids of Kore, there was at least one other genus which did so as well. The only testimony concerning the appointment of a Hierophantid is line 3 of 1G IP 3575, Kexporida anoi bar liparts. But we cannot infer from this that all Athenian women were eligible, for Athenians made her a Hierophantid in either case. Whether sus was taken from Athenians at large or from a particular gens, the first reference to a Hierophantid is contained in a fragment of Ister who flourished around the middle of the 3rd century CE, and the second is connected with an incident which allegedly took place during the siege of Sulla. The list of around 460 BC of Eleusinian priesthoods LG P6 is not sufficiently preserved to enable one to hypothesize reasonably that the Hierophantids were a Hellenistic invention. On the contrary, I suspect that the priestesses of LG included the Hierophantids. Certainly in the Hellenistic and classical period they were not as prominent in the cult as the priestess of Demeter and Kore, and for the Roman period the same situation is clearly shown by the higher position that the priestess of Demeter and Kore held in the list of recipients of the Eleusinian endowment. Nevertheless, they did play an important part in the cult. Ister mentions the Hierophant, Hierophantids, the Daduch and the other priestesses without specifically mentioning the priestess of Demeter and Kore. A notice in Photius's describes the Hierophantids as having a very important position in the cult Aldipa. Toios, which is confirmed by the fact that Publia Aelia Herenia is mentioned in an inscription as 9 who revealed the telelas of the goddesses, beside the Anactora of Dennet is interesting also, though it may only be an accident that there are no dedications of the Roman period singing the glories of a priestess of Demeter and Kore, as there are for 2 Hierophantids. In connection with revealing the Hiera Rapa Varopa Apoas, the APA seems to be significant. The Hierophant was the only priest allowed to enter the Anactoron, and he is frequently mentioned, in regard to secret rites. Us being within the Anactoron and emerging from it, the Hieroplumptids always remained outside, and their share in revealing the Hiera W carried out Alphalam Dalfor Hoga Maya Tada the Anatoron, after the Hieroplant brought out the sacred objects. At the beginning of the Telit, perhaps before the procession left Athens, the Hierophantids were perhaps involved in crowning the initiates. Many of the Hierophantids had children. There seems to be no reason to assume that marriage was lar to this priesthood. Hieronymy seems to be in force for them from the time they begin appearing in epigraphical sources, i.e. as early as the 1st century AD. 7th Exegetes of the Eumolpidae, Epsilon Zeta Gamma Tau Alpha, Epsilon Epsilon Mu Omicron Lambda Piota Delta Omeganu. Introduction. There is some doubt whether the Athenian Exegetes were always regarded as priests' pace. They were certainly so regarded in Roman times. An inscription of the 2nd century AD mentions Jew, which can only refer to the exegetes who appear elsewhere in the inscription as entries in a long list consisting mostly of priests and priestesses. For the Hellenistic period there is a decree of 128 BC, in which a procession at the Thargelia in honor of Apollo is described, and its participants are the priest of Pythian Apollo, the exegetes, the other priests, the 9 archons, the Hierophant, the Daduch, their companions, the manager of the games, etc. In the classical period it is for the most part unclear whether they were considered priests. There is no evidence that enables us positively to conclude that they were, and sometimes the opposite view seems to emerge. J11. Oliver notes in the Laws, 7, 8281 Plato distinguishes as a matter of course between exegetes, priests and priestesses and mumtane. At any rate, the exegetes still in fact have much in common with some priests, in regard to religious expertise and intimate acquaintance with sacred matters, and the priest undoubtedly bad occasion to call upon an exegete for advice, especially if events produced a situation for which his own knowledge and experience were inadequate eventually. This close association in religions matters, as well as the fact that they march together in processions, and the fact that exegetes sometimes attended sacrifices, probably contributed to some extent to a blurring of die distinction if there ever was a clear one, so that by Hellenistic and Roman times exegetes could be called
priests. There were 3 types of Athenian exegetes. Πειθόχριστος, ο υπό του Δήμου καθισταμένος εξηγητής, από είχε εξηγείται Ευμολπιδών.
Only the exegetes of the Eumolpidae, who were solely concerned with the patria of the Eumolpidae, and therefore the Eleusinian mysteries, are the object of this study. All 3 types were studied in detail by Oliver and Athenian expanders of the Sacred and Ancestral Law, Baltimore, 1950, so that a full treatment of the evidence does not need to be repeated here except in those cases where his conclusions have been called into question, or where they can be improved upon with the help of additional evidence. Concerning the number of the exegetes, Oliver demonstrated that there was 1 Pythocrest, exegete, and 1 exegete appointed by the Demos. Oliver's arguments for the number of the exegetes of the Eumolpidae are as follows: LG, if 1672 line, then 1 gram, 11 1092 ox, 10 4, which into 41 329 eighths UC, which indicates that there were more. Cates that there were either 2 or 3, and the arrangement of the prohedria seats of officials and priests in the theater of Dionysus LG, 11, 5022, 5079, where Oliver observed that the most appropriate place for them was represented by 2 unassigned seats, and one would expect a homogeneous body of officials such as the Exegetes of the Eumolpidae to have sat next to one another, just as the 6 Thesmophies did. However, Oliver's interpretation of these seats was based on Kirchner's partly inaccurate and misleading edition of them, i.g. Takadas, 5022 to 5079. In Appendix to 2nd I attempt to present a more accurate picture of these seats, mainly with the help of Fichte's thorough study, and my conclusion is that on the basis of our present knowledge it is possible that 3 exegetes of the Eumolpidae sat together in the prohedria, 1.6, 11, 1092 lists, 1 exegete line 48, then 3 exegetes as line 49. Without noting precisely which ones are meant in each case, we know that there was 1 Pythocrestus exegete and 1 exegete appointed by the demos, so the first exegete line 48 is undoubtedly one of these. Since we know that the number of exegetes of the Eumolpidae was greater than 1, and since there is no other instance where they are grouped together with one of the 2 other exegetes while separate from the other, there is no apparent reason why this should have been done anyway. I assume that there were 3 exegetes of the Eumolpidae. Oliver suggested that the exegetes did not exist in the 5th century. This theory has since been disputed. When Expounders was still in the press, F. Jacobi's Althus Oxford 1949 appeared, which also treated the exegetes but from a different point of view, namely their relationship to the Athodographers. Jacobi reached the conclusion that the Exegetes existed at least as far back as the time of Solon. This position luas since Laudolender most honorably by H. Bloch. It is my opinion that, given the present state of our evidence, Oliver's position is the methodologically correct one. But before we review the evidence on this problem, it must be emphasized that nowhere does Oliver Dewey that took place during the 5th century or earlier specifies that the sacrifice to he offered from the proceeds of the aparche is to le performed according
to the exegesis of the Eumolpidae, καθότι κεν Eumolpidas ex herai.
It is unusual for an official document not to specify precisely the officials if they existed, who are to implement a particular order, yet in regard to exegesis, this decree mentions only the genos as a whole. The genos is also mentioned as the agent of exegesis by the author of the speech. Against andicides, Pericles, they say, once advised you members of the jury that, in deliberating on men who are impions, you should apply not only the written laws but also the unwritten savis sewarinus erioveteris, which no one yet has had the authority to nullify or oppose, and not even the author of these unwritten laws of the Eumolpidae is known. Again, if exegetes load existed, it would have been very simple and convenient to designate them instead of the genes as a whole. An incident concerning an unwritten law of the Eumolpidae is recounted by Andicides in his speech on the Mysteries 110 to 116. In the bull which traditionally met on the day after the Mysteries to hear any charges of irregularity committed during the festival, Callias stood up and announced that a suppliant's branchlet had been placed on the altar of the Eluesinian, and he pointed to the branch. Since such an act was strictly forbidden during the celebration of the Mysteries, the herald then asked the assembly, who put the branch there. There was no reply.
And finally, επειδή δεν λέγεται βουλέ κλαστιώδες σπακούι, πάλιν νεκραλίας ενάστες αλλαγέν τίκη νόμος πάτριος, της μετηρίαν θείαν τα Ελευσινίο, άκρη των εποθανέν. Κάφο πατήρ ποτά το υπόνικος εξηγήσα το ταύτα Αθηναίης. Εκούσιε δε ότι εγώ θείην την διητηρίων. Ντέθεν ενάπηδες κάσαλος ούτος. Και λέγει ο καλία πάντων ανθρώπων ανοσιότατε. Πρέτον μεκ νέξιγα κήρυκον δεν, όχιον, δες εξηγέστε πεπδόμον τάμιση λέγεις. Πάει στήλη παρέτσε. Έστικας χιλίας δραχμάς και λέβει οφείλην, εάν της διατηρίας θέην εν τε Ελευσινίας. Έπειτα δέης τίνος έκισας ότι διδοκίδης θείητεν μετηρίαν. Κάλεσαν άντεν τα βουλά, ή να κάφα μες ακούσομεν. Έπειτα τζιναγνώστη εύθεν στήλη κακίνης οκ έκιεν εσπέιν ταπινής οκούσεν, καταφανής εν τα βουλά, ατεσθέστεν δικαιτηρίαν.
He only denies that there existed officials called exegetes before the end of the 5th century lie before the law code of Solon was revised by Nicomachus. This distinction may have been overlooked by some who were opposed to Oliver's position. In the one Zeta Gamma Etato Alpha Epsilon Mu Omicron Lambda Piota Delta Nu existed, Cephalus could have present study of the problem we shall of course limit expressed himself much more directly by saying ourselves to the exegetes of the Eumolpidae, though a Iaris, Oix or B Dolgeufa. But instead this limitation is imposed on us by the scope of THS, of simply stating in this way that Callias was not in study. It is advantageous in that the evidence is exegete, a fact which would have been readily apparent much clearer for the early history of these exegetes to everyone if such officials actually existed, Cephalus, than for the two-state exegetes, a fact which usually whose other reniarchs pierced right to the heart of the has not been mentioned in the Delusticens expounders. matter here takes the roundabout course, and the exegesis by the Eumolpidae definitely took place declares that Callias, being of the Cherokes, was in the 5th century, g. 1276 ca. 416 c. eligible to give exegesis. Thus, if one is to assume the existence of exegetes of the Eumolpidae at this time, one must also assume that Cephalus was not as sharp and precise on this point as he was in the rest of his attack on Callias. Another question arising out of this passage is how Callias, like his father, was at all alive to pretend that he was an exegete. If there had been an official body of exegetes, certainly it would have been foolish in the extreme for someone who was not a member of this body to have attempted to pass himself off as one in the presence of the entire Athenian boule. This audacity of Callias and the imprecision of Cephalus can best be explained in terms of a situation that was somewhat fluid. The Eumolpidae had the exclusive right of exegesis, but there was no clearly defined tradition as to which member was responsible for giving exegesis on a particular occasion. The Hierophant or other Eumolpad priests may often have given it, as well as other members of the genus who were respected for their knowledge of the patron. The Daduch, by his association with them and because of his prestigious position in the cult, evidently gave exegesis illegitimately on occasion. In any case, this incident shows that while exegesis certainly existed, exegetes of the Eumolpidae apparently did not. H. Bloch incorrectly describes this position as an argument from silence. The main issue in the controversy was and is whether an ancient or medieval institution can be assumed to have come into existence only when it is first mentioned in a source. In the case of the exegetes of the Eumolpidae, however, the silence speaks. In two instances where Eumolpid exegesis in the 5th century is mentioned 1.6, and Callias's a sensation of andocides the most satis. Factory explanation for the silence concerning the exegetes is that they did not exist. An assumption of their existence forces the situations to appear respectively miserable and somewhat incredible. Moreover, Bloch does not distinguish between the institution and its officials. No one would deny that the institution of Eumolpid exegesis existed long before the end of the 5th century, but the available evidence indicates that the institution did not involve officials called era, that exegesis was carried on perfectly well without myri at this time. That is, they were not an essential aspect of the institution in its early form but were only established later on, in response to a need for regularization which was not previously felt. Thus, we need not make the assumption that this institution came into existence when it is first mentioned in a source, nor need we go to the opposite and equally untenable extreme, as Bloch seems to do, of assuming the existence of an Athenian institution in its fully developed form considerably before its first appearance in a source in that form. If we regard Eumolpid exegesis as a developing institution, the following reconstruction of its development appears probable. Certain members of the genes were more knowledgeable and skillful in expounding than others, and they would naturally tend to be called upon with some regularity. The demand for exegesis steadily increased with the increasing litigation in the 4th century, which in matters of exegesis, highly valued expertise and uniformity. The great throngs of initiates, who before the festival had to be carefully instructed in the Patria L, the new inscription cited below, especially the foreigners, supplied another powerful imperus for uniformity of exegesis, for they surely needed to know some of the patria pertaining to the festival, and the question of whether they were completely free of pollution was probably of very great importance. The genus met thus need by appointing as RI members who were most knowledgeable in this specialty, this regularizing and formalizing the institution. From now on, a person desiring exegesis knew exactly on whom he could call, and that the exegete would not be occupied by other duties, as probably the regular priests of the geos were occasionally in the past. Moreover, the genux was now spared the embarrassment of faulty or illegitimate exegesis. If Oliver is correct in his theory that before the law code of Nicomachus, there were no officials at all in Athens, called exegetes, and that the two state exegetes were first created in connection with this code, and I believe that at least the first of these propositions is true, these state exegetes would have set a precedent for calling human expounders virile. Later, the Eumolpidae called their own expounding officials by the same name. At the time Expounders was published, the earliest clear reference to exegetes of the Eumolpidae occurred in IG 1672 329 BC. However, Oliver felt that there was some probability in the inference that they came into existence sometime after 383 but before 357 sixths, though admitting that the evidence for this inference could refer not to the exegetes of the Eumolpidae, but to the two stale exegetes. New evidence is now available concerning the exegetes of the Eumolpidae in the 4th century, in the form of several fragments of an inscription found in the course of excavations in the Athenian Agora soon to be published by C. Edmondson. They are actually new fragments of Sokolowski, Lois Sacris, Supplement 12, and reveal that this is in fact an inscription of over 55 lines in length, dating apparently to the SEC were in existence at that time, and Oliver's inference on quarter of the 4th century, and that it contains placing their inception sometime between 383 and regulations on many aspects of the mysteries in which 357 sixths has not been invalidated. Nevertheless, it is the state had a part. C. Edmondson has kindly allowed possible that they were instituted a bat later, the date me to quote sections of it relevant to this study. The of this inscription may turn out to be later than the section pertaining to the Exegetes reads, Earl and 2nd quarter of the 4th century. In 353 the old phrase Kasser, RDS 71, and Vusvins riepa kai ravarpa e value, Valry, unfortunately. Not enough is preserved to reveal the complete sense, but it seems that the Exegetes are ordered to give exegesis, starting on the 1st of the month of Bodromion. To anyone requesting it in connection with the coming festival, the lacuna may have specified the place where they would be accessible noteworthy. Was prob. Ali still used, either because the phrase had become fossilized or the erythral had not yet been established. The individual exegetes. The prosopography of the exegetes of the Eumolpidae has been covered thoroughly in Expounders. Oliver's list of the exegetes of the Eumolpidae is pated in the table below with some changes and one addition. The prosopography of each exegete is given by Oliver, Herm, and myself in connection with Deltae Enim cited in the table. General remarks, however, is the way in which the exegetes are referred to of the Eumolpidae the exegetes. Is the terminology is slightly looser than their later
official titles Exegete Eumolpidon, Exegete hex Eumolisian, Exegete ecto genus to Eumolpidon.
Those members of the Eumolpidae who are exegetes. It may indicate that the custom of calling the exposed Eumolpid exegesis undoubtedly existed in the pre-Eumolpidae Ural, was relatively recent, nor Cleisthenic period in Athens, but the selection of enough time having elapsed for their titles to have certain men and the designation of them as exegetes become formalized, but this is perhaps attempting to squeeze too much significance iron. This phrase appears, with some probability, to have started only, yet it does tend to support the evidence discussed after the end of the 5th century. In my opinion above for placing the beginning of the exegetes of their number was 3, the manner in which they, the Eumolpidae, sometime after Andeside Specie. In the year 400, if the date of the inscription is the 2nd quarter of the 4th century, these officials were appointed is not known since they had to la highly qualified. Election would be a reasonable assumption. Little is known of the activity of the exegetes of the Eumolpidae, apart from what can be surmised about their activity simply as exegetes, and what can be deduced from the new inscription to be published by Edmonton, and from the affair of Callias, about which a few additional words may be said here. In his charge concerning the suppliant branch, Callias reckoned that no one would know about the law on the stela unless he actually forgot about it himself, which ordained a considerably milder punishment than the unwritten law of the Eumolpidae. The nomos patrios which he cited and therely was accused of performing exegesis, for the written law on the stelae took precedence over written patrias. Nomos, as is clear from Perix's and Cephalus's statements, Callias probably did not cite a false law of the Eumolpidae. This would have been a risky venture in the presence of the many Eumolpidae likely to be sitting in the boule. The unwritten law of the Eumolpidae was probably real in origin but had been superseded by the written law of the state, and he was hoping that nobody would remember, or perhaps he himself had forgotten, that among the humorous regulations on the stele, there was a law prescribing a penalty of 1,000 drachmas and not death. He did not reckon on the ready knowledge of Cephalus. In this old unwritten law used by Callias we get a glimpse of the once awesome powers the genus possesses. Numi omicron pitar hoyota omicron. Epsilon tau iota delta iota alpha tau atar humicron upsilon theta sigma eta nu tau epsilon lam de epsilon upsilon sigma iota nu omega pro anda. We probably have another example of such a nomos patrios in Sendolesius 54th, where the following situation is described. Diocles, the son of Zachorus the Hierophant, advised a court on what measures to use in regard to a Megarian who had committed an impiety. Some people were urging, gamma per hoyota, tau omicron upsilon pi omicron epsilon iota, severe penalty prescribed in the nomos patrios cited Lycolius. As the son of a Hierophant gave Eunice advice and the impiety was committed by a Megarian, it would be a fair assumption that the case had to do with the Eleusinian cult. But even if it had nothing to do with Elensis, those urging death without trial were very probably referring to some womos patrios. For the case of Alcibiades, who was offered a trial for his alleged impiety against the mysteries, shows that death without a trial for impiety was not a law of the democracy in 415 and was not the type of law to have originated in the democracy. Advice, not exegesis, is mentioned here. And it is interesting that the advice of the son of the Hierophant is democratic in spirit. He advises the jurors to give the man a fair hearing on the merits of the case. Advice is probably the appropriate word for exegesis which he as a Eumolpid could give may have demanded the nomos patrius, promoter. The Eumolpid's advice skewed the court on which direction it should take in this apparent conflict between patriarchal sanctions and democratic practice. These two examples of a no more pris reveal the harshness of some of these ancestral laws, the attendant great powers that the genes once possessed, and the natural problems inherent in later exegesis. No information about our exegetes is available for the period between the end of the 4th century and the latter half of the 2nd century BC. In the 1st century there was apparently considerable interest in the Patria of the Mysteries. In 67 E. Cicero wrote Atticus and asked for a copy of the. This may have been a codification of the E, or it may have been the result of research by priests and others who were interested in renewing the cult, perhaps also by scholars of antiquarian interests. Whether or not this was the first time that such an amount of literary activity was expended on the Zarpe is not known. In any case, it may have been enough to make the exegetes thenceforth relatively inessential. Allure approximately the 1st century BC. There are no testimonia again until the 2nd century A, and then no specific exegetic activity is recorded, just names in dedicatory inscriptions however. The mention in an inscription of the 2nd century of U allows that perhaps chance has simply deprived us of testimonia. No certain evidence of any type from after the 2nd century is preserved, and the picture we have of the Hierophant Nestorius at the end of the 4th century tempts one to think that the exegetes' function had by this time been alisorbied by the Hierophant, the same person in fact in whose possession it probably was to a large degree before officials called exegetes existed.
VIII. Pyrophoros Eper.
1. Decree for Daduch, Themistocles, lines 9-11, see text above, p. 51. In office in 2019.
In the decree for Themistocles, he appears in the list of Keryg's priests. To Pyrophoros kach teres ten chariton kach, tes Artemidos tes tepiper Gilias.
Tau appears after the altar, priest but before the sacred herald and the. There was a cult of Artemis Epipyrgidia at the entrance of the Acropolis as well as a cult of the Heralds. They were probably the ones served by our Pyrophoros. Additional support for the connection is offered by the fact that a Eupis Rarearis la priesthood, also of the Kerykes, is served also as priest of Epuis, Fleurs Sal Sapers, a cult also at the entrance of the Acropolis and associated with the cult of the Heralds there. Asteris Tindexoff, Pytheist in 106/5, is probably to be recognized as his grandfather. 2. Alapus 1G, 11 4816. As Sapporo Fiole he set up a dedication at Eleusis in honor of Artemis, presumably the Artemis Propyla of the Eleusinian Sanctuary. The preserved fragment exhibits part of a relief of Artemis. Kirchner assigns the dedication to the 2nd or 3rd century AD, Caruniotis, who first published it simply to the Christian era, since the Pyrophoros practiced Leoronomy by the end of the 2nd century. AD see below, LG 11 4816, should probably be dated before Theon, anytime after the 2nd century. BC seems to be possible. 2nd century AD?
One of the seats of the Prohedria of the Theatre of Dionysus was Hiereas Chariton και Artemidos. Epipyrginias.
Zippo G, IP 5050. The title Pope appears below and separate from the preceding, and is written in smaller letters, perhaps indicating that, while the same man was traditionally the holder of all offices inscribed, the title of Repkopos belonged to a separate sphere, the cult of the mysteries. On the date of this inscription see now M. Mas, the Prohedric des Dionysus Theatres in Athens, Munich, 1972, p. 122. He believes that the title is not Eleusinian. To me, it seems clearly the same as that of Pyrophoros No. 1, 160-170. In the Eleusinian endowment the Wepopos comes, in relation to the other priests of his genos, after the sacred herald and altar priest but before the ways. No mention is made of the priesthood of Artemis Epipyrgidia and the Graces, presumably because they hack no relation to the cult of the mysteries. 3. Eos Hepipos Axis, IG, 11, 1801, 1802, 1803, Hesperia 11 1942, No. 4, p. 53, in office. From c. 190 to sometime before, he is listed hieronymously in 3 Prytany catalogues of Oines as Eponymous, 1G 11 1801 dared by Notopoulos to 191sts or 191 halves at 187 eighths also seems to be possible, 1803 to 192 thirds or 193 quarters, and this satisfies the date suggested Aliov for the Hierophant M25, who is also mentioned in this list, 1802 to 191 halves or 192 thirds, which in default of secure evidence, can only be regarded as uncertain. He appears among the Assassini in 191 halves or 1923, Hesperia 11 1942, No. 4 p. 33. 4. 1G 113 1977, line 43. In office in 209 tenths, he appears among the Aesitoi in this year Hieronomy is observed, and his identity is unknown. General remarks. This priest's function was concerned with maintaining the sacrificial fire of altars and hearths. Despite the lack of testimony for the priesthood before 2019, the information about it in the Roman period reveals that it was an important priesthood, supplied by the Kerykes. The Pyrophoros had a proledria seat in the theatre, was included among the Aesiter at the end of the 2nd century, and sometime in the 1st or 2nd century began practicing lueronomy, all of which were privileges only of the most prestigious priesthoods. Thus it would be wise to assume the Pyrophoros did not exist. From an early date and also wise to same tal be, gained in importance only towards the end of or after the Hellenistic period, for there are also very few testimonia for the sacred herald and altar priest before the Roman Empire. However, it does seem safe to say that this priest had a low position in the cult as a whole. He is not mentioned in the law of ca. 460 BC, whereas the sacred herald and altar priest are. And in the Eluesinian endowment of 160 to 170 he appears only at the end of the second column of priests, with several priests intervening between the altar priest and himself. It is only when B is included in a limited group of Eleusinian priests that B appears directly after the altar priest, as in the Deesider lists and the decree of 2019 in Ironer of the Daduch Themistocles, where he even appears ahead of the sacred herald. 9th other sacred officials. This sacred official is attested as early as the end of the 6th century in a fragmentary Ben Sraphodon inscription, next in the list of officials in the Eleusinian endowment of ca. 100 to 70 D, and finally in a decree of 221 2a, besides his title which indi actus, that he was concerned with the care of statues and other objects of the cult. The only other information about his functions comes from the decree of 221 halves, which concerns the restoration of elements of the festival in Pristinum Splendorum. It mentions lines 16 to 18, that when the procession from Eleusis with the Hiera arrives at the Eleusinian in Athens, the Poroi Beni, in accordance with ancestral custom, announces to the priestess of Athena that the hire and escort lave arrived. No dedications honoring incumbents of this priesthood are preserved, probably a sign of its minor status. In the list in the Eleusinian endowment, however, he precedes the Exegetes, the Pyrophoros, and the Rays. Alilut, this priest is attested as far back as the end of the 6th century. He is not mentioned among the priests of the Kerykes in the decree of 2019 in honor of the Daduch Themistocles, and so we may be necessarily certain that this sacred official was drawn from the Eumolpidae in the law of ca. 460 BC. It was ordained that the lapels raves would receive one obol from each of the initiates at the mysteries. In this law he is listed after the Daduch, altar priest and sacred herald, to mention only priests of the Kerykes.
Ένας. Theophilos Menecratos Cholidis, decree in honor of the Daduch Themistocles, above P51. Line 13.
In office in 2019. In the list of priests of the Kerykes who testified in favor of honoring the Daduch Themistocles, the Philos is called an Arias. He is preceded by the altar priest, the Pyrophoros, and the herald of the two goddesses, the sacred herald. He is otherwise unknown but may be related to 1.4, 115, 2401, line 126, a list of members of Leontes, middle of the 1st century BC Augustan period. A seat in the prohedria of the theater of Dionysus is inscribed, Hos Rarios Salus, 2, Kappa Alpha, 1617, 3664, in office in the 1st quarter of the 2nd century AD. His incumbency is dated by LG 2, 3664, which was dedicated by the Bull of the 600, i.e. Belor 127/8, and by the fact that he is the father of 3 boys who were ephebes in this period. Capetonopolis lists other members of this family who appear in lists of ephebes, and Prolonius Jason is called simply in Rari in 1G2, 3664, as well as the priest of several other deities, Epes, Ial-Sapir, Hapes, and Phos. Hermes Pyletes is probably the Hermes Propylaeus at the entrance of the Acropolis mentioned by Pausanias. Guess. Millar shows that it is unlikely that he died before the mid-2700s.
4. Belupos. Etymologicum magnum. P. 4 ston antinoe, esse, epoxagie. Uncertain day. In the Etymologicum magnum loc.
Sit. There is mentioned a description of the Pasakis tri po.
Παναγής προσαγορευόμενος Ιαν τε πρώτη περί κηρύκων γέννης. 15 remarks. In the absence of any evidence, it would be idle to speculate on the function of this priest.
There is only a hint of a development in his title. Around 468 C, he was called Lepus Aveses in 2019, P alpha nu alpha gamma, tau iota ela 3rd century z epsilon rho epsilon iota, P alpha nu alpha gamma, D on the seat in the theater of Dionysus Kai Leptus appears to be a later addition to Asos Teveus. This suggests that his name changed from Los Revius to 1228. Interestingly, Pausanias also relates, depending on how you take his words, either that a representation of the Zapirs stood next to Hermes Propylaeus, or that both Hermes and the Graces were in one and the same representation. Such a connexion with the Graces may have something to do with the epithet Sapart and Susa may be one and the same cult. Taueta is believed by Wilhelm to be identical with T. Cospors, who was worshipped on the Acropolis. A cult of Flor is unattested for Athens but may be involved with the cult of Apollire Have and Love Veraeus and back again to Pt. In the early and November 16, 3664, Jason is honored apparently for his service as Copot in the cult of Asclepins in Hygeia. 160 to 170 of the priests of the Kerykes listed in the Eluesinian. Endowment de Reres follows the Daduch, sacred, herald, altar priest and Pyrophoros, that is, the same officials who preceded him in the decree of 2019.
3. Toros epirvos aroi proti union epesos. LG. 11.2031, 3198, 3667, 3669, 3600 De Bonnermal 4.
F. Miller, JRS 59 1969, pp. 19-29, with stemma. In office from ca. 230 to c. 280, he is called Lapels Wavies in all the epigraphical Testimonia except 7g, h. 2931, which he dedicated as Archon, and g. if. 3667, which he and his brothers dedicated to their father. He was panegyriarch, agonothet of the Panathenaea, Basilius and Arshu. Illis' historical writings and his part in the Athenian defense against the Herulians are well described by Millar. His family belonged to the Kerykes. 2. Members had already served as sacred heralds Nos. 7 and 9, his uncle and grandfather. The family was among the most distinguished in the intellectual and civic life of Athens in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. We have no certain information about when he assumed this priesthood. Approximately the middle of the 3rd century would seem to be a Rizamal. 2nd century and inscription records just Rere, perhaps the change in tithe, if it is a real one, corresponded to a change in function. The available evidence indicates that he was drawn from the genes of the Kerykes. He is mentioned in the list of officials appended to the Eleusinian endowment of ca. 160-170, and he has a seat in the prohedria of the theatre of Dionysos. His function is clear from his title, be carried or accompanied the statue of taxes. Since this deity was a latecomer to the cult, probably as a personification of the mystic cry Soi too of course was this priest. It would be interesting to know from which genes he came, but the evidence is only of a. the Kerykes in the decree of 2019 for the Daduch. Negative sort. He is not in the list of the priests of Themistocles, thus he was probably a Eumolpidae, U 3733, 3734, 4771.4772 in office in 67. The only known incumbent is Arambuz Mappa. In 1G 1137.54b is not named but called Thos.
He was Cosmet in 1267 TG. 11. 3733 and 3700 Diakhu Hieropolos Psychion Mystikos Synolon.
He still has the title of Tassaiurios in 2 other dedications. 1G 11 4771 and 4772, which do not belong to the year in which he was cosmete. This led Foucault to conclude that the priesthood was held for life. These dedications seem to indicate that he was also a priest in the cult of Isis. Hieronymy was not observed. Epsilon Thetio Micron Upsilon Kappa Alpha. Nilsson argues persuasively that the beds Chi bed are Pluton and Persephone. 1. Asparlons Parosis Apus. IG 11, 1941. Line 7, 2336, line 196, 2496, 4736, line 197, line 925 finds 0 in office around the end of the 2nd century BA. On a great relief which he set up at Eleusis as a saperip to Demeter and Kore and C and Wes and Eubonleus, he is called Lepe de Kal Beds Wall Elms. The dedication was made on behalf of himself, Lea's son Sostratus and Dionysius, and his wife Dionysia. He himself was a Thesmothete in 98/7, his son Sostratus was a Pytheist in 106/5, and his other son Dionysius was an Ephebi in the Pythes in the same year. Thus the Larth date of Lacratides would appear to be around 160 to 170. Part of a damaged head in the relief is identified by a nearby inscription as that of Lacratides. His hair is long and is bound by a strophion. 160 to 170 AD. Second column of the Eleusinian endowment of ca. Lapels and Valens appears next to last in the 160 to 170. Remarks. Apparently Eubuleus was not always served by the priest of the god and the goddess, as the case of Note 2 seems to show. This priest was not among those of the Kerykes in the decree of 2019 in honor of Themistocles the Daduch, and so the priesthood was probably a Eumolpid one, although this priest served high royalist deities. He himself seems nor to have been Hieronymus, at least not before 141st, which is in keeping with his minor position in the cult. The only known incumbent is Ap Jobelus Rep Mappus of the mid-3rd century AD, IG, IP 300705, who is otherwise unknown. The priesthood appears at the bottom of the list in the Eleusinian endowment. In fact, it appears from the writing that it was added as an afterthought. The priest of Triptolemus does not appear among the priests of the Cherokees who testified on behalf of the Daduch Themistocles in 2019. This was probably therefore a Eumolpid priesthood. 2. El Pavaus Kipuvayuracavus, 1G, 11, 1772, line 8, ca. 330 ca., where she apparently has a function 2000, in office in 141st. AD Ig. 2047 and 2048 show that he was Cosmiete in 141st, and was also called Spe de Kybes. His son Dionysius was Ephebi in this year 7.6, 11 2048, and Brightness in 102.3 1G, 11 1772, line 8. She is attested only once, in a sacred calendar of relating to a celebration of Thesmophoria footnote. The mysteries. Nevertheless, Dow and Healy are probably right in maintaining that she functioned also in the mysteries in which Pluto was a prominent deity. Upsilon Monuel Fagamo Megagamo Omicron. 3 of them are listed among the priests of the Cherokees in the decree of 2019 for the Daduch Themistocles. The only other mention of them is in the list of priests in Pollux, 135 ed. Betha, where they are called Turo Uria. In view of this, and the obvious part that they would have in the procession of the mysteries, it seems reasonable to suppose that they belong to this cult. Of the 3 Orioriol in the decree for Themistocles, the first, Alpha Iota Alpha Upsilon Kappa Nu. Of the Archon of 98/7, the second, Movies Merviu Avils, is probably to be identified with a Prytanis of 50 to 40, and is perhaps related to the Archon Mennius, son of Zopyrus. And the third, Anios Merils, was the son of Aeirals in the Pythes of 106 5th Sem. 1. Awolpheos Kopios Mapalos. Decree for Themistocles the Daduch, lines 15 to 18, see text above.
P51. In office in 2019. He is called Ophogopos Roy Lepou Ailou and was Simul Tapikion Meries Dios Oriou και Αθηνάς Ρίας και Ποσειδώνος προσβλασιτηρίου κα Ποσειδώνας θεμελιού.
Kapetonopolis points out that line 4 of LG, 1727 Hesperia 3 1934, p. 147 and figure 2, should read delta omega sigma theta epsilon omicron, kappa lambda epsilon omicron, mu nu omicron upsilon, 11 alphar hulfathet nuota omicron, rather than eagles, in which case our man was Lucilius's Paulo anti 63-2. For a stemma of the family CIG, 11, 3488, 2nd century AD, there is a seat in the prohedria of the Theatre of Dionysus designated as the seat of the Lapius Phocopo, 1G, Chia 5077. Lapius is carved by a separate land.
2. Μαυρίλιος Λιβανόμος πρόσδεκτη πιστοκράτους. Κέγαλντερ. IG 11658 Oliver, 1941 number. 27. In office around 200 AD.
According to the dedication in his honor, he was an ambassador, Archion of the Cherokees and Archon of the sacred Gerousia, and he was awarded Roman citizenship by Commodus. It is interesting how Alakopos is incorporated into his known. It seems to imitate names with hieronymy. The function of the Aphogopos is unknown, mainly because we do not know the nature of the lepis ephlos which he evidently carried. It is clear that the priesthood belonged to the Cherokees, but the evidence is tenuous at best for linking it to the cult of the mysteries. It does not appear in the Eluesinian endowment, though it is possible that it was squeezed in between the second column of the list of priests and the margin, others, an alleged special group of priestesses called the Perho Epsiloniot Alpha, PL Fanu Alpha Gamma Epsilon, sigmas its existence partly to a missing comma. Bethy in his edition of Pollux. 1:35 has the correct punctuation PM Waries. The latter refers in the plural to the Waries as see above, pp 95-96, just as all the other names of priests in this part of the list are in the plural. None of the other evidence alleged for them relates convincingly to the mysteries at Eleusis. It is unclear whether the gloss in Hesychius about the bipart Dineris Aristus refers to a priest at the mysteries. The Espes might have a better claim to priestly tattoos, but he is attested in only one inscription, the account of the Epistatus of 329/8, where there is no sign that he had duties any more important than those of a Muristan. The Win Kirchner did not think was an Athenian, is mentioned as having something to do with intestines. Perhaps getting rid of them or purchasing them. Repairs of a repo are mentioned several times.
Thakiritis. In Pollux 1:35 ed. Bethy we find appended to a list of Eleusinian priests and priestesses taxairids. Gar και κουροτρόφος και απεκρίσεις κάφας σατιάτα, ίδιατον.
Aruko, The first of these certainly was a sacred official at Eleusis, the second certainly was not, which puts in doubt the ascription of the third to the mysteries at Elensis. A Lapyrs is not attested elsewhere. If such a priesthood existed in connection with the mysteries at Eleusis, it must have been a rather minor one. Nilsson believes the goddess Dasyra to be Pluto's sister, who guarded Kore in the underworld. 10th Hearth-initiates Hard-idric. Introduction. The Reyes by Laureus's Vels Orion appears in the list of recipients in the Eleusinian endowment of 160 to 170 AD, which consists almost entirely of priests, the only certain non-priest being the archon of the Eumolpidae. Porphyry includes the Zaids in a discussion of priests, and even attributes to them sacerdotal functions.
His description of them reads exire iap entos mysteries iaf, ostias λεγόμενος τόσιντε πάντων των μειουμένων, απομιλήσετε τε θείου, οκρυβδές αράν τα προστεταγμένα. Τούτο κατά τα έθνη και πόλεις όδερες δίνονται δεντ πάντων θέοντες καύ τε θείου, προσαγόμενοι δειράς σιβιάρες ρεκουρνουoviar.
Nevertheless, we cannot conclude that the rey Defarius was regarded as a lepsis, but simply that he or she offered prayers or sacrifices on behalf of all the initiates, and perhaps also on behalf of the city, and in so doing assumed on this occasion quasi-sacerdotal functions. The high respect accorded them stands out clearly in the great number of dedications of the Hellenistic and Roman period erected in their honor, including many by the Areopagites, Boule, and Demos. The principal clue concerning their function ought to lie in the phrase Dolores, and several scholars have accordingly tried to determine what the phrase means. To date, the most accepted interpretations are those N. F. Foucault, who identifies Iria with the public hearth in the Prytaneum and so views the pays as le représentant de la cité qui est symbolisée par le foyer public, and of G. Miotis, who associates Ephedius with the proverb aterius per, beginning with what is essential, beginning from the beginning, and then interprepsiloniota muepsiloneta thetepsilon phi sigma tau alpha in the following sense, Belantant est le premier miti, linity type. Linity primordial. According to his interpretation, detrias is equivalent to a pexis, iria means essentially ox, the primordial, and the proverbs alarlas apsiophas developed with this primordial aspect of Priya in mind. He gives scant attention, however, to the metaphorical origin of the proverb. When sacrificing to a series of gods, one customarily sacrificed to Hestia first, so starting with Hestia came to mean the same as starting from die beginning. Consequently, it does not seem permissible to ascribe to Pharon any inherent meaning of beginning. This meaning evolved out of a sacrificial custom, and apparently did not exist independently of a burles apsiopha. Thus, if Didorius needs original or primordial in the phrase wait by Iarius, more conclusive evidence is needed to prove this than the fact that it meant from the beginning in the proverb. Foucault's theory that the boy represents the city, that the hearth is accordingly the hearth of the Prytaneum, has a bit of support in the notice in Becker, Anecdota Grataueta.
204 αφαιστίας μυθίνε δα φύκτεν προκρίτων Αθηναίων κλήρο λαχός τες δημοσία μυθής. For the fact that the child was initiated at public expense tends to indicate that he was in Steinway considered a representative of
the city, in which case the Hartley could well have been the main birth of the city, the one located in the Prytaneum. At any rate, the hearth, whether it is the one in the Prytaneum or some other hearth, was probably a real specific hearth. And the initiation of the child prole ably had some direct physical relation to it, perhaps as the starting point of the ages, or perhaps as the locale of some ceremony which took place even before the wines. The custom of the Rey Defarius was very old. It is attested as early as around 400 NC in an inscription which is unfortunately mutilated and uncertainly restored in the section where the Reis is mentioned, myexis, in this inscription, and apparently throughout the 5th century still had its original meaning of pre-initiation, that is, an introductory ceremony that took place before the candidate became a mistis, before the talit. An unpublished inscription discovered near the Eleusinian in the Athenian Agounia
ως διορίτ περτιχεφ, στίας χρότην βασιλέα προαγορείτε γράφεστε του βαλόμενων Αθηναίων 31. Και τα των γραμμένων κληρούτων. Βασιλούς ενομηνίας των F, hostias to any Athenian who wished to have his child become an.
Boreas merely had to register the child's name, and on the first day presumably of Bedromion, the Basilius selected the payas by lot from those registered. The fact that the Basilius was involved tends to signify great antiquity for the institution. The manner of selection is in complete accord with the approximately contemporary statement made by Isaias in a law speech, Aloriasa alphanu pinu tau omega, kapalam dar hopsilon del tepsilonu lem dalfachinu. The statement in Anecdota Graeca see above adds that the cost of mysis of this child was paid at public expense deltaitamu omicron sigma alpha, and that the child was kapitanu per humicron kapar hotau omeganu. Foucault's suggestion that kapitanu per humicron kapar hotau omeganu signifies a list of pre-selected candidates such as Aristotle mentions in connection with selection for political office is ruled out by the Agora inscription unless this represents a change from UN earlier law that required such list. The phrase I suspect should rather be derived from the fact that in the Hellenistic and Roman period, numerous monuments were dedicated at Eleusis to Nales de Aureus of distinguished families, i.c. pp. The individuals. The dates indicated for the following Hearth-initiates are those of the individual's year of initiation. The dedicatory monument listed in each case is assumed to have been erected not long after that time, unless it is otherwise clear that it was not. 1. Aegius Artuvos Ilanis, IG 2, 3478, 115 billion c. around. Kirchner identified this boy with the Lysias son of Artemon of Paeania, who was priest of Apollo around the end of the 2nd century LG, 11 2452, line 21, and whose grandson was Ephebi in 107-62. It is clear from Kirchner's stemma of the family of the dedicators of the state base of the Hearth-initiate G11 3478 that they probably dedicated it in the last quarter of the century, since the acme of the two known dedicators is assigned to around 12 if we identify the Hearth-initiate with the priest of the end of the century. We have to assume that they made the dedication when they were very young. It therefore seems more likely that it was made to the Lysias son of Artemon of Paeania, who was Ephebi in 107-6 and grandson of the priest of Apollo. 2. A girl. IG 11 3477, second half of 2nd century. She is honored by the Boule and the Demos as Hearth-initiate, Kinephoros at the Panathenea and Kinephoros in the Pythaeus. The date is derived from the priestess of Athena, Habrillis, daughter of Mision of Kephesia. 3. The dedication to a girl Hearth-initiate in Hesperia. 37 1968, p. 289, number 29, dated there by its lettering to around 200 BC, could perhaps belong to any time in the 2nd century. 4. Purior Ioralu Alarus Bayern. Below, ep. penned, 6th end of 2nd century. Her haze was set up by her father around the end of the 2nd century, while Glos, daughter of Menedemus of Kodathenion, was priestess of Demeter and Kore. Number 5. 5. Erechica Afre Melorus form, LG, c. 3480. In the last quarter of the 2nd century, her father and her maternal grandfather were priests of Serapis on Delos in 126.5 and 116/5 respectively.
The base LG, IP, 3480 was set up by her maternal grandparents, 6. Τιμοθέα Μηδίου του Μηδίου Πειραιώς Θυγάτηρ, 16.
11, 3491. Around the middle of the 1st century BC, she belonged to the family of the Medae of Piraeus, which was very prominent in the civic life of Athens. Of the 2nd and 1st centuries before Christ, her father was an exegete of the Eumolpidae in Archon, around 65. Her mother Diphila was a first cousin of her father. Her mother's niece, Nicostrate, married the Daduch Themistocles number 16, who was honored by his Genos in 2019. Her father was a Eumolpid. 7. Daughter of a man of the Damazania, IG, H 3492, second half of the 1st century BC. Inspection of this dedication shows that the following text is necessary. The disposition of the text is slightly altered, but Kirchner's restorations are retained with the addition of definite articles, so J. H. Oliver UN lines 2 and 3. Diotimus, son of Diodorus of Halai, was the member of the Characes who proposed the decree honoring the Daduch Themistocles number 16, and was one of the distinguished Athenians who participated with the Hierophant in the lectisternium of Pluto. He was also an exegete elected by the Demos. 8. Azurchua, daughter of Gelitas and Plenarete, 1g, 11, 3499, dated by lettering to 1st century before Christ. None of these persons is otherwise known. 9. An unknown girl who was also Canepleoris 4. Serapis G 3498, erected while Charion was priestess of Demeter and Kore. Number 7. In the 1st or 2nd century BC. 10. A boy. IG, 2 3517, perhaps 1st century BC. The top of the stone is preserved, showing that there is space for one more line above Scias's text. The left side is original and shows that only 3 letters come before the M in the first preserved line. Therefore, Scias's restoration of the name is highly unlikely. Only about 1 1/2 letters should be restored at the beginning of line. Her father was Thesmothete in the beginning of the 1st century AD. IG 2 line representations in art. For reasons that will become clear below, the study of the individuals will be briefly interrupted at this point in order to discuss the several sculptures which have been interpreted as representations of the Hearth-initiate. A brief description of the features relevant to the identification of each sculpture follows. 1. Figures 5 to 7. A statue of a boy now in the Palazzo dei Conservatori in Rome. The boy is leaning against a tree stump. Attached to the stump are a staff-like object, a wreath, and a ribbon looped around the wreath and hanging from it. He is wearing a short chiton and holding an object in front of him which is not preserved but is most likely a piglet. His hair is bound with a thin band. The wreath and the leaves on the staff-like object have been thought to be inertial, and this led scholars to look to Eleusis for the person represented, where a boy and a piglet would naturally suggest the Hearth-initiate. The statue was made in the Julio-Claudian or possibly Hadrianic period. L. Spalding suggested a creation of a classicizing school of the 1st century. Not very cogently in my opinion, that its original was BC, perhaps the Positelian school. Most other opinions are that its original was a 5th century. Flexupu agris biarap, IGI creation, and we will return to this question below. Beginning of 1st century AD erected by the Bull. Her father was Archon, her grandfather Pythoclaristus Exegete, and her great-grandfather Hoplite, General Archon and Epimelae of Delos. 12. Alpha P Omicron Lambda Xi Epsilon Lambda Omicron Xi Tau Alphanu Theta Epsilon Gamma Tau Atarho. 1971 pp. 114-115 number 7-1G, IP 3519 plus new fragment, furthest MSEO Rainmouth BC Hydindiwen. 1966. pp 98-99 and APX Eloch, Cia T. Augustine. She comes from an illustrious family. See Rhinemoth stemma. Her maternal grandfather was Prob, Ably the Archon of 521. Her paternal grandfather appears to have been the Archon of 46/5, and her father the Archon of 20/19 for the date see above p50 note 30. 13.
Φιλιτό κλεωμένους μαραθωνίου θυγάτηρ. 16. 117. 3529. Στέμμα del G. IP. 3488.
Around the beginning of 1st century, a D2, figures 8-9, an Antonine copy of the same original, now in the Palazzo dei Conservatori. It is attached to the tree stump. The fillet in the boys differs from the preceding in a few details. Nothing. Hair is here a strapinion. He is wearing a sandal on the right fool, but his left fool is bare, but no sandal is. Taupsilon presented on the right foot of number 1, whose left foot is missing. 3. Figure 10. An Antonine copy of the same original, now in the Palazzo dei Conservatori. Only the head is ancient. He is wearing a strophion, curvatory boy, courtesy of German, Archaeological Institute Rom. An Antoine copy of the head of the same original, now in the Terme Museum in Rome. The fillet in the hair is identical to that of number. Similar leads are located. F6, Conservatory Boy 1, side view, courtesy of German, Archaeological Institute at Rome. 5. In the Louvre. 6. At Innsblundel Hall. 7. In the Wandel collection in Copenhagen. 8. At Sission, discovered in the course of excavating a Roman house. All of these boys 1-8 have a peculiar tuft of hair rising directly above the middle of the forehead. Fig 7. Commervatory Hoi, Cardi of German, Archaeological Padame Roge. Similar in some respects to nose. 1-2 is statue of boy in the Leconfield collection. He is holding a piglet and is leaning against a stump on which is carved a knife in its sheath. On his head he has a laurel wreath. Ellie's short chiton is similar to the one in MOS 1-2, but although this statue is a similar type, it certainly is not a copy of the original of Noah's 18, and it does not have the same tuft of hair rizatig above the middle of the forehead. In fact, she laurel wreath and the knife show that the artist Hoffa Coman context in mind, and so an identification with the Hearth-initiates seems to be highly unlikely. In regard to nose, 1-8, the identification has been essentially on the myrtle wreath and the staff-like object attached to the tree stump of note 1. However, the myrtle wreath does not look like a real myrtle wreath, a good example of which is a silver myrtle wreath now in the British Museum. Thus it is either artificial, that is, the leaves were plucked from their branch and artificially arranged, or else it is highly stylized, so that in either case one could also regard the leaves as olive, and the same Fr 8, Conservatory Boy 2, courtesy of German, Archaeological Institute at Rome, pretation is possible for the leaves protruding from the joints of the staff-like object. However, even though the wreath does not provide a clear indication, with considerable certainty to Eleusis, it has an, of the original context, the staff-like object does point exact parallel on the Eluesinian Nianian tablet and, on other Eleusinian monuments. It is certainly not a torch but rather a bundle of myrtle branches bound in intervals with marial leaves protruding at the points of binding. The staffs have been given the name backs by modern scholars, perhaps incorrectly, but whatever their name, they are usually depicted as being carried by Mistat. The connection of these statues with Eleusis can fortunately be further tested against a class of states of boys found both at Eleusis and near the Eleusinian in the Athenian Agora. Those from Eleusis published by Conruniotes are as follows. A. Figures 11-12. A portrait head of a boy wearing a crown. The bly is not preserved. The crown is hand-woven. It is not a natural twig. The leaves look somewhat like myrtle heart could lay olive. The boy's hair is very short except for a long tuft growing from a point above the right ear and falling down behind it. Hearth-initiates dates the statue to the 1st century after Christ. It is more probably a 3rd century work, such as Harrison 1953 nos. 41 and 40, although the pupils of the eyes are not drilled. B. Figures 13 to 14. A portrait head of a boy wearing a crown. The body is not preserved. The crown is handwoven and the leaves are highly stylized. His hair is short, and a lock of hair just above his forehead over the right eye is represented as laying been cut off. The cap-like appearance of the hair is more simply rendered yet similar to that of Harrison 1953, Mo. 31, which she dates to the second half of the 3rd century. It would be natural to assume that the unusual locks in both portraits had a religious significance. The custom is mentioned by Pollux, Free res layer some cares phoenix, sal opero axel, as one portrait A is therefore a representation of a boy before the cutting of this lock for dedication, and portrait B just afterwards. Religiously with the Eluesinian sanctuary are since the only known boys and girls connected. Hearth-initiates. Hearth-initiates identification is doubtedly correct. See a Marlisle statuette of a boy carrying a myrtle staff in his left hand, and in his right originally a piglet, traces of which are still visible. His arment. Fin 11, Eluesinian, reaches to below the knees and leaves his right shoulder bare. His hair is long, and a tuft not mentioned by Hearth-initiates rises at the part just above the forehead. He is not wearing a crown. Hearth-initiates dates the statuette to the 4th century BC, Furtwängler to the 4th or 3rd century BC. Another statuette, also found at Eleusis, Moi represent a Hearth-initiate, D, a marble statuette perhaps of a boy with the head missing, depicting a person carrying a staff damaged now but probably originally a myrtle staff. Lay originally carried a piglet in his right hand by its hind legs, its head and forelegs are still preserved on the base. His garment does not cover iris right shoulder and reaches to just above the knees. Fig. 12. Elisus Boy A side view. E. Harrison, 1953, number 41, PL 28. This life-sized portrait shows a little boy wearing on his head a wreaths of small formal leaves softly arranged in pairs. His hair is cut short all over except for a single wavy lock about 11 centimeters long which falls from the crown down the back of his head. It is dated to the 2nd quarter of the 3rd century AD. The long lock is similar to those on A and B. E. Harrison, 1953, number 42, PL 27, 2nd quarter of the 3rd century AD. This is the portrait of an even younger child than the one represented in number 41 above. He wears a wreath of small leaves ranged in parallel sets of 3, and he has a long scalp lock on the back of his head. The hair is short. G. Harrison, 1953, number 46, PL 29, 3rd quarter. The date of the statue according to Hearth-initiates of the 3rd century AD. This is a life-sized portrait. Falls within the Roman period, of a young boy wearing on his head a wreath of the following portrait heads published by E.B. Close-packed leaves. His hair is cut quite short on. Harrison were found in the Athenian agora all the preserved parts of the lead, but since a piece of the back of the head is missing, it is not impossible that he wore a longer scalp lock in lack similar to that worn by No. 41 above. The leaves of the Fig. 13. Eleusis Boy B. wreath, though arranged differently, are very similar to those in the wreath of the Conservatory Boy. No. 1. These statues of Hearth-initiates in the Agora are to be connected with the Eluesinian, near which a statue base of a Hearth-initiate has been found. Apparently a donor sometimes had the option of setting up a statue of someone in connection with the Eluesinian mysteries either at Eleusis or in the Eluesinian in the Agora, though the vast majority of such dedications was set up at Eleusis. Fig. 14. Eloise Boy B side view. Outside of Attica, these characteristics also occur in number 1, which is the earliest in the nose. 1 to 8 group and thus link nose. 1 to 8 with the Agora and Elensis statues and assure the identification. The scalp lock is of course rendered differently in nose. 1 to 8 since they are in the idealizing early classical style and not in the portrait style of the Eleusis and Agora group, A, B, E, F, G. No. 1 is further linked to Eleusis by the myrtle staff attached to the tree stump. The only remaining element of number 1 which requires explanation is the ribbon hanging from the wreath on. An identification as Hearth-initiate can be made the stump. It is similar to bands which sometimes, with the most certainty for A, B, C, E, F, G dis hang down from the backs of strophes on statues of Tenet. Characteristics these have in common are 1. A priests or from strophes carved on honorary mom especially woven wreath, undoubtedly of myrtle and mentz. It is the rein or raid or augurines which view of the Eluesinian connection, the leaves of which are represented in a formalized mamer. 2. A single long lock of hair obviously grown for a religious purpose. Among the previous group of statues found, was occasionally awarded together with a crown and are uninscribed. Omicron Omicronu Taualphanu Lambda Gamma Omega Sigma Iota, Tau Omicron, Sigma Fetal Tar Ho Alpha, Alphar Hokiolpho Omicron Upsilon, sometimes probably had religious significance. Nos 2 and 3 the Antonine copies are wearing on their heads not a wreath but a curled band, a strophion, the customary headdress of the Hierophant and Daduch. Thus the strophion was either a part of the headdress of the Hearth-initiate as well or, more likely, The Antonine copyist, ignorant of the precise Eluesinian context, added a well-known Eluesinian element which did not in fact form part of the ceremonial dress of the Hearth-initiate. The short right sleeve of number 2 is certainly an error of the Antonine copyist, for initiates of the mysteries kept their right arm bare, a custom better reflected in no 1, where the left arm is hair. The contaminations, then, are striking only in the Autunite copies and do not appear, except for one simple error in copying the wrong arm bare, in the Julio-Claudian or Hadrianic copy. According to the above-mentioned suggestion of L. Spalding, the original of number 1 to 8 was a creation of a Hellenistic classicizing eclectic school, such as the Pasitelian school, which was active around the beginning of the 1st century c., though some historical support for this view might at first seem to be offered by the fact that the earliest preserved statue bases of Hearth-initiates are from the 2nd century, perhaps no earlier than the 4th quarter. This still does not preclude the possibility that at least the Julio-Claudian or Hadrianic copy is a direct copy of a 5th century original. Statues of people, as OP posed to gods, were rare in the 5th century, and we possess no statue base of any Eleusinian official of that time. Yet an early classical statue of a Hearth-initiate as a type could well have been set up as a dedication. A statement of Dio Chrysostom, usually overlooked as evidence for the Hearth-initiate, offers some reason for regarding this possibility as a serious one. In his Rhodian oration written during the Flavian period, Dio attempts to persuade the Rhodians to abandon their dishonorable custom of reusing statue bases. At one point he refers to those engaging in this who defend themselves with the argument that they are reusing only very ancient buses, some of which Kappa alpha tau alpha chirho sigma theta tau fiota kappa alpha tau iotenu alpha, epsilon u alpha kappa alpha, nu epsilon pio tagamar hofio macroniota. He then gives 2 reasons of his own for the lack of inscriptions on these bases. The statues were of great men or heroes who did not need to be identified, or they were of gods.
Among his examples, he mentions Kalrapa Graios Elevariu Barurados Elkar Olxior Pigraphen Kikenon, Echne Legusin Haraklea.
The only Mystae at Eleusis who were raids, so far as is known, were the raids at Teriasundavers, and if Sokolovsky's restoration of lines 24-26 of 1G16 is correct, there existed a regulation forbidding children to be initiates unless they were Hearth-initiates. Thus it would appear that the statne mentioned by Dio was Hearth-initiate unless he was actually Heracles, but the interpretation of the figure as Heracles looks very much like an uncritical attempt to explain an old uninscribed statue as that of a god, since he obviously was not a famous man. An explanation which Dio was none too eager to question because he might lose ammunition for his point. Heracles, in fact, as the stories go, was not initiated as a hoi but as a man, and is so represented in a Hellenistic relief found in the Ilissos. Thus I think it unlikely that the statue to which Dio refers is Alaricles. At the same time, it is understandable that someone wishing to identify an ancient statue of an initiate with a god would pick Heracles. Most early statues were of gods or heroes or, if impossible in this case, famous men, and Heracles' initiation was well known. Of course, we do not know how ancient Dio Zagopa Hoxal else was, but it may well have been early classical. At the least it suggests a serious possibility, on historical grounds, that the Roman copies could go directly back to an early classical original. On artistic grounds I think that statue number I does derive from a 5th century original, perhaps in bronze. The corkscrew locks being a clear later addition, and that Spalding's assertion of a Hellenistic original for the reason that the statue shows a knowledge of anatomy and technical skill, and a sense of reality, unattainable in the 5th century, is simply not valid. A 5th century date for the original is indeed now generally favored by art historians. For the Hellenistic period, about all that can be said historically is that statues of Hearth-initiates did exist. Some of them may have been represented in a classicizing style. In the 3rd century AD the current portrait style was used, although the Julio-Claudian or Hadrianic copy of the Hearth-initiate exhibits no characteristics that are certainly foreign to a Hearth-initiate, except the copyist's minor error in representing the left arm bare instead of the right. This simple error is probably enough to show that the statue was not intended to be set up at Eleusis or in the Eleusinian at Athens. The artist was probably resident in Rome, where the statue was found. This is even more evident in the case of the Antonine copies, Nos. 2 and 3. No. 2 has a sandal on one foot, the other foot bare, short sleeves on both arma, and a strophion instead of a wreath. The latter feature occurs also on Nom. 3. The single sandal was apparently a Roman custom. The strophion was added perhaps from the artist's imprecise memory of things Eleusinian. From the sculptural evidence as a whole it emerges that the Hearth-initiate, like the other Myslai, wore a myrtle wreath and a garment that left his right shoulder bare, carried a myrtle staff, and made an offering of a piglet. Peculiar to him are the short chiton reaching to just above the knees in all cases except C and the long lock of hair which he consecrated to the goddess is a custom which, however, may not have been current as early as the 5th century. The fact that the wreath is not worn but is attached to the stump in number 1 may signify that the representatonon is of a Hearth-initiate at a particular stage in the ceremonies before the wreath was worn.
Individuals continued. 14. Της Κλάβδιος Δημόστρατος για κλένακοτέλους. Sources. E. Capitan
APX, EE 1964, pp. 120 to 123 with a stemma, around 50 to 70 AD. Capitonopolis correctly identified him with the Claudius Demostrables of Sunion, who was Archon, Hoplite General, Gymnasiarch, Herald of the Areopagus, Agonothete of the Panathenaea and Eleusinian, Exegete of the Eumolpidae, and Priest of Poseidon Erechtheus. If the dedication was erected around the time he was Hearth-initiate, the stemma makes it appear in. Probable that he would have been initiated much later than 70 AD, and the Gentilicia point most likely to a date not earlier than the reign of Claudius.
His daughter married Sospis the Daduch no. 20. Demostratus was, of course, a Eumolpid. 15. Κλαβδία Αλκία της Κλαβδίου Υπάρχου Μαραθωνίου.
Biorap LG 11 3604A. PIRC 1068, Woloch, 1960, Claudius number 98, around 50 to 70 AD. She was the sister of the father of Herod Atticus. The dedication EG2, 3604A, honoring her as a Hearth-initiate, was set up when Cleo was priestess of Demeter and Kore number 9, and therefore cannot be much later than AD. 16. The son or grandson of a Daduch from the Daduchic family of the Deme Hagnus, IG 11 3511. First half of 1st century AD, only a tragment is preserved, restoration is uncertain. The stone shows part of another line before, line 1 with the letters, Oiota, for the family see above, table 1 p58, 17, T Zorox T Akuros views, 1g 2. 3552, as restored by Raubitschek, Jarosheft in 1948, Biblat Call, 35 to 40 with stemma, around 80 AD. Raubitschek identified him with the Athenian, Archon of 121 halves inscriptions de Delos 2533. Isle Contes from a distinguished family, offices held by known members include the Archonship, Hoplite Generalship and the priesthood of Asclepius. 18. Pi Omicron Palam Diota Omicron, Phi Omicron Lambda Beta Iota Omicron. 11. Phi Omicron Upsilon Lambda Beta Omicron Upsilon, Mule Faxi Mu Omicron Upsilon Louis I IU 30581, and new fragment published by Capitonopolis. APX, EP, 1968, P 101 number 19, Woloch, 1966, Fulvius number 1. Before 100 AD, Metrodorus was Archon sometime before 112 thirds, therefore the date of this dedication should be sometime before 100 AD, at the least, Capitonopolis suggests say. A70p, his father Maximus is otherwise known. 19. A phrase, granddaughter of a Hierophantid. LG, 11.3553, 1st century AD, dated by Kirchner. She is called a Ubers and a Salpi of the son of the Hierophantid, undoubtedly a poetic rendering for Hearth-initiate. 20. Pi 16, 3551, 1st century AD, dated by Kirchner. The Areopagus, the bull of the 600, and the demos made the dedication, but the boy's father was the epimolate of the delication and so bore the cost. The persons are unknown. Her great-grandmother was a priestess of Demeter and Kore. 21. Tau Epsilon Rotsu Alpha Delta Epsilon Kappa Omicron Epsilon.
Θυγάτηρ, 16, 113, 3554, 29. U. Clavion Stylianos Polykritos, 1st century AD, this monument, dedicated by the bull and the demos.
Records that she was also Aerophors for Athenopolius, and Aconophoros at the Epidaurus, and at the Eluesinian. She is otherwise unknown. 22. Daughter of a man from Hamaxantella. Instagram 2 3569, 1st or 2nd century. 23rd Kalia, IG 2 3568 see above, p. 74. 1st or 2nd century, while Diane was priestess of Demeter and Kore number 14. 24th, 1.6, 11 3657, 2nd century. A member of this family is perhaps mentioned in 1G, 11 3929. Oliver suggests that the lacuna of line 4 of 1.6, 1, 3657 should probably be filled with the demotic, Mapalan Jos, and that lines 12 can per imps be restored, Rardi Sel Ioferol Sahaf Ma. 25. Boy or girl relative of the Daduch Lysiades number 19, IG, IP, 3611, first half of 2nd century. Since Hieronymy was not observed, it may have been erected after Lysiades' death, in any case later than around the beginning of the 2nd century. It is not known whether Hieronymy was in effect for the Daduch at this time.
Schmidt's restoration of a boy is arbitrary. 26. Αθήνεος Ιβενκάχε παρόδευτος Αθηναίου Φιλικός 16.
11. 3577, before 128 ninths, his dedication was set up Sarava Lufavra Vigi Apeos Bayu Dobi Kai Re Dual Rur N. His father was a Periodonyx. At the bottom of the dedication, a metrical inscription is appended, perhaps many years alter the original unscription, which mentions that when Athenaeus grew up his parents named him Athenophilus. 27th. Tau Omicron lam deo Tibet nuio talfa, Fiota lam d'alphabetio talfanu capiota, Alpha Hochi. Alpha 1971 p. 131 number 27, around 100 to 125. His mother Vipsania Laeliana dedicated this statue base in his honor, while Flavia Laodamea was priestess of Demeter and Kore number 10, thus around 100 to 125. She was the daughter of L. Vipsanius Aeolion, an exegete of the Eumolpidae number 7. 28 Tovia Mellering a tour dirvos bepensidon.
Briarep, 16, 11, 3557. Wallach.
1966 Junius number 18, around 125 AD. For the date see above p. 74. She was a Hierophantid number 9 and is discussed above in more detail in this connection. November 16, 1586 around 125. The C. Claudius, Wallach, 1966 Claudius number 84. He is apparently the same as Silianus, who erected a statue base in honor of Hadrian Olympius, therefore after 132 1G 11, 3315. His parents, Claudius and Claudia, made the dedication during the priesthood of Claudia Timothea number 11, 30, Zerpos Portipauis Ig, 11, 3587, dedicated while Claudia Timothea was priestess of Demeter and Kore number 11, therefore during the reign of Hadrian.
He is otherwise unknown. 31. Dertiunios Meneas Dertiuniu, Patronos Verianidis.
LG, 11, 3619 Wallach, 1966, Junius number 7, around 125 to 140. The brother of number 28, he belonged to a distinguished family. His paternal grandfather was an exegete, and his maternal great-grandmother was Flavia, Laodamea the priestess of Demeter and Kore number 10. His daughter Nicostrate was also a Hearth-initiate number 38. 32. Oazarian Zopilu Mapanian, IG2, 3676, as restored by J. H. Oliver, Hesperia 21 1952 pp. 396 to 397, before the middle of the 2nd century. His name is connected with the Eluesinian endowment of 160 to 170 discussed above pp. 35 to 361. He belonged to a senatorial family from Crete, the first member of which to receive Athenian cities Taueta, probably his father. Zenon was an archon of the Pan-Hellenian, and received the special honor of Aristopoliae. He died sometime between 177 and 182. Thus he would have been Hearth-initiate certainly before 150. Eel is called Ror Thedorius. This is the first appearance, in a dedication, of the designation Adorius, instead of Ace or in a trias. Henceforth we shall note the precise term used for the Hearth-initiate in dedications.
Trianda. Trios Numeo, Fedreofaliris. Ένας DGJ 4060 έως 4070 PX E. 1971 PP. 132 αρνητικός 133, no, 29.
Wallach, 1966, Nomius number 9 with stemma, around the middle of the 2nd. Her parents' fondness for her is apparent from JG 11 and 4070, 2 other dedications they erected, 110 Clinton, the Eleusinian Mysteries. In her honor in addition to the one honoring her as Hearth-initiate, APX, EE, 1971 Locke, C. Her mother, was the daughter of the sacred herald Nigrinus number 5. And married, probably after her marriage to Phaedrius, alias Praxagoras the Daduch number 23. Cleo is called Muupsilon etatheta sigma alphanu phi sigma to alpha.
34. Της Κλάβιος Αίγιον Ατήλιος Βραδίας Κλέ Πρόδου.
Mapalinos G. 11 3608, PLR 785, Wallach 1966, Claudius number 15. Around 150 Ann, Capetanopolis corrected Kirchner's restoration of line 3 of 1013 360 seconds and restored the lacuna in line 4 just as I also did independently in my dissertation. At that time, however, I did not notice, as Capetanopolis did, additional letters in line 6 and that the first letter in line 8 is a lambda. I have since verified his readings and I offer here a slightly different version of lines 1 to 5, although Capetanopolis's Version is also possible. I agree with Capetanopolis in removing the formula for the eponymous priestess from the text, although the possibility still remains that a priestess was mentioned. His own restoration may be correct, but the parallel he gives for the formula, JG2, 3551, lines 3 to 5, reads Erupoliferos. Dos Eadus was a title given also to his father TG, 11 3604, for its significance see J and L.
Robert, R.G., 79 1966 pp. 360 pp. 300-370-186. 35. Κλανδία Ελπινή Κύκλο Πρόδου Μαραθωνίου Θυγάτηρ.
APX, R, 1971, P132, number 28, PR, a 706, P100, 104. Around 150 AD, since her death preceded her father's, he died at 177 A0. It would not be unreasonable to assume that the Eluesinian dedication published in APX,
P. 1971 Locke. C was in honor of her as a girl as a Hearth-initiate. Trans Aimer, Phil. Soc. 36. Αυριλία παραμένα 2 παραμένου λαμπτρέων θυγάτηρ.
LG. 11, 3638, after the middle of the 2nd century. She and her parents are otherwise unknown. The date is based on the fact that the only securely datable inscriptions with the formula kapal fata tau tau p epsilon rho tau itamu alpha tau beta omicron epsilon lambda tau delta occur after the middle of the 2nd
century, and that the gentilicium is rare in Athens, before the Caexanas Dio. She is called Dodorias. 37. Δημιλία μάγκα αίτεν κάφαρ μειώνει λίρ επαφροδίτε πηλαίο.
BRLG, 1, 3637, after the middle of the 2nd century. A date after the middle of the 2nd century for this dedication is probably in order of account of the formula of authorization, and the gentilicium, T number 36.
She is called Rear Aterias. 38. Ιουνία Νικοστράτη Ιουνίου Μεντίου Βερνικίδου. Μπούρμα. IG TOI. 3647.
Second half of 2nd century. Her father was also a Hearth-initiate, number 31. The Areopagus and the Denios set up this statue base in her honor with her guardian Gaius Cassius assuming the expense. Her father must have died while she was still a child. She is called Monueta Thetape Salon Sigma Alphanu Phi Sigma to Alpha, 160 to 170. Included Anyong, the recipients of the Eleusinian endowment of 160 to 170 GIP, 1092, are Lu #Des Whether they received a single or double share is not preserved, as there was only one Hearth-initiate each year. The use of the plural is interesting. Evidently Hearth-initiates of previous years were also eligible. Surely eligibility ended when they ceased to be raises, which would have been about the age of 18 for boys, perhaps even earlier for girls. 39. Daughter of T. Flavius Lenthisthenes of Paeania, 1G, TP, 3648, around 175 AD. This inscription and the family are discussed above. Bed with certainty with any known member of the pp 36 to 37, and note 183, the father cannot be identi. Family. Capetanopolis's reading of the end of the name as J is clear also on my square. B suggests as a possibility Audia Europe. Her father was of course a Eumolpid. She is called Tau Phi Sigma Tau Alpha Mu Sigma Tau Iotanu.
40. Κλανδία Πραξαγόρα Κλαντιμοστράτου Μελιτέως. Quaip LG.
11, 4077. In the 3rd quarter of the 2nd century, the first part of the epigram on this statue loose mentions her parents and their Daduchi ancestry. Her father was Demostratus, the son of the Daduch, Sospes number 20, and her mother Philiste was the daughter of the Daduch Praxagoras number 23. The motivation for the dedication, which is mentioned at the end of the epigram and has baffled editors, reads
Λαμεκάφ παιδον κοσμή χορός, OT προμιστών. Elon en teletes thema comesi these. Kirchner noted that power is found nowhere else.
However, if we divide this word into po euror, the sentence begins to make sense. A chorus of children also decorates her by placing in her hair the myrtle crown in front of the other initiates at the talate. The presence of children and Praxagora's pre-eminence among the initiates suggests that she was a Hearth-initiate. The chorus and the crowning then would have taken place at the beginning of the Lelele, in the courtyard of the sanctuary at Eleusis, or Perlaps in Athens just before the procession set out for Eleusis. It was probably also at this point that the Hierophantid, Omicronu tau omeganu tau epsilon lambda epsilon tanu, sigma tond Marcus Aurelians, and Commodus is see above. P88. It is possible that the present tense of soul refers to the fact that the piece of sculpture which once stood on Praxagora's base represented a group of children placing a fillet on her head. Of which children did the Zopos Vidur consist? They may have been the former birth initiates who were each year among those who received a share in the Eluesinian endow, meant see above, P110, and who may actually have formed part of the priestly van of the procession of the mysteries see above, pp 35 to 36. Also, the custom may have been that the previous Aller A would crown the new birth initiate each year, Ulio in turn, after his service for that year, then joined their chorus in which he took part year after year, until he passed from childhood to adulthood.
Arias. 41. Μη Μαρίλιος Μιλτιάδης Αγαθοκλέους Μαραθώνιος. 1 DRG 11, 3677. After 161 μισό. The dedication was made by his father,
Miltiades, is called Eurus Par. 42. Kaiseros Teponi JP, IG2, 3707. In the last quarter of the 2nd century, he is discussed above as a herald number 11. In this dedication the title of Hearth-initiate is mentioned together with his other titles and offices as a grown man. It is the only known instance where this was done. He was in office as sacred herald in 231st.
He is called Tendef, Ostias Mistin. 43. Poplia Ilia Vrosia 11 o Iliu Apolloniu Andimonos.
And Instagram 11, 3688 with Stemnia. In the last quarter of the 2nd century, her Prothrios father's uncle was the Daduch P. alias Dionysius as number 22, and Lear mother was later to become a Hierophantid number 11. Her father was eponymous Archon Basilius Hoplite General, Epimilete of the Gymnasiarchia, and Herald of the Areopagus. Further members of this family have been identified above p. 64. In this inscription, erected by her mother, the Hearth-initiate is said to be a descendant of Conon and Callimachus. The date of the inscription ought to be earlier than Kirchner's beginning of the 3rd century, if it was set up close to the time she served as Hearth-initiate, and this is supported to a certain extent by the fact that her mother was not yet Hierophantid.
She is called Tendef, Ostias Mestin. 44. Αφές Ευαϊόπας Απέιος Ευιόπο. IG, 11, 3680. Stemma Oliver, Expounders, p. 164.
Last quarter of the 2nd century. The verse dedication in his honor, IG, IP 3686 calls him Pialphadult Alpha of Xenagoras and Praxagora, Tawa Macronu Musigmatawatanu Ans. This is probably a poetical way of expressing I Darius. A similar expression for the birth initiate occurs in 1G 11 3553. The dedication honoring Hearth-initiate number 19. Xenagoras was Archon sometime early in the 3rd century. Hesperia 10-141, p. 2001 number 64 bid, 11-1942, pp. 87-88. His mother Praxagora was also a Hearth-initiate number 40, as was also his son no 49, 45. Tadoses Ereros Tex Iaros Ilospaces, IG 11, 3656. Around the end of the 2nd century, Notopoulos identified his father with the Prytany secretary of 195 sixths. The dedication was made by his mother, Papia 1 Sime, daughter of Papins 1.
Ήμους ο Μπέσαροενέτους is called των γενόμενων Ιεφιστίας. 46. Κλαβδία Θεμιστόκλια Κλεφιλή που μελιτέως θυγάτης.
1G 2, 3693, beginning of the 3rd century. Because of the lack of hieronymy, the inscription was set up after her father Daduch number 24 died U196. It was seen above that he died relatively young, when probably not more than 50 years old.
She is called Rip Diarias, not Riwa Lorizas. Kirchner Reed. 47. Κλανδία Menandraklou. Φιλίππου Μελιτέων Αυγάτηρ.
Below, Appendix Vice, beginning of the 3rd century. She was the sister of Claudia Themistoclea. There, statue lazes were set up in close sequences. See Append. V. This must reflect the fact that they were Hearth-initiates within a very short space of one another, perhaps in 2 successive years. 48. Arias T4A as apes. Gegan, 1967 p. 164, line 6, beginning of 3rd century. His name appears as written above beneath the heading of a catalogue of Characes and is followed by Eosabro. Ila's father is mentioned directly above as the treasurer who was responsible for the publication of the list, which he probably did at his own expense in honor of his son who was made Hearth-initiate in this year. 49. A to Hogs of Fay LG, 2, 3706, Oliver, Expounders, 152, Gagan, 1967, p. 169, line 212 Stemma, Expounders, p. 164, first quarter of the 3rd century. In an epigram engraved on a monument erected at Eleusis G. 11 3706, he is called Ary, certainly a reference to some office connected with the Eleusinian mysteries. The deepers, and less attractively, the Hierophant's leading role come to mind, but neither is likely because the man was a member of the Characes, since, as we have seen, the Hearth-initiate had a leading role and representative function in relation to the rest of the initiates. It is most probably the title of this leader of the initiates which has been poetically rendered by Arapure. In IG 11 3662, an epigram honoring Hierophant, year is some charge which the Hierophant assumed before becoming Hierophant perhaps. It is the same as Yerip Wigelius Polizellus was a member of an aristocratic Delphian family which also possessed Athenian citizenship and played an active part in the political and religious life of Athens. Al Delphi he was Lepis Maes Rho, P upsilon omicron kappa alpha p sigma beta to omeganu sigma omeganu. His sister's grandskapalpheota, a Hierophant, his father and grandmother were also Hearth-initiates. Nos. 44 and 40.
50. Ονοματιακή πολυχαρμίση κάφεν αρέτιον ορατιακού. Τόρξοπον Γιάρνε. IG 113710. Around 225. Στέμα Καπετανόπουλος, BCT non-entiro, non-SSAET, PP, 495. Στέματα.
She was the daughter of Claudia Themistoclea, who was the daughter of the Daduch Praxagoras number 23, and was herself a Hearth-initiate number 46. Polysharmus's daughter, Junia Themistoclea, was also a birth-initiate number 52. She is called Rhea Arias.
51. Ποέλιος Τιμοσθένης Λίλ Ζήνονος Βερενικίδης, Ιωμπο.
11, 3708. Oliver, Expounders, 149. Around 230 Oliver's date. His father was Pythocrestus Exegete and priest of Apollo Patris, 52.
He's called Methes Geophistian.
Lyagora LG. 11, 3679. Around 250 Woloch. 1906 Junius number 19. Astema, Capetanopolis, Elosios, above no 50. Her mother, a Hearth-initiate also no 50, was the great-granddaughter of Claudius Philippus the Daduch, who died around 196. Most of the inscription, honoring Themistoclea, is taken IP by her mother's declaration of nobility. She was a descendant of Daduchs and of Pericles, Conon, and Alexander the Great. Themistoclea is called R. Arias, 53, SLG, 11, 3646, P1R, F14, century or later, second. He was of senatorial rank and wield important Roman military posts. His mother was a high priestess of Mera Rir Buran. The family is otherwise unknown. 54th, boy or girl, Arier 21A 1966, P 141, no. Seg XXIV 229, restored to read, Boreas or. This is a fragment of a Statiny base, line 5 should be. 5. N. Kumanutas, the editor, suggests as a date the end of the 2nd century AD. But it seems that almost any time between the 2nd century BC and there are only the letter forms on which to base a. The middle of the 3rd century AD is possible since. Judgment, 55. Ath, Mill 18 1893, p. 208 number 2. This inscript, Tian published by a Corte, was not included by Kirchner in inscription as green, and edited. Kin opinion, Monueta tenuto alpha phi sigma to alpha. Iovio is of course also possible, and in line 3, a veterer. I suspect that Beaz P appeared in line 2, the term fires is otherwise unattested at Eleusis, and the demotic in the genitive contributes to the suspicion. Corte later confessed disbelief in Quijotothus tried unsuccessfully to find the stone in the summer of 1969. 56. Hieron, APXB, 1971 pp. 135-136 no. 32. Unknown date sometime after 3rd century BC. And before 3rd century AD, he is honored by his mother, which is a reasonable indication that he was a Hearth-initiate, since most Eluesinian dedications by parents are in honor of their children as Hearth-initiates. General remarks. Very few of the known Hearth-initiates are from unknown families. The vast majority are Hieropopir, from families which were among the most active and distinguished in the civic and religious life of Athens. This is the most discernible pattern in the prosopo. Graphical evidence. Many were children or descendants of Eumolpidae or Charicus. In fact, none is known not to have been a child of a member of these gene. But we cannot conclude from this that they were all drawn from these gene, especially since the new fragments of a 4th century inscription make it fairly clear that at that time any Athenian was eligible to enroll his child for selection. But if every Athenian was eligible, why then is the vast majority from aristocratic families? An answer becomes possible when we consider that the existence of only 59 separate Hearth-initiates is attested from epigraphical monuments, almost all of which are statue bases. That is a tiny fraction of all those who did serve as Hearth-initiates, one each year, between the time of the earliest datable monuments, the last quarter of the 2nd century BC, to the latest around the middle of the 3rd century AD. The answer then seems to be that only the wealthy could afford to set up monuments to their children, and this is clearly reflected in the monuments preserved. Certainly wealth was not a prerequisite for becoming a Hearth-initiate, since the costs were paid by the state, but when it came time to immortalize this service, only the rich could afford it. It is probably not accidental that the first monuments to individual Hearth-initiates appear in the 2nd century BC, in the Hellenistic period Senti. Mental love for children first manifests itself in many other ways as well. Only one monument is preserved for each known Hearth-initiate as birth-initiate. This may be an accident, but more likely it had its origin in a restriction imposed by necessity. Dedications to Hearth-initiates were the most abundant form of dedication in the sanctuary at Elensis, and if all wealthy relatives of a Hearth-initiate had free reign, the sanctuary could easily in a short time have become intolerably clustered. Of comps, a delecation authorized for some other honor could also mention that the person had been a Hearth-initiate, and this occurred in at least one case, that of Cassian's the Sacred Herald Initiate MO 42. But it also happens that no statue base of him just as a Hearth-initiate is preserved. It was the practice, at least in the 4th century BC, that the Basileus would choose the Hearth-initiate by lot. The involvement of this official is very probably an indication of the great antiquity of the Hearth-initiate, who otherwise appears as early as around 460 C. Was probably not hearth in a metaphorical sense, but the relationship to a hearth is obscure, but aria, a real hearth, it probably had a physical relationship with the child's myesis, his pre-initiation, which was the original meaning of this word. Of one of the first days of the festival was his offering involved in his PPPP initiation or in the ceremonies of a piglet, just as it was for every other candidate, and he is represented in statues carrying a piglet and dressed in a short chiton. At this moment he did not wear the myrial crown and the raria. They were set on his head later, apparently by acorns of Hearth-initiates of previous years in the presence of all the other initiates at some moment just before the initiate set on for Eleusis, that is, at the beginning of the Talit. In the procession he walked together with the other Hearth-initiates, most likely at their head, as representative of all the initiates, their array at some time during the festival. Perhaps at Eleusis he consecrated his scalp lock to Demeter and Kore. Terminology. The dedications seem to indicate a development in the terminology for designating the Hearth-initiate. Up to approximately 130 AD, only the designation Hugleus or Puera Arias is used, but during the rest of the 2nd century A or A Darius Peres or Modus, or more frequently Justa or Deferius, occurs along with the previous designation, and in the 3rd century it completely supersedes it, except in one case, no. 51. This development favors but does not demand a date before the 3rd century for the following 3 undated inscriptions, in which no names are preserved but only Fels or Via was. 57. Boy. IG2 3723, while Ithek was Epony, Mus Priestess number 17, 58. Boy G 11 3724. The last 2 letters of his demotic are preserved. Genos were all the more interested in their particular cult, as it concerned a god who was their ancestor, or who had been the protector of the heroes from whom they were descended. Foucault goes on to point out circumstances which made the Eluesinian priests exceptional even among priesthoods of Gene. The antiquity of the sanctuary, which together with Eleusis was autonomous for a long time, its exceptional privileges even after losing its autonomy, the extent of its properties sacred orgas, rarian plain, retoi, the numerous personnel maintained for the celebration of the festivals and most importantly the attraction and popularity of the mysteries which already, by the beginning of the 5th century had taken on a pan-Hellenic character. However, in describing the role of the Eleusinian priests in connection with the Alcibiades affair he goes too far when he says that. 59. Girl LG2, 3727. She was also a Canophoros. They give l'impression d'un corps sacerdotal parlant. For Isis, possible Hearth-initiate, et agissant au nom de divinités mystérieuses de Eleusis. As we have seen, they were ordered to curse Alcibiades, and not all of them obeyed. Later they were ordered to undo their curses. They, a dedication of the 2nd or 1st century BC, acted in the name of the goddesses in the polis. AXEP, 1971, p. 129, number 24. May well be in Boner even though at least one of them probably had a Hearth-initiate, though other restorations are personal grudge against Alcibiades and as a group possible. The name of the person honored is Helico. They were not fond of him. The curse was initiated perhaps Alelico, daughter of Theogenes of Lucano, not by them but by the city. And the city's role was Ion PA, 4663 and 8021, who is dated approximate painfully clear by the Hierophant in the state. Mately to the 1st century BCG. Conclusions. Meant he made at the moment he was forced to take back his curse. In the pre-to-Roman period there is no sign that the Eleusinian priests possessed political clout in any. In his section on caractères sacerdotales, significant or consistent way, it is conspicuously. Sinian Foucault compares the ordinary Athenian absent in the case of the priests in the Alcibiades priesthood to those which belonged exclusively to a fair, and especially in the case of the Hierophant Archias. Gene, the former, he points out, could be held by no 3 who was condemned on a charge of impiety. Any qualified citizen or daughter of a citizen they, however, in their own religious sphere provided that were temporary appointments, almost always just they were acting properly. Their authority was conferire. It did not involve much effort for the siderable, as is clear in the case of the Hierophant, appointee to acquaint himself with the ritual, or even Euridates No. 8 who attempted to perform his duties. The temples were opened only philosopher Theodorns to trial for joking about a few times a year, at the time of the festivals, so that mysteries and may have succeeded. With some a priest could comfortably take on more than one notable lapses. They were probably in general zealous priesthood if he wished. With no doctrine or guardians of the mystery's sanctity and propriety, morality to teach, these priests had no lasting religious in the Roman period. Many of the priests held high influence. At the end of their appointment they simply political offices, apparently not the rule before then, resumed their regular life, which had not been affected at their political success at this time, as it appears. Much anyway by their priestly duties. The priesthoods of the gene, on the other hand, were different. Was due to many factors, among which wealth figured significant ways. Almost always the priest or the in no small way, and not primarily to the holding of priestess, was chosen for life. Thus they had the Eluesinian priesthood, though chances for political time and the inclination to become attached to their functions, the tradition and the special rights of the clan became very familiar to them. Members of a office were probably enhanced if one held an Elu are here much lower down in the list, the most sign-in priesthood and vice versa, even though in the time of Eschine's gene as well. As priests and priestesses who received yips were subject to Andit, the Eleusinian priesthoods, as was discussed above, were not regarded as magistracies. The administration of the sanctuary was in the hands of the gene of the Eumolpidae and the Herald, their chief executives in this being the Hierophant and the Daduch, with important assistance, at least in the 5th century BC, from other priestly members of these gene. At this early date the priestess of Demeter and Kore was in charge of sonic expenditures, probably just those for the festival of the mysteries, and not those of the sanctuary in general. How long afterwards she continued to possess this charge is not known. Protocol. There are a few inscriptions in which the Eleusinian priests are arranged in a certain order. In a law of company 460.c, the priestess of Demeter and Kore is probably preceded, in the now missing part of the inscription, by the Hierophant and Daduch, and she is followed, in an addition at the end of the original document, by the altar priest, the herald of the goddesses, and the Rarayas priest. In a decree of 2019 which lists a number I suspect of the priests of the Herald at this time, who speak here on behalf of the Daduch honored in this decree. The order is Daduch, the object of the decree, and so not in the list of those speaking on his behalf. Altar priest, Pyrophoros, herald of the goddesses, Rarayas herald. In the Anastole list see append. The order is usually Hierophant, Daduch, sacred herald, altar priest, Pyrophoros. For an order involving the priests and priestesses of the entire cult and some others, we can turn to the Eleusinian endowment of 160 to 170, where the arrangement is as follows. Hierophant, Daduch, Exegetes, sacred herald, altar priest, priestess of Demeter and Kore, Hierophantids, Phadines, Inchagogos, Pyrophoros, Rhasses, priest of the god and goddess, priest of Triptolemus. The order here, where all the priestesses are included, is somewhat different from that in lists where only priests appear. Soni priests, who appear high up in lists limited just to priests or to priests of one genos. Striking changes of position are those of the Pyrophoros and Rarayas, who appear relatively high up in the decree of 20.19, where the Pyrophoros precedes even the sacred herald. But in the endowment behind the sacred herald and altar priest, as well as several other priests and priestesses in regard to the position of the priestess of Demeter and Kore, the endowment, which is arranged by groups, and may reflect the order of the priests and priestesses in the procession to Eleusis, can it fairly be compared to the law of ca. 460. All this is not to say that there was a hierarchy in the modern religious sense, but that there was when the priesthoods were listed together, an arrangement of order or protocol, which for the most part remained relatively consistent. No Eleusinian priest was the superior of any other, but the lists apparently reflect the fact that some priests had more important roles in the cult, and consequently more prestige than others. The Hierophant and the priestess of Demeter and Kore, as was argued in the general remarks of Chapter 2, were at least in the classical period the primary religious representatives of the cult, and some evidence suggests that the priestess was involved with the cult at a much earlier date than the Hierophant. In this regard it is noteworthy that the Hierophant was not allowed to hold any offer priesthood in any other cult, a rule which apparently remained in force until the death of the last legitimate Hierophant at the end of the 4th century AD. Nor is there any evidence that the priestess of Demeter and Kore ever held any other priesthood. It appears that these priesthoods were associated with the cult of Demeter and Kore at Eleusis intimately and exclusively. On the other hand, this rule did not apply to the Daduch, sacred herald, Pyrophoros and Rhasses, that is, to all of the significant priesthoods of the Herald except perhaps the altar priest, for whom there is no evidence. But it would be reasonable to assume that he too was allowed to hold another priesthood. Thus the priests of the Herald appear to have been less closely attached to the cult than the Hierophant. This is in accord with the theory that the Eumolpidae were associated with the cult before the incorporation of Eleusis into the Athenian state, and that it was only from that time that the Heracles were joined with them in the cult, in the expectation that the old Athenian yes of the Heracles would contribute by their association in bringing the Eleusinian cult more securely into the religious life of the Athenian state. It should also be noted that none of the Heracles priests had functions that were essential to the cult, nor were the Heracles specifically entrusted with maintaining and interpreting the traditions of the cult, as the Eumolpidae and their exegetes were. Eumolpid priesthoods. Secure evidence is lacking concerning which priests of the cult besides the Hierophant and Exegetes were. Eumolpidae. I think that we can be fairly certain that the VIII was a Eumolpid, although no individual incumbents are attested. The priest of Triptolemus, the priest of the god and goddess, and the Toxagogus probably also were Eumolpids, since they are not included in the probably complete list of Caracas's priests from the year 2019. Be regarded as a non-ordinary source of funds, lists double shares for several priests and priestesses. For emoluments for the priests and priestesses as a group, see the section headed Emoluments at the end of Chapter 1. Dress. The dress of the Hierophant, Daduch, and Hearth-initiate has been treated above. Common to all priests and priestesses, as a statement of Ister indicates, is the myrtle wreath. The Strophion is attested only for the Hierophant, Daduch, and priest of the god and goddess, but we may safely assume that this object, which was worn by priests in general, was also worn by the other priests of the mysteries. Chastity during festival. It may well have been a Eumolpid priesthood which Valerius Mamertinus resigned in 174 when he properly switched Genos from the Eumolpidae to the Hierophant. Was certainly required to be chaste Caracas in order to be elected sacred herald. Marcus during the festival, and it may be that all the other Aureliuses ruling against him reads, Mamertinus priests and priestesses also remain chaste, if this is shall not be removed from the number of the Einmal, the way we are to interpret a statement of Julian, Pidae, and he shall recover his priesthood.
Exalrape Nopalus of Ribotus. Ere the sacred herald was allowed to hold other Athenian isi. Kafed touton exarchon derorandis epestrapte pasan.
Priesthoods not belonging to a genus. The priesthood which Mamertinus gave up and recovered was probably a minor Eumolpid priesthood. On the other hand, there may have been a law at this time which forbade holding two priesthoods simultaneously. See above p68. Emoluments. Specific emoluments are known only for the priest s of Demeter and Kore, the altar, priest, sacred, herald, and rawes from a law of Suct. 460 BC, the Eluesinian endowment of 160 to 170 AD, which must, Eresion, a grave epigram of the 2nd century AD, or later, seems to refer to the Eumolpid priests.
Kager me vimilpisti poli Eresionin. 10. Τελέξαντες μεγάλην όπασαν εκλείων. Στέμα δε μου πλέξαντο Διονύσου θειασότε Pyrophoros το διούς μυστικά τύξ ετέλουν.
The restorations of lines 9 and 12, however, are not certain. And 170,710. Generi Berhash Cuento. The restorations assume that this is a decree of the Eumolpidae. The restorations of lines 6 to 7 Aleas less than lambda, and of line 9 Chiras are exempli gratia. Third, on the arrangement of the prohedria in the theater of Dionysus. Because Kirchner did not have Fichter's completed study of the prohedria seats when he was editing the inscriptions of the seats in Instagram 11, 5022 to 5079. Huss information concerning which seats are UCLU is incomplete and consequently misleading. Fichter describes the general arrangement of the first row of the prohedria as follows.
Vor jedem Keil des Sitzrahmens steht eine Gruppe von 5 Sesseln. Nur in Keilern Traits sind je Sesseln, während die ganze westliche Hälfte der Sesselreihe verhältnismäßig gut erhalten ist, sind in der östlichen Hälfte von Kellis 70 die Licken und Strungen. Fünfergruppen bestehen jeweils aus 2 Marmorblöcke zu je 3 und je 2 Sesseln. Sie sind regelmäßig so angeordnet, dass auf einer Treppe die 2 Sitzsteine zur nächsten die 3 Sitzsteine xegend gleich stehen. Diese ernannt MMG, Giam für die Kelle U5 in Keil 6 bis Reo 5er Gruppen aus 2 Zweisitz und einem mittleren Einsitzstein auch in den gestarrten Sesselreihe, in den Keilen Septetoi, war die gleiche Einteilung.
F15, SEG 111-104, courtesy of Hermitage. Arenos line 13 issued this decree, and the myrtle crown points immediately to the Eumolpidae or Caracas. One copy of the decree was set up in the city Eluesinian, another probably in the sanctuary at Alensis, but a third copy is unusual. If for some reason they held the meeting at which this decree was passed in an unusual meeting place, it would be perfectly in order for them to set up one copy there and the other 2 in the places where they usually set up decrees, namely in the sanctuary at Eleusis and in the city Eleusinian. The annealing place of the Eumolpidae at the time that they passed the decree honoring Aristocles see above. Hierophant number 111 was certainly an unusual one. Jesus far has defied restoration. The additional fact that in all probability both decrees honored Aristocles of Parathoidal lends support to the hypothesis that these 2 inscriptions are copies of the Sum Devra. On the other hand, there are some difficulties. Lettering of 16, 11, 1045 appears to be by another hand, and the length of the lines differs by about 20 letters. Although the difficulties by no means preclude this hypothesis, it is quite conceivable that in the long period of Aristocles' incumbency, the Eumolpidae could have met in the several times and honored Aristocles on more than. In positions 43 to 44% of Cuneus LX there stands now a badly damaged double seat with the inscriptions Axorus and now missing Danius in position 45. There is a single middle seat with the inscription, Rolioia. The following arrangement, then, would be logical and natural for this come. The 4 other Thesmothers follow in Cuneus X, and are followed by the Sacred Herald. Next we are faced with the problem of determining the positions of 3 double seats which have been removed to positions above the prohedria. They are: the best position for the Daduch and the priest of Pythian Apollo would seem to be the first 2 seats in Cuneus VIII, where Fichter puts them. This would make the Daduch and the Hierophant equidistant to the right and left from the throne of the priest of Dionysus. Then the seats presently occupying Postions 36 to 38 should probably be shifted to 38 to 40, which is in accord with their physical characteristics, as being respectively a middle seat and a double seat, whose right side faced an aisle. The seats in Cuneus VIII would be arranged as follows, clarified by Mons as not belonging to the first row of the prohedria. It is clear, therefore, that there will be 3 seats remaining in the first row for 3 possible exegetes of the Eumolpidae if they sat in the first row of the prohedron. There will also be a position available for the altar, priest. Thus the prohedria offers no conclusive evidence as to whether the exegetes of the Eumolpidae numbered 2 or 3. Fourth, the Acetoi lists, a new table of the chronologically important Anstey lists between 165 and 210 AD is presented here. Table 2. It differs only in a few respects from the Tala compiled by Oliver 43 Rands 1950, p. 234. But an attempt has been made to give a more detailed picture of what the inscriptions show concerning the 5 Eleusinian priests who appear in them. The non-Eleusinian officials have been omitted since none are changed. The order of their appearance in relation to one another in each list is indicated by means of a number after their name, if the part of the list in which they appeared is not preserved so that their order cannot be determined. The letters NP not preserved are used. If their names are not preserved, their position can still be determined. Brackets followed by a number are used. Asterisks indicate differences from Oliver's table. The letter N next to a date indicates agreement with Notopolis's table, Hesperia, 18-1949 pp. 1-57, Table 1. If the interpretation suggested above, p60 is correct, that Aelius Dionysius, the defendant in a case decided by Marcus Aurelius in 174/5, was the Daduch at that time, the hitherto accepted date of 1789 for 1 GIP, 1789 is suspect. It is a bit unsettling to see a Pompeian's Dadne in 169/70, Aelius Dionysius confirmed in ENS office in 174/5 by Marcus Aurelius, and another Pompeius already in office in 89. This would mean a rather short tenure for Aelius Dionysius, and it is striking that he has both preceded and followed Leia Puniparis. The sacred herald Nomius adds to the suspicion. IG 1780 is the only piece of evidence for a sacred herald of this nomen between the heralds Pinarius and Herenens, whereas there is a good deal of evidence that a Numius, viz., Negranus of Gargetos, was sacred herald before 107, and evidence that another Numius was sacred herald starting around 194. The original positions of the dulial seat Ayres Epsilon Epsilon Omicron and Alpha Piotas Sigmamu Capiotad, the double seat of the hoplite general and herald, have now been. This one position for IG, IP, 1789 more in harmony with this information would be 165/6, but there are 2 immediate obstacles. First, according to Notopolis, there was a different Prytany secretary in 165/6, for the secretary in Hesperia 12-1943 and 23. P77 dated by him to 165/6, he presents a reading of Mitzos or Zrelos. When I looked at the stone in the summer of 1909, Kovacek's original reading, Dar Roar, appeared to be much preferred, except that the first letter of the demotic should be dotted. No re-letters could be read after this. The surface is completely destroyed at this point, as is apparent in Rabicek's photograph of the squeeze. Therefore the date of this document can only be approximate, that is, ca. 164. The other objection to 165/6 as the year of LG 1789 is the name of the Hierophant. Lus for Flavius Leusthenes was Hierophant at this time. However, the transcript Bokel had of this inscription showed nothing before 12 in the first line. Pittacus had 2 in his copy, but since he, often unreliable anyway, made other wild errors in the Summy copy, one is tempted to discount his alleged stroke of a lanilla. On the other hand, since the stroke could reflect pert of a mu which yields the red Ing Nadu Jasor, the year 45 appears to be the best choice. It fits the tribal cycle, and the table shows that a Pompeius and Nomanes were respectively Daduch and Sacred Herald not long before this for 197 and could have continued to be in 204/5. We are now free to re-examine the position of IG if 1788. Its traditional date has been ca. 174/5, and Notopolis assigned it definitely to 174/5. Oliver moved it to 187/8, apparently in a desire to pur its Daduch, alias, and its sacred herald, Heroniter, close to the men of the same gentificis mentioned in FGU, 1798 of 191st. But if we accept Notopoulos' date for 1.6H1788, the Acisilor list of this document will be a complete accord with our transfer of LG 11-1789 to 4-5. The Daduch alias of 1788 will then be Eluesinian, interpreted Dov, p. 60, as the Daduch mentioned in Marcus Aurelius's decision of 174 fifths, and the Chile list of 1788 can also be interpreted as reflecting another of Marcus's decisions of that year, one which pertained to the candidacy of a man seeking the office of sacred herald, since Memertinus, who is a Eumolpid, obtained neither of his parents from the clan of the Cereces, so lacks the only means by which it has been permitted to those from either of these two clans to transfer to the other, he shall refrain from seeking the office of sacred herald. The elections shall be held all over again among the others, both those who have already gone to court, and those who will now wish to be candidates, in accord with the laws of the Athenians. The elections were then held for a second time, and 1G11-1788, if it belongs to this year, shows that a Herennius won, who was, interestingly enough, not among those who brought suit against Memertinus. The elections will therefore have been held sometime before the 9th Prytany, when Herennius was already in office. On the other hand, none of Graindur's original arguments which led Lum quite reasonably to be the first to propose, or 174, as the date of this document appears to be strong enough to preclude a date of 187 eighths. Thus 174 fifths must be regarded as tentative, at any rate since we do know that election for the hierobaric must have been held shortly after receipt of Marcus's letter in 174 fifths. It is reasonable to assign, in the absence of evidence for any other sacred herald around this time, that this was the year in which Herennius assumed this priesthood. One other aspect of the Aristoi list to which one would like to call attention is the occasional anomaly in the order of the priests in relation to one another. First, a slightly improved text of lines 1-5 of Hesperia 11-1942, p. 50 no should be given. The subsecretary is omitted, and this is comparable to the occasional omission of the altar priest. In each case, it is a matter of one of the least prestigious officials of the group. More serious deviations and absences in the second group occur in inscriptions which are not well preserved, or whose addition may be incomplete. Inspection or further information may show that the traditional order holds true in these documents also. Thus it cannot be said for certain. Here the sacred Bacchald precedes probably the Daduch, although it is of course possible that the Daduch is missing and that the herald in fact precedes the altar priest. The normal order for the Eleusinian priests in the Cissitor lists is Hierophant, Daduch, sacred herald, altar priest. The reason for the occasional anomalies and absences is not immediately clear, but a comparison with the order of the other Nisitoi listed in Notopoulos' table may shed some light. These are, in relation to one another, normally listed as follows: Herald of the Boule and Demos Secretary. Of the Boule and Demos, Priestess Secretary Epirobois, Antigraphius, Hierolesialidos, Sulla Secretary, and occasionally a Secretary of the Boulantai. Deviations from this order are usually minor. The Antigraphius sometimes changes positions with the Prytany Secretary, the Harols with the Inelzulos, and the Eris Zeus with the Subsecretary. Sometimes, that the major officials of the second group, the Herald of the Boule and Demos and the Secretary of the Boule and Demos, ever change position, and in this respect they are similar to the Hierophant. Other officials of the second group can change positions, and those who do change do so only with those who are otherwise just before or after them. A similar limitation holds true for the Eleusinian priests. Only the Daduch and sacred heralds certainly change positions, while the altar priest never appears as preceding any of them, although he is naturally in one of their positions when they are absent from a list. The occasional absences of the Daduch and sacred herald still remain a puzzle.
VIII, Olthe, Trencisithethe, Fornaulai, A. Apex, Ordononal.
60 number 42. The latter fragment, located in the storeroom of the Mosem Eleusis, is preserved only on its left side. At a distance of 0.23 minutes from its left edge, a vertical margin is engraved, which corresponds to the Riglu margin on LG 11-4089 with the same indentation. The consideration that Claudius Philippus served as Daduch for only a short time, VLLG, H 3475 plus 3476. Raubitschek, AJA 49 1945, p. 435 suggested that these are parts of the same inscription. An examination of the stones shows that this is correct. Though no join can be made, Kirchner mistakenly republished fragment of 3475-3570. Dionysius of Halae and his daughter Philistion are otherwise unknown. 7. IG, 11-4075 plus 4083. The left side of Dodwell's transcription was mistakenly assumed to be the original left margin of the inscription. Lunate sigma and epsilon occur only in line 6. The text, line division, letter forms, and the spacing of the letters are exactly the same as in Instagram U 3693. The only differences between the two are very slight. The letters of our inscription are greater in height by half a centimeter, and our inscription has an engraved left margin. Thus it is very probable that lines 7 to 8 of our text should be restored to read as a 3693 R Dorius. The similarity of the two inscriptions, which extends even to the use of the ligature in lines 3 and 6, would seem to indicate that they were erected within a short time of one another. According to line 3 in both cases, their father Claudius Philippus the Daduch was already dead. He either died before they became Hearth-initiates, or the inscriptions were set up at a later time in their lives. The former alternative is favored by restore a title of Rufina, such as that of a priestess. There is enough space at the beginning of line 1-2. For commentary see above pp 70-80. Omicron upsilon alpha tau omicron theta epsilon neta sigma nu unblind pate in 8th IG I 3531. In 1949 Hesperia, supplement 8 p 226 Merritt expressed uncertainty whether lines 1-2 belong to the same stone as lines 4-10 and suggested that doubt might be resolved by an examination of the stone. I tried to see the stone at the monastery of Fan Routine in the summer of 1969 but could not find it. Kirchner saw it in 1907 and stated that it was located on the outside rear wall of the church. At the lease of this wall there are now heavy layers of whitewash, and if it is in that part of the wall it has been completely covered over. Our text of this inscription is based essentially on the text of Sir George Wheeler, which Spon published in Voyage d'Italie, de Dalmatio, de Gris du Levant Lyons, 1978 3-2, p. 125. However, Spon did not edit lines 1-2 as part of the same inscription. This was first done by Boexi at 396, who remarked, verse
1.2. Apod disponium ita separati sont. Utalicis putet duas inscriptiones sed una bod dubi est, unoc articula sponio comprehenditur.
Spon's articulum is Laopre, after which follow lines 12 of Instagram 11, 3531. Below this is the heading fragment, followed by lines 4-10 of Instagram 11, 3531. There is nothing to indicate that the fragment is part of the same inscription. The only thing certain is that Spon wanted to indicate that both inscriptions were located roughly in the same place. Merritt brought to light the fact that Filer, in a manuscript of his own which is now in the British Museum, ad. Ms. 35 334, also edited the two texts separately, and that Francis Vernon, who saw the stones independently of Spon and Wheeler, also edited them separately. Hesperia, Locke, Cite T. In fact, Vernon did not edit the text consecutively, as did Spon and Wheeler. His manuscript, Ms. 73 of the Royal Society, has 7 inscriptions in between. Thus Boeck's conjecture that they belong together because of their proximity in Spon's edition becomes diori dubious. Certainly the three men saw them as separate inscriptions, though probably lying close together. The main support of Boeckel's conjecture is gone, and whether it has any validity at all must be examined in the light of the further history of these inscriptions. When they were next seen and recorded by Kirchner, they were at the monastery of Fomarunin on Salamis, and Kirchner printed a text of them together, LG 11 3531. But if they were separate at Eleusis, it is scarcely likely that someone had joined DM before building them into the church. Merritt reckons that these stones were taken from Eleusis and built into the church at the end of the 17th century, Opus Cit 225. Thus Kirchner's text needs to be examined carefully. He saw the stone in 1907 and wrote ADLG 11 3531 that he was unable to read much of it. Literae, quorum plerec corose into vanidae. But he did not state exactly which areas could not be read. Professor Gunther Klaffenbach has kindly sent me Kirchner's squeeze of this inscription, which is now in the Deutsche Akademie der Wissenschaften. Neither he nor I can make out any certain letters below line 3, and so one could assume that Kirchner also was able to read lines 4-10, though the squeeze slows that space existed on the stone for those lines. Considering the improbability of anyone joining these two inscriptions before they were built into the church, we have to assume that Spon, Wheeler, and Vernon saw the same stone as Kirchner and, like him, were unable to read anything beyond line 2. They saw a whole stone, or at least one preserved to an extent of several lines below the first 2 lines, which is probably why Spon did not write fragment above it, as he did for the Acephalus inscription which he published after it. Boeck's conjecture is accordingly impossible. These two texts should now be considered as separate inscriptions. The following can be read from the squeeze. Epsilon mu macronu sigma alpha beta epsilon iota, nupi epsilon iota sigma alpha nu delta humacronu on.
This reveals that Wheeler's transcript BM ad. Mes 35, 334, no. 358 is garbled, he has. Yon memion savinon pisandron. Hieriasa alatiasa odamias.
He combined the first and second lines into one, and added a separate inscription. IG second 4753. Vernon's
copy is much more accurate. Yon memion savi pisandron.
Although he has mistaken 2 for E in the second line, or omitted the E, It is noteworthy that the second line is reasonable, certainly is UO. The text should probably read, for the other inscription the following text of lines 1 to 6 sense to fit best the disposition of both Wheeler's and Vernon's transcripts. Vernon shows less space to the left of Kararpu, but neither transcript would seem to allow space for Omicron Tau Te restored before, if the left margin remained even ut this point, unless part of Haualiepa went on the previous line. This is quite possible, but the transcript of Vernon and Wheeler and the text that I think can best be derived from them suggests that the right-hand section of the inscription was well preserved. Perhaps the most important consideration is that all other certain occurrences of this phrase at Aphians contain val, chap wali horarges, and it seems impossible to fit both xii and sociopi into the available space. Perhaps Mal's alpha sigma epsilon sigmanu nu kappa stood in the center of this line just as Ray bar was originally centered at the bottom of 1.6, 3620 C above, P84, U281, or perhaps we should read Seller Horapur. The text of the entire inscription is then to be read as follows. This yields, according to their transcripts, an even left margin with no difficulties, and eliminates the very improbable break of syllabic division previously restored between lines 5 to 6, the restoration of chi before each participle seems necessary because of its
occurrence in line enas, for lines exiarnitikos deca Wheeler and Spon approximately transcribed. Vernon has, sopaitas dis philopatrin en hioa lydia ispa, stoplitas dis.
Omicron. Below this Vernon seems to record a vacant space, and then on the lower right, 0. The form of the end strongly suggests to me that the name preceding Caban was that of her father, the man honored in this inscription. The form of the dedication, with the names of the dedicatee and dedicator at the end, P.E. Senibles 7 GU 3613 or 3670. For the name in line 8 merit suggests, ora canzionu P, as possible names of a dedicator. In this case we would have 2 dedicators, and something like Duverdai would also have to be in the lacuna of lines 89. And the man's name at the beginning of the inscription. This is possible only if we regard the nar jins of lines 8-10 as different from those of lines 1 to 7.